Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, where Cleveland goes to get engaged. Cavaliers just 4 games left in the regular season before the playoffs get underway. Donovan Mitchell working on that chemistry before the postseason.
You're seeing it throughout the stretch, trying different things, and I think it obviously may not all look the prettiest, but that's because we haven't had all season with this group, right? So we're trying different things offensively, defensively, trying different lineups, trying to work on things, as well as also get better individually and collectively.
Cavs right back to work tonight. Going to be in Memphis taking on the Grizzlies. Cavs going off a win against Indiana last night. Mitchell had 38 points, but also rolled his left ankle late in the contest. There's a chance he does not play this evening. Cavs with a chance to clinch home court in the first round of the playoffs. The match number right now at 1. Mitchell could be out, but we'll see if other Cavaliers a little healthier with the potential return of others tonight. Jared Allen, Sam Merrill, Evan Mobley, Jalen Tyson, and Dean Wade all missed the Pacers game last night because of injuries. Guardians continue their homestand this evening, begin a 3-game set against Kansas City. The Guardians coming off a split of a doubleheader on Sunday with the Cubs. They lost the first game 1-0, but came back twice to win the nightcap 6-5. Tanner Bobby on the hill this evening, 0-1, an ERA of 4. The men's national championship game taking place tonight at Indianapolis. UConn will face Michigan for the national title. The Huskies trying for their 3rd national championship in the last 4 years. Michigan trying to win the whole thing for the first time since 1989. Be sure to catch the NCAA national championship game, UConn and Michigan. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Stop us if you've heard this before. The Cleveland Guardians aren't hitting. And they're in first place.
Yeah, boy.
There you go, baby.
Woo-hoo.
10 games in. And you know what this looks like?
Last year?
It looks like 2025 all over again. And how'd that go? It was one of the most exciting seasons we've ever seen.
It's like somebody knocked on their head twice, and we get to watch it again.
Yeah,
we're replaying it.
It's stunning. Welcome to Basket of Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. The other voice you heard, Andy Baskin. And what a mess yesterday was. I felt pain in my heart for what was going on at the ballpark, but we understand what happened. Saturday was a mess. They called off the game early. Well done. That was a good idea. But it's the Cubs. It's the National League. They're not coming back to town.
Nope. Get her done.
So you want to get her done. And you end up playing in front of what looked like 3,500 of your closest friends yesterday.
The second game looked worse than the first.
Game 2.
Yeah.
On Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
In very cold temperatures.
Yeah. And the one guy hiding underneath the blanket while Spicy was trying to get him to come out underneath. See that catch that at the end of the game?
No, I missed that.
One of the hot dogs, Spicy, was going up and down the stands, and this guy was hiding underneath his blanket. It was riveting TV, Jeff. Riveting.
Must have
awesome.
been.
Yes.
Must have been. So what do we have here, folks? We have what looks a lot like last year with a pitching staff that's pretty good and a roster of position players who, so far, have not hit very well, don't look like they're capable of hitting very well, and manufacture runs and win games anyway. It might not be the most exciting thing, Andy, until it is, and then it's really exciting to watch.
I don't know if it's in the water or what, but inconsistency seems to be the norm in this town for our 2 active sports teams that are playing right now, like up and down and up and down. You realize every game they've won, they've scored 4 or more runs. Every game they've lost is a 0 or a 1.
First game, they get 1 hit yesterday.
There were only 3 hits in the whole game, though. It was blistering cold. I'm telling you, Jeff, why don't they just hold off, wait until after, for us in Detroit, I don't know, anybody else that wants to get on board with this, until the Guardians move into a dome, they should hold off till April 15th to start playing games at home. Yes, the home opener was spectacular.
I don't think you can do that.
Awesome.
I don't think you can do that.
Why can't you start? I mean, they do 2-week trips during the middle of the season. Why can't you start the season 2 weeks?
In theory, you could. I just don't think teams want to do that. I don't think they want to play their first 10, 12 games away from home.
Jeff, if I told them it was 10,000, 15,000 more fans a game, you think they wouldn't want to do it?
I'm just telling you.
I mean,
I don't think they want to start the season with that many games on the road. In theory, I love the idea.
Yeah.
But I don't think they want to start with that many games on the road.
It kills us every year. Us, sometimes Baltimore, Detroit. I'm just trying to think of all these. For some reason, though, New York and Boston, I don't know why it doesn't. I'm sure it's the same, right? New York, I'm sure they don't want to make the Yankees wait because they're the powerful New York Yankees. This is Yankeeography, and we stand back for no one. Between Boston and us, I just it doesn't, or maybe push the season. I don't know, but they're not going to do that because then you're going to have snow at the end. So what's the difference?
All I know is they've played 10 games now, Andy, and it looks like last year, and last year was awesome. As it turned out, at one point it didn't look very awesome, but it turned out to be an awesome season, and here they go again. You mix in a guy who has captured everybody's imagination because he's produced, Chase DeLauder, and you mix in a bunch of other guys who aren't doing a whole lot at the plate. Jose Ramirez is off to a slow start. That's okay. Kyle Manzardo is looking like a guy who needs to go down to AAA to find his swing. I hate to say that because I like Kyle and I want his bat in the lineup, but it's not going to do you any good hitting .067, but it's only 10 games. If you tell me, if Kyle is struggling like he's struggling now in another 10, 15 games, you almost have to send him down, don't you? Go find the swing, then come on back.
It didn't look good the other. It didn't look good watching on TV, and it's just like you're waiting. And he's gone up with some prime opportunities to drive in some runs, or at least keep innings going, and it just hasn't happened. You hang tight. I don't know what else to say. The one thing they are doing, though, Jeff, beyond everything else you're talking about, they're hitting the recipe, and the recipe is win series. What are they, 2-0-1 now, right? 2-0-1. They split that first one with Seattle. Oh, they lost that last game ugly. 2-0-1, and that's what you want to do. 50-50 on the road and take care of business at home, but they're doing it both. So, I absolutely love looking at the standing. I know it's super early in the season, and you shouldn't look at the standings, but the Dodgers 7-2, and I love the fact that 2 are the mighty Guardians.
What's it do for you yesterday? Game 2, you got to come back. You do come back, and I think this is great. It's led by C.J. Kafis, who hit the home run,
and
by Gabe Arias,
keep going,
who came up with a big hit, and Austin Hedges, who came up with a big hit.
Who's hitting 500 right now.
Thank you, fellas.
In case you're looking at home.
Yeah, well, thank you, fellas. I mean, you're not expected to get any offense there, but the pitching, really good. Slade Ciccone was terrific in Game 1. It's just looking a lot like last year. And depending on what part of the season of last year you want to look at, it was either really kind of depressing because they fell 15 and a half games behind, but they made it up. And that part of the season was just an absolute blast. And they did it by playing the same kind of baseball they're playing right now.
Yeah, the hard part about Game 1 yesterday was they leave 6 guys on base too, on top, even with 2 or even with just 1 hit. You leave 6 guys on base. You gotta, if you're gonna win this way, you got to figure out how to get the walks in and over. And I know somebody in here hates small ball, but I mean they could try small ball all they want. It just seemed so cold. It was like nobody wanted to be out there that first game. Neither team. Or if you wanted to look at it the other way, all right, the pitching was outstanding. You want to go with it that way?
Let's go that way, can't we?
I mean.
By the way, Kyle Manzardo has 2 options left, so.
Oh, well, see you.
Well, not yet, but I would think at some point that might be something you need to discuss.
I mean, he's the last guy that probably wants to hear a 6-7 joke, right? It's his batting average, 0.67.
Gentlemen, a little bit of news from the Cleveland Guardians.
Dan Mennigan, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Cleveland Guardians today announced that the Tuesday, April 7th game against the Kansas City Royals will now be a 1:10 start due to the expected frigid temperatures at night. Gates will open at noon. So if you were looking to go to the ball game tomorrow, it has been bumped up to 1:10 p.m. due to frigid temperatures.
And it is supposed to be cold tomorrow. High temperature of expected to be about 38 in Cleveland.
Oh, staff meteorologist Jeff Phelps checking in with a forecast.
Also, fans, if you are unable to use that ticket, they could exchange it for one of 50 designated games. So if they moved it up and you can't get out of work or anything like that, check with the Guardians. You should be able to use it to a game you can go to.
What's it supposed to be tonight?
It's in the 20s, I think.
Is today's game or tomorrow's game supposed to be on ESPN? Tomorrow's game is supposed to be on.
I would guess not, because I would guess they wouldn't be moving that one.
No.
Correct?
I don't know. Unless ESPN wants to run it at 1. I don't know. They have two guys playing catch at 1. What is ESPN running tomorrow at 1 o'clock?
What a smart guy you've become.
Well, I'm just saying, it's either two guys playing catch or listening to someone sit behind a microphone and talk. Which, by the way, we love you, YouTube. Thank you.
Dan, what'd you put in his Cheerios this morning?
Seriously, that's what you're talking about. You can tell me ESPN couldn't clear. If they had the game originally scheduled for 6:10, I'm sure they could clear some space somewhere else. It's also, MLB TV too. So,
two guys yelling at each other is always a case on that station.
I don't know. I'd rather watch two guys playing catch. That's always fun.
Less yelling.
Well, when you're hard up for programming, you have two guys playing catch.
What are your thoughts after 10 games?
I'm super excited. I hate when they don't win. You can smell it coming in the 6th. The second game yesterday, I was worried, as I'm like, they put some runs on the board and they may not win this game. But it's just when they're stuck at 2 or when they're stuck at 0, and you're sitting there in the 7th, 8th inning, you're like, chalk this one up as a loss. But again, they're winning series, taking care of business on the road, going 500. I know it's still early. It's not even tax day yet, but I mean, I don't know how you can't like what they're doing, especially with the expectations that everyone nationally had for them, which was nothing, which was, 4th place, Guardians. It's over. This thing's over.
Well, you know why everybody thought that?
Because they didn't make any moves in the offseason.
And people forgot what happened last year.
Reese Hoskins did.
And people forgot what they did last year. They thought there's no way that they can do that again. They can't do the same thing with the same type of roster, and there's no way that's going to happen. And guess what? Real small sample size, only 10 games, but here they sit in first place in the division. They're 6-4. You win 6 out of every 10 games, you're going to have a fine season.
Agree?
You're going to win 90-some games.
I mean, it was a great weekend, wasn't it? It was fun. I mean, yes, the weather sucked.
Opening day was great.
Opening day was awesome. Like, set the stage for the entire season. Make your city feel good. I know we laugh about the 162 stuff, but I think winning opening day can set the stage for at least the first month and a half of the season where you're feeling good about what's going on. Because you've got a packed house, right? It's your first game at home. Everybody loves going to the home opener if they can. You got 37,000 plus filling up the ballpark. Every bar around town is packed. Man, the line for the bar across the street was almost back to the ballpark. It was crazy down there. And it was a blast. I think everybody there had fun. The weather was outstanding, unless you're a Cubs fan.
I think everybody there had fun.
I'm telling you, I didn't see any. I saw people high-fiving left and right.
Andy checked with all 30-some thousand people.
No, I said
they all looked like they were having fun.
Okay, if you didn't have fun at the home opener, please squash Jeff.
Then that's on you.
216-47.
Then that's on you.
216-474.
You're a loser if you didn't have fun.
Or a Cubs fan.
That's true, too.
Or a Cubs fan.
That's true, too.
By the way, I have a Bill Murray take coming up here a little bit later.
Oh, good.
When it comes to the Cubs, Illinois, and UConn.
Well, I can't wait for that.
I'm very
Let's
excited
pencil
about
that into the schedule somewhere.
You should, Jeff. You should. You'll walk out of here.
That'll be
You might as
great.
well just write that down because that's why you'll say you're smarter at the end of the show.
That's fabulous. By
Anybody that went to the game on Friday, I'll be hard-pressed to think you didn't have a good time. I did walk by one girl that was crying, though, as I was walking out. I felt
I'm
really
sure
bad
she
for
was
her.
having fun.
I'm assuming that she probably broke up with her significant other. It was not a good sight. I walked right by. I was
Fun day for
walking
her.
up. Yeah, I felt bad.
Way to go,
for her.
Andy.
I felt bad for her.
All right, so you missed one.
All right, you're right. Okay, so 30. So what was it? How many people were thinking? They had 37,000.
Don't do the math. It's not worth it.
37,359
Divided by 10 for yesterday.
That's true.
Coming up at 10:40, Mike Dorsey from the Sporting News is going to join us. We have an NCAA championship game tonight.
Oh, I know we do.
At 11 o'clock, our buddy Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram going to join us to talk a little Browns. That draft's coming up. And at 1 o'clock, getting ready for What tackle from Utah might the Browns draft? Bill Riley, the play-by-play voice of the Utah Utes, is going to join us. Guardians, home, win the opener. Terrific split yesterday. They're in first place. They're 6-4. However, there are some issues. Concern or not a concern? Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Huskies trying for the third title in the last 4 years. Michigan trying to win the whole thing for the first time since 1989. Be sure to catch the NCAA National Championship game. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up at 10:40, Mike Dorsey covers NCAA basketball for the Sporting News. Mike's going to join us as we have the Michigan Wolverines against the Yukon Huskies tonight for the national championship.
Who do you like?
Michigan.
I do too. I hate to say that. It pains me. I will tell you when
I can't pick against Connecticut, though, because they have the pedigree. They have the experience.
Yeah.
They have Dan Hurley.
Yeah.
And they have Bill Murray.
Yeah, I was bothered by that. So when I turned on the game, the first shot I saw was Bill Murray, right? And I'm like, and I wasn't thinking clearly about his son. And so I'm like, oh, must be rooting for Illinois, right? And then I was like, no, he's not. If you were an Illini fan, would you be upset?
For a guy rooting for his son?
I don't know, man. I mean, he was Mr. All Everything here for the Cubs when the Cubs won the World Series. I just found it interesting.
No.
Dilemma.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Blood is thicker than regionality.
Your Cleveland Guardians are in first place.
Is that a yes or a no? Blood is thicker than regionality?
Are you kidding? Of course it is.
Yeah, I'm just asking you.
I did. You needed an answer to that question?
Yeah, I wanted you to hear what you said. Maybe there might be a place where regionality was more important to you.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be when it comes to your kid.
All right.
There you go.
There you go. Do not
The Guardians are in first place, baby, after 10 games. It's only 10 games. But so many things look like last year. They're right there near the top of the division. Looks like they'll be competitive. Looks like they won't be able to hit very well. And it looks like their pitching will be pretty good. So, Andy?
Jeff?
It's time to play that game that's sweeping the nation.
Oh.
Concern or not a concern?
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
All right. Here you go. And, Dano, I would like you to be involved. If anybody else would like to join us, 216-474-0092. Let's start with this.
Surprised you didn't get the organ player involved. Bossa Nova instead, or whatever this is.
Nice. Oh. Through 10 games, Jose Ramirez is hitting 154. Andy, concerned or not a concern?
It's Jose Ramirez. I'm not concerned. It's just a slow start. Jim Thome used to start this way. I can live with it.
Dano?
Call me in June. If we're having this conversation in June, then I'll feign some level of concern.
I am not the least bit concerned. Jose Ramirez is the one thing on this team, person, thing, whatever, that you don't have to worry about. Jose will be there. He will put up Jose Ramirez numbers. That is not an issue at all. So there.
He will figure out a way to hustle his way through this little lull.
I would like to figure out a way to help him keep his helmet on. That's about the only thing, because I don't want him to get plunked in the head with a ball.
Oh, you are such a humanitarian.
Well, I try to be, Andy.
Yeah, but it's also kind of fun. I love having the Zach Meisel helmet counter going during the season.
I do.
That's
I do too. It's really fun until somebody gets a concussion. So there you go.
Oh, what a parrot.
Thank you.
Wow.
What a buzzkill.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking out for him. He's our guy. Kyle Manzardo through 10 games, who you're counting on to be a critical bat in the middle of this lineup, is hitting .067 with no home runs and 1 run batted in. Concern? Not a concern.
Concern.
Even through 10 games.
Talk to me after 20 and I'll be super concerned. Right now it is, I've got my eyes on it.
Dano.
Am I allowed to, is it just those are the two options, or can I go on a scale of 1 to 10, or do you want to just keep it, you have 2 options and that's it?
We're changing the game now.
You want to do this by flavors?
I'm asking a question before giving the answer. You are more than welcome to look at me and go, no, it's A or B, and I'll go, delightful, and I'll give you an answer.
How about
you can give me any kind of an answer you want. How's that?
How about you do it based on chicken wing heat?
No, you can give me any kind of an answer you want.
Except for
including chicken wing heat.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Now you're allowing that. Okay.
I will go back to the original, just concerned or not concerned, because clearly I touched a nerve and I didn't mean to. Concern. The swing and miss is through the roof with him right now. He's chasing out of the strike zone. He's got a whiff rate of 35%. He's striking out a bunch. I am concerned. It seems like he's not seeing the ball well.
I'm also concerned. And here's the reason Why? Twofold. He has struck out a lot, but he struck out a lot last year. He had 135 strikeouts last year. What I'm a little concerned about is this. He changed his body a little bit. He put on 15 pounds of muscle, and it hasn't looked good yet.
Well, with the idea to increase swing speed, and his swing is actually slower, according to Baseball Savant.
Which, by the way, if you put on muscle the wrong way, which I can't imagine a professional athlete doing, because he has so much help in doing such a thing, I can see how that could slow your swing down. But he's hitting 067. The reason I think it's a concern is he's supposed to be there for power. He's in the middle of the lineup. He's supposed to help protect to some extent if he can, Jose. And it's not there. And I just think you need to get him right fast. And if he's not hitting well in another 10 to 15 to 20 games, I would send him down to Columbus. And I'd let him find his swing, and then I'd bring him back. I mean, I'm not dispatching him to Columbus, but I'd bring him back. But you need him.
If my answers are concerned or not concerned, it is, I would say concerned, but I would also say I'm not losing my mind yet.
Okay.
If we're here in mid-May, different discussion.
I would agree with that.
I'm trying to figure out what chicken wing.
This one. There are 13 guys who have hit for the team so far this year. And in typical, and I say this with, adulation, Stephen Vogt has played a lot of guys. He always does. He's managed to do that. Yet, more than half of his position players are hitting under 200 right now. 7 of the 13 guys who have had at-bats for this team are currently hitting under 200. Andy, concern? Not a concern.
I'm concerned. So I went to the chicken wing scale here because I was trying to find a good chicken wing scale to kind of hot. Hot would be like, so I found a place.
I'm sorry I asked a question.
You shouldn't have, yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
So my college roommate has a wing place. I don't want to say the name because I can't, but I can use his flavor. So I would probably say my concern as a team is not a medium. It's more of a hot. And
so you needed to look that up, medium or hot?
I'm trying to find the right word. So I'm going to say mango habanero on his hot scale.
Okay.
That's where he's at. So.
I am concerned about this because it's just a continuation. When you have too many guys on this team who do not have good offensive track records, and to suddenly think that half of those guys are suddenly going to start doing something, I think is very wishful thinking. So it's a concern to me that more than half of the position players are off to terribly slow starts. You have 4 guys who are hitting 250 or higher. That's it. But yet they're 6-4. So I get that. Dano, concern? The overall roster just not hitting at all. They're hitting 198 as a team. It's 28th in Major League Baseball.
It kind of feels like, what's the best way to put this? It kind of feels like the car that every so often hiccups when you try to turn it over, but still turns over.
You're like, why is that light?
Exactly. That
and
light
then all
comes
of a sudden,
on, and then
in the morning you turn it back on. You're like, oh, the light's gone. What happened?
And then it turns off, and it's gone for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then it comes back on again. So you're concerned because the light keeps coming on, but at the same point you're kind of like, well, it fixes itself, and by hook or by crook, the car turns over and it runs. I feel that way with the Guardians offense. It's like having the check engine light pop on once a month, and you're like, well, by hook or by crook, they get it done.
So generically, is it like not a spice, mild, medium, hot? Ouch.
Dan's going car. Andy's going wing sauce.
I know. Well,
I'm just asking if you're concerned or not.
You didn't set the rules, and when you let the rules, we take the train off the track.
I just straight out asked, concern or not concerned?
And then he asked if there's there's got to be some variable there. I agree with Dan.
Right. It's a very A-B thing, which is good for this kind of stuff. You're either A or you're B, which is not the end of the world. But when you have a perpetual concern that is always simmering under the surface, it's very hard to say not concerned about something.
I'm going to say you're a medium hot guy right there. Yeah.
Because, again, by hook or by crook, these guys managed to get it done. So,
that's what I keep coming back to. Let me play off of that one with this question.
Jalapeno Ranch is where you would be right
Let me ask you this one.
That would be delightful.
Yeah.
Your middle infield, Gabe Arias, who, by the way, has raised his average about 100 points to 179. He raised. I'm not kidding. He's raised his average about 100 points to 179.
Yes.
He and Brian Rocchio are both hitting under 200. Brian's at like 185.
Yeah.
Are you concerned that the middle of the infield, in particular, isn't hitting? I'll say this: yes. Why? Because the guy you're waiting to come up and replace him is off to a terribly slow start at AAA.
Terribly.
Travis Bazzana's hitting 212.
He opened up
only 8 games. I know,
It's
only 8 games.
Yes.
Could one of these 3 guys be swinging a hot bat, please? That's why I'm concerned. Now, Arias looked good yesterday, had a nice hit, and he can throw a ball through a wall. But I'm concerned because right now your 3 options are not hitting the ball, and if you're hitting 212 in AAA, good luck looking at Major League pitching. Concern, not a concern. Garlic parm, Andy?
No, I'm going to go. I'm concerned, but I also know it's only, but if you want to throw Bazzana in there, you're still like 10 games or less. And so something will work its way through. I think I'm hoping that Rocchio can work his way through this. So
Me too.
I don't have any questions about him. So at this point, I'll say it's Desert Sun, which is a medium.
All right. There you go.
I just needed some good adjectives.
Dan, are you concerned about Rocchio and Arias?
Is that a wing or a makeup color?
No, it's an actual flavor.
That feels like one of those, like someone would come back and go, "Oh, Desert Sun really reflects your complexion."
Sounds to me like a mild with some
really great
dry
on your
rub on the
cheeks.
outside, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a makeup color.
Concern, not a concern. Arias, Rocchio not hitting a bunch, not hitting at all, really. Although Gabe was really good, raising that average, baby.
Not concerned, and I'm changing my Manzardo answer to not concerned too.
Okay.
You're not concerned about Manzardo?
No, I'm going small sample size theater.
Wow.
I think we're doing overreaction theater. I think we're too small of a sample size.
So you're going back mild garlic parmesan, which is a mild.
Cade Smith, your closer, who was really good last year, has given up runs in 4 of his 6 games, and he's given up hits in 5 of his 6 games. I'm concerned about that. Now, again, with all of this, it's early, but we are so used to having Emmanuel Clase come out and just shut it down. And Cade Smith did that last year. It's a really big part of the way Stephen Vogt manages, is that you get to that 9th inning, you're good to go. To me, it's a little bit of a concern. Cade gets a long leash here.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of opportunity, but if he doesn't get it together, they have some issues to deal with. They have some issues. That said, Eric Zabrowski's been really good.
Zabrowski has been good, hasn't he?
If you had to,
when they challenged that one pitch yesterday, I was like, yeah,
if you had to, he could be your closer.
I'm not arguing with that. You could kind of smell that the first series of the season, couldn't you?
Dano, your closer's been giving up runs.
Not concerned. It's been cold. Those guys aren't
That's
totally
supposed to benefit the pitcher over the hitter.
Yeah, those guys are. It's cold. Give him a little bit. Give him some leash. He's been nails for 2 years. Let's see. Again, if we're having this conversation in May,
okay.
Yeah, I'm in the medium range. I know you didn't ask me, but that's all right. It's kind
teriyaki.
No, it's a sweet Louis. It's just into the medium. It's like two shades into the medium.
That's fabulous.
Yes.
Well, stay tuned. We'll talk a little more Guardians later on in the show. Mike Dorsey from the Sporting News. NCAA basketball could have a really good game tonight because, oh my gosh, you didn't have good games earlier, did you?
When there's news that affects
clinch a spot in the Calder Cup playoffs. Be sure to catch the NCAA National Championship game, UConn and Michigan. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Fingers crossed that we have a good NCAA championship game tonight. Looking forward to it. Could be terrific. Hope it is. You have UConn, Dan Hurley and his crew going up against Dusty May and the Michigan Wolverines. Gentleman who's going to talk all about it with us joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the senior writer for the Sporting News. He has been covering college basketball forever. The fact that he's a Pittsburgh guy will not come into play on this show today. He's Mike Dorsey. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We are well. We are well. Congratulations on growing up during the decade, the City of Champions decade. I understand that. We're proud of you.
We are?
Well,
Wait,
Well,
we are proud?
why not?
I don't know.
We wish we had a decade of championships, don't we?
We were worried about one for the thumb other than hitchhiking. Come on, man.
Mike, thanks for your time today. We appreciate it.
Oh, happy to do it, guys.
UConn, Michigan. If you looked at the tournament going into it, that's a likely championship matchup. Different paths to get there, though. UConn's had some. The game against Duke's an all-time great, and Michigan has just been blowing people away. What's your thought heading into this one tonight?
Well, I looked at UConn's march, and I don't know that anybody has ever gotten to this stage of the tournament playing worse than they have. I'm not talking about the tournament necessarily, just the tournament. I'm talking about going to Marquette and losing to an 11-win team on the final day of the regular season, or getting to the Big East tournament final and getting blown off the floor by 20 points against a team that you'd played twice before and beaten once handily and been beaten badly the other. And then playing not great against Michigan State, but making sure that Michigan State played even worse than you did, and then falling down by 19 points, I think it was. Or was it? There are so many comebacks now. Was it 15 against Duke? Whichever it was.
It was 19 against Duke, yeah.
So, and then coming back and really only playing well in that game for about 4 minutes or so. And now they played fantastic on Saturday night, so they had to get at least some great basketball out there in order to win to this level. But it's an amazing achievement for them to be here, to have found a way to continue to survive. I guess when they do the film of this team, if they win tonight, it'll be called Survive and Advance 2, the sequel to 1983 NC State, because that's what they've done. They have found a way to continue to play. And tonight, they're going to have to be better than they've been to date. They were terrific on Saturday, but they'll have to be even better tonight. But one of the things that they've done really well is they have understood their opponent at a level that others in this tournament haven't always. Arizona's game plan for Saturday night against Michigan was really poor, and it was executed at a lower level than that. If you watched two tapes of Michigan this year, you saw the Duke game, where Duke played a half-court game and dragged Michigan down into the 50s, said, "You're not running." And you saw that Michigan's offense got really stagnant. They didn't have any answers for that. And so Arizona's choice was to say, "Now we'll run with you." After seeing the Tennessee game in the Elite Eight, I wouldn't run with them in any case. There would be nothing that would convince me to do that. But Arizona tried, and they got blown off the floor.
Yeah, when people are saying, "Is this the best Michigan team ever?" It's hard not to argue that. Man, they look so good, so good. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if they win tonight, they easily are the best team ever. Probably not the most talented. I mean, then you can have the debate between the '89 team that had Glenn Rice and Terry Mills and Sean Higgins, at that group, and of course the Fab Five with three terrific pros in Howard, Weber, and Jalen Rose, and Jimmy King was a really solid college player as well. So you could have that debate they're probably more talented than this group is. But this team will have had the best season that Michigan's ever had by far. I mean, the '89 team was a 3 seed. Of course the Fab Five second team was a 1 seed, but wasn't able to get it done in the end. So to go 19-1 in the Big Ten, I think if they win tonight, they'll be 37-3. It's already a school record for victories now, but without that last one, it's going to feel a teeny bit empty.
Good point.
Mike Dorsey joining us from the Sporting News. Are you surprised that Duke ended up with the finish that Duke had, losing to UConn and blowing that big lead?
Well, shocked at how it was blown, of course, but I knew it was coming sooner or later. It's interesting. I wrote a column after that game pointing out that Duke has been trying to, in so many words, get by at point guard for more than a decade. They've had 2 point guards, more than one season, but 3 point guards have led the team in assists. I apologize. 2 point guards have led the Duke Blue Devils in assists a total of 3 times since they won their last championship. So 2016 on, they've had 2 point guards lead the team in assists 3 times. And every other year it's been, okay, which power forward can we run the offense through? And obviously they have great choices, Cameron Boozer, Cooper Flagg, and they're tremendous talents. But teams function better when power forwards can be power forwards and point guards are point guards. And Duke has been trying to get by without that, and it has cost them every single time. They have not won a championship without having a point guard who, even when they moved John Shire to point guard in 2010, he became a point guard. Now, it wasn't a natural position for him, and there were things that some point guards do that he didn't do, but he ran the offense and he led the team in assists, and they won the championship over Butler. They failed at the Final Four stage last year because the guy who was their converted point guard couldn't inbound the ball against Houston, and because they couldn't manufacture enough points down the stretch to protect a lead that had once been at double digits late in the game. They failed this year because Cameron Boozer was trying to run the offense with 1:20 left. Cameron's a fabulous player and didn't have very many bad moments, but the ball just fell out of his hands. I mean, when did you ever see that happen to Chris Paul when he was in college, or Raymond Felton or someone like that? It just doesn't happen. But it happened there because it's not where he's supposed to be in a perfect basketball world.
Kind of, if you can, grade the tournament as a whole. I mean, viewership's been through the roof on this one. We sit around and we talk about, well, I don't like NIL, I don't like this, I don't like that. Meanwhile, people are watching. I mean, the highest number since 1993.
I think it's been tremendous, and I know that people complain about the lack of Cinderella and all that, but there wasn't that much Cinderella 30 years. It's really interesting, the dichotomy. Like 30, 35 years ago, when I really started getting into this, my first college basketball beat was 86, 87. And, 87, 88 was my first college basketball beat. So that was my first Final Four, and now I'm on number 36. And so back then, like, nobody worried about Cinderella. Like, it existed. I mean, like, we saw back, I think it was maybe 2 years before that, we saw Cleveland State take out Indiana and Bob Knight, and what a consequential game that was, and the late Kevin Mackey, and what an amazing occasion that was. But nobody expected Cleveland State to make a run to the Elite Eight or anything. It was like, hey, wow, thanks for the great moment, and that was really cool, and we'll always remember you. And that was it.
Right.
But now they're like, if they're not in the Elite Eight, everybody's mad. So it was the golden age of college basketball back in the 80s, early 90s, and now they're mad because we're back to having another golden age where the teams at the top are really good and they're very talented because there's not a race to get to the NBA or a race to get to the G League for, gosh, what was like 100 players a year were filing for early entry with basically no chance to get to the NBA. They're very unlikely they would be drafted, but they weren't making any money in college or very little, and they felt like they had to go. Now we literally have guys suing to play another year because being in college is lucrative, and additive to their careers and educations and all the rest of that. I don't know how this is not a good thing. I don't love 4 or 5 transfers for player. I don't think anybody does. But then again, I don't love the fact that colleges don't enforce their coaching contracts either. So Jay Billis made a great point on ESPN this week about how hypocritical that is, that a coach can go from one program to the next in 3 years and nobody complains about it, except maybe the teams left behind. But when players do it, we need to go to Congress or the president or whoever to get it fixed, to save college sports. College sports doesn't need saving, except from the concept of a 76 NCAA tournament. That many teams in the tournament, please, can we have the president issue an executive order freezing it at 68? Is that possible?
That's funny. Mike Dorsey joining us from the Sporting News. I think there's been a subplot during the whole tournament that I find fascinating, and that is that a lot of really good coaches at really good schools are turning down the opportunity to go to North Carolina. What's going on in college basketball that all of a sudden, like Dusty May, I'm good at Michigan, terrific school. Nate Oates, I'm great at Alabama. Now they're paying him like absolute crazy. Tommy Lloyd not going from Arizona. And there sits North Carolina, maybe the most historic program outside of UCLA in college basketball, and they can't get the guy they want.
Well, there are a couple things that work there. Really, this has been in place now for the better part of, now almost 2 decades, if you think about it. You think back to when Billy Donovan broke through with the championship at Florida after a really great start, a Final Four in 2000, some really terrific teams in the early part of that decade. And then he breaks through with the championship in 2006, thinks about going, I think it was the Magic at the time. I think he even took the job and then decides against it. And then Kentucky came open after he won the second in around 2008 or so, after they decided to move on from Tubby Smith. And there were a lot of people at Kentucky thought he was going to come. And it's like, well, why would he? If you can win it at Florida and you don't have to move your family and you're not unhappy there, and he had a great relationship with his boss, and they had all that football money, so that was never going to be an issue. There's this idea that some coaches need to be at a basketball school. I don't know any of those coaches really anymore. If it helps you win, like when Bill Self went from Illinois to Kansas, he felt it was going to help him win, and ultimately he was correct. He's won 2 championships. But if you can win the championship at Michigan or Florida or wherever, why do you need to be at Carolina? So when those jobs open, 2 years ago, Kentucky was open. And every article that you read said Dan Hurley or Nate Oates or Scott Drew. And I said, it's going to be Mark Pope. And I got reamed from one end of the Commonwealth to the other for daring to suggest that they would not get one of the heavyweight big names. And it wound up like 4 days later after I wrote my column and got reamed that it was going to be Mark Pope. And then last Monday or Tuesday, the Field of 68 guys, or maybe it was Wednesday, were talking on their podcast about whether Tommy Lloyd would go and was Arizona a better job than Carolina or vice versa. And I just did a retweet on their post and said, he's not leaving Arizona. And so then when I got a bunch of heck from Carolina fans, I thought, well, I'm going to follow up with a column on this because I know it'll do well, and I know it's true. He's not leaving. And so I did. And I had people even in the industry saying, he doesn't really get along with the AD. And I'm like, here's the thing. If the AD doesn't somehow find a way or the president doesn't somehow find a way to keep a Final Four coach, they're probably not long for their job.
Yeah.
And so by, Friday afternoon, he's saying it's just not that hard to figure. You have to find the coach that is on a level down. A very good coach or you want a great coach that's a level down. So there's a lot of levels down from Carolina, but they're not the big state schools with great football money, with great television contracts like you have in the SEC and Big Ten now. Those aren't the level down. Now, Billy Donovan may be an exception because the NBA thing has been running for a while and it hasn't really gotten to the finish line, and so maybe he wants to go try something different again. because college is not like it was when he left. Everybody's paying, so he's on equal footing. Back then, he was frustrated with things that were not going right in other places, not within the line, so to speak. And he just felt like he was done with that. And now there are no lines, so everybody's doing what they do. And he could be at or near the top of that with what Carolina's commitment to basketball is.
Mike, I need a one-word answer. Connecticut, Michigan.
Okay. I'm going to go Michigan.
All right, buddy.
I said 4 words there, so I apologize.
That's all right.
That's all right.
Thank you for your time. Great insight into everything that's going on in college
Thanks.
basketball.
Hey, enjoy the draft. Pittsburgh's got something going for it there, so enjoy it. Have
it'll
fun
be
with
interesting. Yes. Thanks.
Mike, thank you. Mike Dorsey, Sporting News, and he takes Michigan. I do too. Andy, you do too?
Yeah.
Dan?
Sorry, I hate to say it.
He joined us on the Make It Right, Call Color Right hotline. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, Browns, next.
This is a
tomorrow night, expected to be around 30. Be sure to catch the NCAA National Championship game, UConn against Michigan. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
It's gone a little under the radar with the start of baseball and the NCAA tournament and everything else going on. But the Browns are going to be on the field tomorrow. How about that?
Who do they play?
Well, or they might be inside because it's going to be really cold.
Oh, they're playing indoor now.
It's the start of the voluntary off-season program.
Voluntary. That's so funny.
Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He writes all about the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram. You can read his work on brownzone.com. He's our buddy Scott Petrak. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Scotty.
What's going on, guys?
Is it voluntary for you to cover voluntary workouts?
It is not mandatory.
Darn. Well, I'm glad because I want to read your stuff.
Appreciate it.
So that means everybody but Miles, right?
Now, you know what? It'll be interesting. I mean, they don't even expect Miles to be there, but, you know, I think there'll be good attendance. There was with Kevin Stefanski. I don't see why that would change. With Todd Monken, it's a young team. You know, I'm sure some of the veterans won't be there every day. Maybe they'll be there day one. But, you know, the first couple of weeks, you can't even get on the field. It's just meetings and then strength and conditioning stuff. So, you know, if you've been in the league a long time, yeah, I'm sure I know there's benefit to seeing the playbook and the new playbook and meeting the new coordinators. So I'm sure they'd love to have as many guys as possible there, and I think they'll have good attendance.
All right. So Todd has said all quarterback reps are not created equally, basically. How do you see him going into this? You know, and once they are finally able to get out there, it'll be a couple of weeks. But
yeah, I think. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm just real curious. It's like, well, he must have something in mind, or he wouldn't have actually vocalized it that strongly.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's going to be flexible. You know, like when you sort through his answers about the quarterback reps, he doesn't commit to anything. Doesn't commit to anybody. Doesn't commit to anything except that he's not going to focus on dividing them equally. So that's his stance, right? That we're not going to get caught up in, okay, Shadur gets 8 snaps with the ones and Deshaun gets 8 snaps with the ones. And I think that's interesting because that's something from a coverage standpoint we do tend to focus on. Yeah. Okay, who's getting them and why are they getting them and is it fair? And I think, or it certainly sounds that way with Monken, that's not his main objective, is to keep it fair. And not that everybody's not competing and not that they're not evaluating everybody fairly, but he thinks it hurts particularly the development of at least one of the quarterbacks if you're so caught up in trying to divide the reps equally. So I think that's interesting. It's going to be, we still need to see how it plays out. And, you know, we're not there for every offseason practice. We're there for some of the OTAs and then all the minicamp. But, you know, he said one day it could be Shadur getting a bunch of the ones, and then the next day it could be Deshaun and even Dylan Gabriel, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of flexibility involved, but I don't think he's going to get caught up in trying to say everybody gets the same with this group and that group. It's going to be evaluating more what guys do with their given reps. And if that means Shadur gets the ones for a week and Watson gets the twos for a week, so be it. And then if Monken feels like, okay, it's time to switch it up, then he will. But it feels like a different approach. And again, we haven't even seen one snap on the field, but it feels like the approach is going to be different than a lot of the competitions we've seen in the past.
Scott, do you think he'll have a clear-cut number one guy going into training camp? I mean, is it? Yeah. I mean, it seems really quick to, you know, try to evaluate it during a voluntary and then regular OTAs, and it just seems like I don't know how this thing works.
Well, yeah, I think that's an interesting question, Andy. And he's made it clear that he would love to have that guy, right? He said at the Combine, he said it again at the owners' meetings, and I understand that because when you get to training camp, and we heard Joe Flacco talk about it last year, when he wasn't getting those first-team reps, is how valuable you think they are. And especially if Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starter week one, then right, he's a guy in year two. You want to get him as many reps in a new offense. He's going to have new people around him. You want to get him as many reps as possible with that starting unit. So I understand him, Todd Monken, wanting to get to that point. But you're right, and he admits it, that there's not a lot of on-field stuff that they're going to see. So the evaluation is going to include meetings, and it's going to include everything, the grasp of the playbook. But I think he's going to have a day one QB1 when training camp starts in July. But I also think in the back of his mind that, and I'm assuming that's going to be Shedeur Sanders, just because I think that makes the most sense. Right. But then in the back of Todd Monken's mind is, all right, if Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody as the week one starter, day one of training camp, but I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shedeur, is getting maybe all the first-team reps, but at least the majority of the first-team reps.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. I agree with what you just said. It makes more sense for Shedeur to be that guy, and I would think Shedeur is going to be that guy. But to me, that means two things. I would think he actually has to beat out Deshaun, and I actually have a hard time picturing Deshaun Watson healthy, standing on the sideline holding a clipboard.
That's interesting, Jeff. The beat out part, you start there. I get what you're saying, that he's going to have to beat him out now.
Or at least be as good as.
Right. Again, we've seen it in the past. You can, I don't know if rig is the right word, but you can kind of rig the quarterback competition.
Yes.
Right? If you want a guy to win it and he's getting all the ones, then you say, hey, well, he's getting all the first-team reps. But the players know what they see and the coaches know what they see, and if Deshaun Watson's throwing it great and Sanders is struggling, and they have not dismissed Watson, and I'm not dismissing him. I just think it makes more sense for Sanders to be the guy when you're talking about the future standpoint. Obviously, Watson's in the last year of his contract. It would take something spectacular for him to be or beyond 2026, so why commit to him as your starter, right? There's all kinds of reasons why I think the organization's better off if it's Sanders. But, yeah, he's going to have to play well enough to convince Monken that he can win games and convince the rest of the team that, yeah, this is the right guy to be the starter. And then I get what you're saying about Watson standing there healthy, but what's the alternative, right? He's not going anywhere else. They can't trade him. They're not going to cut him. So, he could be the most expensive backup quarterback maybe in the history of football, but that's where they are, right? He has to be on the roster because he's making $46 million in cash this year. But what does he do for you long term? And can you count on him to be healthy? And if he's healthy, can you count on him to play well? And the answer is no, given his time in Cleveland, right? So there's a lot of weird stuff we could see, but that could be one of them where Watson's a play away and he's your veteran, your veteran backup, your veteran safety valve, your plan B if Sanders gets hurt or Sanders struggles.
How important is this for Todd Monken? I mean, this is the first time rallying the troops together and for setting the stage on what he wants moving forward. I mean, we've seen so many coaches come in here on their first time, and how does he set the stage for what Todd Monken, the head coach, is going to be like moving forward?
Yeah, I do think it's important. Andy, it's his first time in front of the group. It's his first time meeting a lot of the guys or talking to them face to face for sure. I think that's important, and I think it's important every year. And I used to ask Kevin Stefanski this, and he would downplay it. But I think it's particularly important when it's the new coach. I think every year is important. The first meeting, you set a tone, but especially when it's your first time as an NFL head coach, it's your first time with this group of guys as the head coach. I do think that's important. And, I know he's going to be super excited because it's a dream come true for Monken. So I think that'll come across. I think he'll set the tone he wants to set, and he'll be honest because that's who he is, and he's going to be, straightforward and blunt. And we'll see how the guys react to that. I think they love it early. We'll see if the honesty, when you lose a couple games and he's ripping you if that honesty still plays well. But I do think it's important, and I think Todd Monken's probably really excited about getting these guys in the building for the first time.
I would assume Joel Bitonio doesn't show up, and we're wondering if Joel shows up at all. What do you think? And are you surprised that we're sitting here in early April and he still hasn't announced something?
Well, there's no way he shows up because he's not under contract. So he better not be there, because then I think they'd have something to talk about. You know what, Jeff? If you had asked me in January if I thought we'd have a decision by, let's say, April 6th, I would have thought yes. Right? It feels like that's a long time. 3 months after the season, I would think Joel would have announced something. The longer we got into this, and even at the beginning for agency, right, where they had the decision and the contract voided and they took the big salary cap hit, then you knew it was a nebulous time frame. So, I don't think this is going to stretch out forever. But if it takes Joel another 2, 3, 4 weeks to make an announcement one way or the other, I think the Browns are willing to accept that. I think there's no real timetable on Joel, and whether he retires or plays, and I think I would predict retirement. But if he decides to come back, and if it's play here or play somewhere else, he's not a guy that needs to be there April 7th, right? He could show up for veteran minicamp or even the first day of training camp, and assuming his body's fine, he'd be okay to play.
We will be following your coverage as the Browns show up for voluntary workouts starting tomorrow. Can't wait. And thanks, buddy. As always, we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Phil.
Scott Petrak joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. A lot of talk there about quarterback reps. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders.
Dan?
It's another name that popped up over the weekend, popped up on a national website, then popped up on our air. We're going to hear about that next on Baskin and Phelps.
tomorrow night's game with Kansas City has been moved up from 6:10 to 1:10 in the afternoon. The reason, expected frigid temperatures. Game time temps tomorrow night expected to be around 30. Men's national championship game taking place tonight at Indianapolis. UConn will take on Michigan. Be sure to catch the game right here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
I think he's going to have a day one QB1 when training camp starts in July. But I also think in the back of his mind that, and I'm assuming that's going to be Shedeur Sanders, just because I think that makes the most sense.
Right.
But then in the back of Todd Monken's mind is, all right, if Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody is the week one starter, day one of training camp. But I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shedeur, is getting maybe all the first team reps, but at least the majority of the first team reps.
That was Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, just a few moments ago here on Baskin and Phelps, talking about what happens as the Browns open voluntary minicamp. And they'll be doing strength and conditioning and all that good stuff, and then eventually get out there and do some actual football stuff. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin.
Mm-hmm.
His thought, he thinks Shedeur Sanders. And then Shedeur gets most of the number one reps. I get that, Andy, but I just keep having that thought in my mind that a healthy Deshaun Watson could easily be better than Shedeur Sanders in year number 2.
Mm-hmm. I disagree with that thought or the notion, because I've thought the same thing. I feel like I'm running on a treadmill for this, but if Shedeur is the man, then just say it. Say it as soon as you can, because I still think he needs the confidence of knowing that his head coach believes in him enough to hand him the ball to start the season off. History tells me that if Watson is healthy, and that is the key to the entire conversation.
Yes, it is.
Watson should be able to go out there and win the competition without even blinking an eye if he's healthy and playing at maximum capacity. He's had so much time off.
If he's playing at 80% capacity, and I'm thinking 80% of what we saw a long time ago before he ever came here, if he's 80% of that, I would assume he's able to beat out Shedeur Sanders. And that's not about Shedeur, but that's how good Deshaun was at one point.
And you would think that to Todd Monken that would be crystal clear.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that.
He'll know.
Especially knowing that, and we say this all the time when someone's in a contract year, but Deshaun's playing for another season if he wants to keep playing or not. And so he should be motivated to want to be at peak performance, making peak decisions when he gets out on the field, although we're not going to know until they actually play a game. You would think that Watson should be able, if Watson's the guy that people want him to be, he should be able to just jump out right away and take the job. There shouldn't be any questions.
I would agree with that, but there are questions. But I agree with exactly what you said. I would think he's the guy. That said, it looks like, and it's my favorite line I've read in some time, Dan Lobby from the Plain Dealer saying, they are going to add somebody, right? Or are we really going to get the Deshaun Shedeur competition that they're threatening us with? Dan, I never cease to chuckle when I think or say that line. It's outstanding. That said, right now that's where you're sitting. Josh Edwards covers football for CBS Sports, and he went to Twitter the other day and wrote something about it, and he says, my guess is that Will Levis, who is in Tennessee, and of course, they have Cam Ward there now. They brought in Will as a second-round pick and then brought in Cam Ward. He said Will Levis is traded to the Packers, and Anthony Richardson is traded to the Browns. He did this the other day.
I don't know where that gets you. Again, I ask you, if Deshaun Watson is who we just said he could be, Why do you need to bring him in?
Well, I'll tell you why in a second, but interestingly enough, Josh Edwards was on with the guys over the weekend, Spencer German and Earl the Pearl. And this is what Josh Edwards had to say in regards to the quarterback situation and Anthony Richardson and talking to Spencer and Earl.
Ultimately think that Will Levis and Anthony Richardson will be moved before the draft because both of their teams have already made amends to that or signed a backup quarterback. I think the Browns are going to be in that conversation for those two players. I think, a team like the Packers who are trying to replace Malik Willis are going to be in that conversation. So I think it makes more sense if you're a team like the Browns who could get one of those former first-round picks with a day 3 pick somewhere, whether that's a 4th or a 5th round pick. You're talking about the same draft capital you would use on one of these potential rookies. That's a more worthwhile dart throw to me than going down the route of a Carson Beck or a Drew Aller.
I couldn't agree with him more.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I just think there's something to be said for experience. It's the right way to put it. And so if you wanted to bring in either one of those guys.
Richardson has some.
But we're talking about doing this instead of drafting a quarterback this year, which to me makes a lot of sense.
The idea of drafting a quarterback this year makes no sense to me. None.
Unless they do it early, Jeff. Then all of a sudden.
Well, that changes the dynamic. You don't expect that, do you? You're talking about Ty Simpson.
Jeff, I want to believe that they're not thinking about doing that. And I'm not. It's the Browns, Jeff. They will do what you do not expect them to do. And please be prepared for them to trade 6 out. Especially, I'm just saying this, and you can sit on this. Ohio State fans that might be sitting there where, there could be a really, really good Buckeye on the board, and the Browns go, see ya, and move back in the draft and let it slip through their hands, and then we get to sit back for the next few years and watch, perhaps, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want it to happen, but a very, very good Ohio State player go somewhere else because the Browns decided to trade back.
Here's why, and I've been intrigued by Anthony Richardson for some time. This is the reason. He's still younger than Gabriel and Sanders. That's not going to change, by the way. When you're younger, you usually stay that way.
It's interesting how that works. Unless they're
he was
in a multiverse.
At one point, he was so highly thought of that he was a top 5 pick. And he has the physical skills and the physical build and the arm and the running ability that if I'm Todd Monken, I want to get my hands on that guy. And I want to see if I can be the guy to do it.
You're not going to like me.
Hold on. And he doesn't have to do it this year. That's the catch to me. He doesn't have to come in here and be the guy. Tell me you're going to get somebody in the 2027 draft who has the physical gifts that Anthony Richardson has. And, maybe you could. That'd be wonderful. And if that's because this is certainly looking like a 2027 we're getting a quarterback thing. Unless Shador happens to pop and is great. That's why I would go. I would swap. Get Anthony Richardson in a 7th for a 6th.
Okay, here's
and if you could do that for a guy who was a top 5 pick, Andy, why wouldn't you? At least give it a look.
Based on your argument, though, that you and not argument, just wisdom, that
or BS.
Yeah, you would. If I wanted to debate you on that, I would go back and say, well, there were a lot of people that thought Shador Sanders should have been one of the top 2 picks in the draft.
Well, he wasn't, though.
I know, but you're like, if you believe that he should have been in the top 5, let's just say top 5 of the draft, I'll be nice. And instead of a 5th round pick, because of extenuating circumstances that were outside of his control, if you believe that, if you were Todd Monken, wouldn't you also want to put that kind of effort and energy into said quarterback, right? Like, if you're going to use the logic of based on what he was coming out, that I don't think you can. I think you can.
You're making.
If that's the case, then I'm going with Shador. He's already here. It doesn't cost you anything, and I want to work with him too.
Richardson wouldn't cost you much at all.
No, I know that, but I'm also but what it does cost you is, and
Not reps, because you're not sharing them equally.
Well, it's a headache thing. It's like, okay.
Why would it be a headache? Talented football players, those aren't headaches. Those are helps.
I'm looking for a clear-cut answer. I'm so tired of being groggy about what the quarterback is or isn't. I want this team to stand behind a quarterback, and I want that quarterback to rise to the occasion and go out there and play. And I don't really have a lot of hope for this season, but you better believe a year from now, after the draft, that I hope we're in that position.
All I know is that of the 4 quarterbacks, the 3 that are here and Anthony Richardson, the one who intrigues me the most is Anthony Richardson. And I would love to see Todd Monken get his hands on this guy and see if he can coach him up. He turns 24 in May. I mean, young guy, did not play very well in Indianapolis, and, of course, checked himself out of the game. Okay? Young guy, blah, 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 whatever. I think taking a flyer on a guy like that, and the Colts gave him permission to try and seek a trade. Taking a flyer on a young guy like that makes all the sense in the world to me. And then your coaching staff can look at him, see what they think. If they don't like him, get rid of him. But I think he has much more physical talent than any of the quarterbacks who are here. Can Todd Monken coach him up and get him to be to the level that many folks thought he would be coming out of the draft? That's why I'd take a chance and see what you get, because it won't cost you very much. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
It's 1989. Cleveland Monsters back on the ice tonight, going to play host to the Rochester Americans. Monsters have won 2 in a row, and they've clinched a spot in the Calder Cup playoffs. Be sure to catch the NCAA National Championship game, UConn and Michigan. Coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps along with Andy Baskin. Coming up at 1 o'clock today, Bill Riley, the voice of the Utah Utes. Why are we talking to him? Because
offensive lineman, Jeff. They got him.
2 of them who have been sent to the Browns in so many mock drafts, it's ridiculous. Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu. And we'll be talking to Bill Riley about those 2 guys at 1 o'clock. We were just chatting, oddly enough, about quarterbacks. And our buddy Scott Petrak kind of feeling, this smells like Shedeur. And then Deshaun Watson is there. But Scott thinks best overall, it would probably be to go with Shedeur. And I best case scenario is that Shedeur shows he should win the job, and he does. And the way this is stacked right now, I would agree with that. I brought up Anthony Richardson after reports over the weekend, and you heard him right here on the Fan, talking about Anthony Richardson and the Browns as a destination for him. And I do think that's interesting. Josh Edwards from CBS is the guy who said it, and he wrote it for CBS, and he said it here on our air, and we heard that a little bit ago. He also mentioned Will Levis. And Will Levis was maybe going to be the answer in Tennessee, and went down and didn't do a phenomenal job, and then they stunk, and then they got the number 1 pick, and they took Cam Ward. Dan's laughing.
Can we just point out the wording of didn't do a phenomenal job and Will Levis? That was so kind, it was ridiculous.
I'm not going to say anybody stunk. When a guy is 28, 29 years old and stinks, well, you can go ahead and say he stinks.
That's like when you go to your kid's 2nd grade art show and your wife and you look at each other and go, well, that was
something.
Nice.
That finger painting was awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
That really looks like it happened.
Those primary colors on the thumb are fantastic.
That's what that was.
Forgive me for not being a complete jackass all the time. Will was the first pick in the 2nd round back in the 2023 draft, and they thought they had something there. And he's not been real good, but you could make the argument, Andy, that he is a guy who could come in and be your starting quarterback, either here or elsewhere. And remember, in 2024. He was okay. He had improved over his rookie season. He completed 63% of his passes, threw 13 touchdowns, 12 picks, just over 2,000 yards in 12 games. Titans were lousy. They were 2-10, which led them to Cam Ward. And I wonder, had they not been lousy and been the team sitting there for Cam Ward, would Will Levis still be their starting quarterback? They brought in Mitch Trubisky as their backup this year, which is why Will Levis is available. And I just wonder, Dan, even you, Dan, would have to agree with this. He's had more success in his NFL career than Anthony Richardson. Well, see, here's
what are we doing?
Here's what we're doing.
What is this?
What we're doing is this.
We're praying that his shoulder was the problem in 24.
You're going to bring in a guy who puts mayonnaise in his coffee and hand him the keys to the franchise?
What we're going to do is this.
If he puts mayonnaise in his coffee and is proud of it.
What we're going to do is this. We're going to talk about options because the ones who are here don't float my boat real well. Shedeur, crapshoot. Okay, fine. Deshaun Watson, crapshoot at this point. Okay, fine. Dylan Gabriel, double crapshoot. Okay? That said,
Spalding
not
Smale.
here.
I was going to say, this sounds like Spalding Smales up the fairway.
That said, this just completely looks like a situation where the Browns are going to make do at quarterback. and go into the 2027 draft and draft a quarterback.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
And that's okay.
Let me finish this.
But what if you could bring in a guy like Richardson or Will Levis, give him to the quarterback whisperer Todd Monken, and see what he can do?
Jeff, you'll have nothing and like it.
Did you have to look that line up?
No, I knew the line. I didn't have to look it up. Jerk.
Except what you're doing is you're not even ordering out of the concession stand. You're digging in the garbage can next to it.
Well, you know why?
No, I want a hamburger.
You know why?
No, I want a cheeseburger.
Is he going to eat it?
Just take
Is he going to eat it? How much
$50
he
he eats it.
$20.
50.
50?
Says
Is it 50?
he eats it.
I trust you.
Is it 50?
Yes, 50 says he eats it. That was a lot of money back then.
Yeah, I was going to say, damn, in the 70s.
They're going to go
that's
big
an
time
enough-
for that.
kidding.
It was in the 80s.
I mean, it was Brian Doyle Murray, too. It wasn't even Bill.
Yeah, good point.
I didn't have to look that up either, Jeff.
I just
Would've been 60 bucks
just
if
make
it was Bill.
I just make this point. Can you tell me that Shador or Deshaun Watson would be better this year and beyond than Will Levis?
I'm going Bobby Knight on you. Hang on, I got a bottle. If you're watching on YouTube,
Can you tell me that they'll be better than Anthony Richardson? That's my only point.
No, but just eat your Spam.
I'm not.
I don't understand why you're trying to eat something else besides the Spam that you've been served.
I think you're
Eat
trying
your
to
Spam.
force
I
a
haven't
free
had
agent
Spam
on
in
us.
a long time.
Fantastic with eggs. Eat your Spam.
I haven't had it in a long
I don't
time.
know
Really
why
salty.
you're trying to find
Oh my
something else
God.
besides
I
what's
feel
here
like
that's
I'm-
not better than what's here. Just accept what's in front of you. Eat your Spam.
Hi, take this lump of mediocrity here. Keep your fingers crossed that Todd can coach that up. I would just like to add another piece to the mediocrity and see if Todd can get something out of that.
Eat your Spam. Just eat it.
Jeff, you can put cheese on that thing and it's not filet mignon.
Darn right.
Okay.
You're not saving this. There's nothing you are going to throw out right now that
You
is
might
going
as well.
to save the quarterback situation of the Cleveland Browns.
Are you
Just put Velveeta
satisfied?
on, you're good to go.
Are you satisfied with the 3 question marks that are here? The Browns just might be, and that's okay.
No,
Yeah, because
but everything else is a question mark too. This isn't. There's nothing. There's no
but it's the most
clarity.
important position in sports, and they're sitting there thinking, Deshaun hasn't played in 17 years, but by golly, that surgically repaired shoulder might be okay.
How about
Watch out
this
for
one?
that Achilles.
How about
There-
this one, Jeff? Hey, maybe we're going to suck this year, and that might not be the worst thing ever because we might get another quarterback next year in the draft.
You know, Andy, I get that, except for this. You ready? They keep telling us they want to win games.
Well,
That's
they better.
lovely.
They're trying to sell tickets.
Yeah,
They keep telling us they want to win games.
that's lovely. I keep telling you I want to lose weight, yet here I am.
You keep telling us you're going to win the lottery and split the cash with us, but
Yeah,
at
here
least
you
give
are.
us a
I'm
little
not
bit.
splitting anything.
Because we'll know when you
If I
win it.
win the biggie, you each get $1 million.
All right, cool.
We'll know when Jeff
After
wins
taxes.
because we'll never see him again.
Wait, do we have to pay tax on
No,
that too? then?
you get $1.5 million, and then you can pay tax.
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know.
I'm just
I can't
saying,
worry about
guys.
those tax problems.
I keep looking at the guys who are here, and I keep thinking, okay,
Stop looking.
that's what I just think. Okay, fine.
Jeff,
because
you're
all
bringing
they're-
up these other guys,
all they're
and I feel
telling-
the same way.
All they're telling me is that we're looking for our quarterback next year, or we're hoping to get really lucky with Shador, especially. Maybe Dylan Gabriel. I don't even think that anymore. And
Jeff,
and
it's a
maybe,
clean slate.
And
What-
maybe
there's no luck to
Deshaun.
it.
Maybe Deshaun. Well, Todd's not mentioned much about Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't count him in this. It's
No,
a two-guy race.
Gabriel thing doesn't make any sense right now.
No, it's a two-guy race.
The
And
only person it made sense to was Kevin.
If I could bring in Will Levis or especially Anthony Richardson, and dispatch Dylan Gabriel, I would feel better about the threesome at quarterback and think that maybe, just maybe, we have a guy who could be a good quarterback, and Richardson would be that guy more than Will Levis for me.
Excuse me, deckhand. Can you take that chair over there and move it to the starboard side of the Titanic? Thank you.
Jeff, you've been kidnapped by Kmart. Seriously. I mean, really, ask yourself in your heart there, Bette Midler, do you think any one of these guys is going to make a difference?
You're
I think
shopping at
Anthony-
a Kmart with
I think
burnt out
Anthony-
blue light bulbs.
But I got to tell you, Bette Midler did look good after hitting the treadmill there for a couple weeks in Ruthless People.
She was great on Seinfeld.
Oh. Danny DeVito was awesome in that movie.
Yes, he was.
He was so good.
I honestly think Anthony Richardson still has an outside chance of becoming a pretty good NFL quarterback. And I would be willing to take a chance and give up. I don't even need to get your lousy 7th-round pick in return. I'll give you a 6th for him and bring him in. And if he's no good, okay, cost you a 6th-round pick that Andrew Berry wouldn't have got right anyway.
I don't know. He got his picks right last year, although he gave away But
he didn't have a 6th last year, though.
No, I know. But you know what he should do is just trade the 3rd-round pick for as long as he ever. Let's just say he thinks he's going to be here 10 more years. Just get to the 3-year mark. Every 3 years, just throw away that 3rd-round pick because he's been outstanding at that. I don't understand. They threw
you guys don't agree on the quarterback thing, though. I mean, wouldn't you rather have Wouldn't you rather have
Jeff,
Will Levis or Anthony Richardson than Dylan Gabriel as the 3rd quarterback here?
Okay, sure, yeah, yes,
and maybe
No, because it makes no difference.
Well, I think it does. I honestly think those two guys are developable.
Isn't Gabriel though too? I mean, you could
no,
say that.
I don't. You know why, Andy? Because I don't like 5'9" quarterbacks.
I know.
I just don't. I'm sorry. Dylan throws a nice ball and everything else. He's 5'10" on a good day, and give me Anthony Richardson at 6'5", 6'4", 244 pounds, and runs like a running back, and then runs you over like he's a linebacker. Give me that guy. Give me that guy. Give me Will Levis at 6'4", like 240, 230, who can throw. Give me those guys. I don't need the little guy. I didn't need him when they drafted him. We've talked about Dylan because he was the 3rd-round pick, and they obviously liked him better than Shedeur at the time. Whether the new coaching staff does or not, who knows? Whether the guy who drafted them likes Shedeur better, who knows? All I know is, man, if you're going to give me a choice, I'm getting rid of Dylan, and I'm going to bring in Anthony Richardson or Will Levis and let those guys compete. And maybe they beat the snot out of Shedeur and Deshaun Watson in a competition. And then you might have your starting quarterback and not have to draft one in the 2027 draft. On that note.
And if that happens, Andy and I will begin drinking our coffee with mayonnaise in it.
I'll never do that. I don't care. I can't do that. That's just gross.
Bill Riley is the voice of the Utah Utes.
I mean, I don't even want a 1% chance.
The Browns could be drafting one of his offensive linemen to protect whoever it is they decide is going to play quarterback for this year and this year only. Bill's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Anxious for that. The Cavaliers last night won a game that, okay, you should win, but it scared me for a couple of reasons. Cavs next on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Yes, you heard Meredith correctly. The Cavs are playing the Memphis Grizzlies while the NCAA tournament's championship game's going on. I'm Jeff Phelps. This is the generous Andy Baskin.
All right, here we go, kids. Free out those lines. Here we go. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the third caller. That's caller number 1, caller number 2, caller number 3. We are going with caller number 3. You got to do it right now at 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092 to be named a GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft, April 6th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event, all under the control of Daryl Ryder. Put your faith in Daryl Ryder. Right, yes, that's very, very scary. Again, I cannot be any more crystal clear. Caller number 3 right now at 216-474-0092. I don't know if you remember, just a few days ago, this show has been very blessed in handing out some pretty good teams. The bowl is sitting in front of me.
It's a blessing.
Greg, who was listening to the show, got the 6th pick overall with the Browns. Greg got a Bay Village, so congratulations to you. So many picks are out there still. I'm looking at the bowl.
That's the idea.
Yes.
Shall we bring in somebody?
We shall.
Caller number 3 is Tim in Elyria. Tim, welcome.
I am currently shaking up the bowl for you there, my man.
Here we go.
How you doing? How you doing today?
Good. How
We're
you
doing
been?
well.
You good? Life good? Life good? All right.
Okay, here you go, Tim. Andy has your pick.
I have it.
And it is
the Saints, number 8. 8th pick in the draft.
That could be an active pick, Tim.
You might be able to trade that bad boy.
If you wanted to.
If you wanted to.
Yeah, you can pull all that off.
I'll think about it.
All right.
Bring the beignets.
Well, give it some thought. Start your studying and enjoy the evening. All right, Tim? I'm going to put you on hold. Don't hang up. We'll get all your information.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, Tim. Tim and Elyria gets the Saints.
Wow.
You know, they've been a team that they've talked about with Jeremiah Love at running back, but they just signed Travis Etienne. So I wonder if that takes him out of the Jeremiah Love business. I would think it would. But, boy, if Washington doesn't take Jeremiah Love, you might see teams calling the Saints like crazy.
Can I be honest? If you're in a mock draft, aren't you just taking the best player available?
If I'm in a mock draft, I'm taking extras on the spread. And I don't mean points.
Like extra wings?
Spread.
Yeah,
I'm getting up and getting more pizza or wings or whatever else they're going to have.
Do we know what's in game? I mean, I'm sure Game On has some outstanding food right there on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. I wonder what I'm going to look at their menu here in the break.
I mean, I'm assuming you go down the line and get treated well.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to cheat you in any way.
Heck yeah.
I got a feeling you're going to have some kind of nacho spread. My guess would be a mix of a mozzarella stick, possibly a jalapeno popper, something along those lines as well. Some chicken
What are
wings.
you, Rocco?
Treat you right. Oh, yeah, jalapeno popper. That's big city living right there.
Well, you're talking like Rocco. It's great.
Yeah, you are. You
I like it.
Wow, their patio's outstanding. I'm watching.
Well, I hope it's warmer.
I'm watching this. Oh, no, maybe I doubt they'll
Hope it's warmer that day. Cavs are playing tonight. They start at 8 o'clock against Memphis, 8:50 for UConn against Michigan. So, by golly, if all goes well, the Cavs will kick their you-know-whats in the first half, and then you can go and flip over and watch the game.
Dude, I'm looking at their menu
game.
is outstanding. Wow. You shouldn't have done this to me.
Whose menu, UConn's or Michigan's?
No, Game On, where they're having the buffet.
Nice.
Wow.
So don't worry about a trade. Just go, don't eat all day.
I'd get in there, I'd pick my best friend or something like that and get back to the buffet. Yeah, I'll take Dan Mennigan with the first pick. Oh, man. Now I'm hungry.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm just saying their menu looks pretty good.
Well, you know why? Because it is.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be going out there and having the mock draft otherwise.
That is a good point.
Thank you.
April 16th. Maybe we should. Oh, can we all go? Can we just go?
I think that would be delightful.
Can we watch the mock draft?
You'll have a great time.
You allowed to?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Last night, Cavaliers beating the Indiana Pacers 117-108. Okay, what does that mean? It means nothing as far as getting a win or a loss because you assumed you're going to beat an 18-60 Indiana Pacer team that is playing for next year.
It's true.
They lost Tyrese Halliburton, and they decided, let's trade away other pieces and blah 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 blah. Get it? No problem. Cavs had to come back in the fourth quarter to win it. Not a problem. Two things that I thought about last night's game in particular. To me, games where Donovan Mitchell and James Harden have to completely bail you out are games that I think, those are danger games if you're thinking ahead to the playoffs.
But you were missing 3 starters.
Hold on.
Okay.
That said, yes, you were missing 5 guys who would have played minutes for you. So you really didn't have any choice but for Donovan and James to bail you out. The only issue I've had here, and they can't control it, is, man, they just keep having guys out. They have 4 games to go. And I don't know if it's a problem or a concern, Andy, but I think the continuity issue is something that could be a factor when you get to the playoffs. They've had enough guys bouncing in and out of the lineup with injuries and rest and everything else. I think they should be fine. Shouldn't be an issue, but I hope it's not.
I got to throw last night's game out, Jeff. I just don't. I mean, you look at the lineup, and you have to say to yourself, okay, you said it. They were missing 5 guys last night.
Key guys.
You're missing 3 starters last night. Yesterday's game was just a game to get through the games, I guess. Let's just go.
Can we just get there? It was.
Can we get healthy? Can we just get healthy to the playoffs, and then we'll figure out what's next?
Has the lack of continuity bothered you much?
It just could it be a problem? I'm concerned that they haven't been together enough.
Yeah,
too. As long as the ball is moving, though, I think that's one thing we've learned in the NCAA tournament too, especially. Like, as long as the ball is moving, they're going to be in good shape. Like James Harden again yesterday, keeping the ball moving, especially late when it was kind of like, they're going to put this thing in overdrive, and then boom, he comes up with a big pass late in the game, and Brian ends up scoring it, and then he goes, we did the volume up, but I think I know what he was saying. So, it's a win.
He had a little extra juice last night going up against one of his former teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was pumped.
But, Andy, that's the type of game. That's why I would like to see more of Thomas Bryant because, again, I think this team lacks in size. And
he doesn't lack in energy, that's for sure.
No, and I like Thomas's game. Thomas can step out behind the three-point line and hit the shot, and he can be a real factor inside. He had a dunk last night that was fabulous. And I would love to see him get some more minutes myself. I don't know how Kenny figures all that out, but I do think that this team could use the size, especially when you get to the playoffs. I don't have a great feeling one way or the other if this playoff is going to be a great run for the Cavs or if it's going to be a very disappointing run for the Cavs.
How about Atlanta's won 4 in a row? That's the matchup in the first round right now, and you play them twice with 4 games to go. So
yeah, which means you'll be phoning those in, you would think. Right? You're not going to show them anything.
No. Who are you going to? I mean, you have 4 games left. Let's just get there. You got Memphis tonight, 8:00, and then Washington. You got 2 games against Atlanta here and there, and then Washington to close out the season. Is that a fan appreciation night? Do they hand out all the stuff that's left over?
Yeah.
Is it?
All the worn out shoes.
They're pretty good at end of the season.
Oh, they do. They blow it out.
Yeah, the Cavs are definitely. Yeah. Like I remember being a kid going to Indians games, and Fan Appreciation Day was the best because you might get something they didn't give away during one of the regular giveaways during the year. Perhaps a bat or a pencil.
A bat.
A pencil. What'd you get at Fan Appreciation Day? Program last year.
You have any gut feeling as to what this postseason's going to look like?
I have no idea, Jeff.
It's weird,
no
isn't it?
idea.
I don't either.
I think they're going to be better than I think they're going to be. As long as they're even healthy.
They could be really good.
I think they're going to be better I think they're going to be like, and I'm hoping that when Harden first got here, that's the Cavalier team I'm looking for. Move the ball, spread the wealth, get everybody involved. Let's move. We'll take it 2. We'll worry about threes later. We're not going to go desperation at the end of the game. That's what I want to see. It's pretty simple. It's an idiot's guide to watching the Cavaliers. How's that sound? When they're successful.
Can't argue.
You know, when the ball sticks or they start
Can't argue with
desperation threes, you know exactly what happens there.
You know, Atlanta could be a really tough matchup for them.
Keep saying that. It's good for ticket sales. Do you believe that?
What?
Atlanta's a team
matchup?
You know, I'm not going to. I did this last year.
Jalen Johnson's a stud.
I took Indiana for granted last year, so I'm very hesitant on just saying they should get by the first round. So I'll just say they should, by seeding alone. How's that sound? I'll say by seeding alone, they should get by the first round. Now we're talking about the second.
Yeah, but seeding
and
alone,
I hope
if you're 4 or 5.
You're 4. You're not 5, you're 4. Still means something.
Well, right now. No, I mean if it's a 4-5 series, that's what I mean. They're gonna finish at least 4th. I can't, you know. You're 4 games ahead of Atlanta right now. So that you're gonna finish at least there.
Yeah.
Question is, do you want to try and move up and be 3rd, or you want to stay right there at 4? Because you know, in theory, you could catch the Knicks, right? I mean, it's tight.
Yeah, I'll pass.
In other words, you're trying to avoid Boston.
Oh, you bet I am. For the first round, especially if I'm the head coach, whatever it takes, we are not passing the Knicks.
Okay. Anybody have a gut feeling about this playoff series? Whichever series it's going to be.
Against Atlanta?
I mean, we're assuming Atlanta. I think this Cavs team could be really, really, really good in the postseason.
I mean, how about Toronto dropping all the way back into the play-in? Right now, they're in the play-in.
Well, and they might stay there. You know, but do you want to play them either? Honestly, I think the East is wildly competitive, and it doesn't leave me with a good feeling about what could happen to our team. And I'm not doom and gloom. I need to see it because I don't really have a feeling for how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that can happen to the Cavs now with 4 games to go is they could overtake the Knicks, right? That's it. They can't.
216-474-0092. What's your gut telling you about this postseason, folks? It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration starts with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. Win a trip for 2, including round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and a pair of tickets to the show. Get registered to win this national contest now at 923thefan.com.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof,
Westwood One's coverage of tonight's championship game right here on 92.3 The Fan starting at 7 o'clock. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Four more games in the regular season for the Cavs, then bring on the playoffs.
Jeff, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan when you're not fighting with your smart speaker the way I do.
Which,
I'm still mad at my smart speaker.
I'm sure your smart speaker appreciates your concern.
And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. That's from 6 to 10. Our show from 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive with Nick. That's Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. From 2 to 7, that's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan. That's our YouTube channel, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Talking Cavaliers, 4 games to go in the regular season, then bring on the playoffs, and it's a playoffs that I don't have a gut feeling about. In theory, this team looks like it's solid at worst and really good at best. And really good could get you to the NBA Finals. Solid could get you knocked out in the first round because you'll be playing another solid team. Ryan's in Austin, Texas today. Hello, Rhino.
Hey, gentlemen, Meredith and gentlemen, how you guys doing? Hey, so darn, I just left no thumbs up yesterday. I should have stuck around. You guys are going to have that big draft in there. I digress. Darn it.
Well, it's at the draft. I mean, are you gone and you're not coming back till the draft?
No, I'm actually going to be in Pittsburgh for the draft, for the actual event. But you got the guy. Is it going to be today or when's it going to be the gathering?
That's on draft night.
Yes.
No. Rock on.
When is it?
Cool. Yeah. Very cool.
What's the date?
Hang on. I get it for you again.
Whenever it is. What's on your mind, Rhino?
It's April 16th. April 16th. 16th.
Rock on. Yeah. Maybe I'll come back then. Hey, I digress. Hey, I want to chime in obviously about the Cavs. You alluded to it, Jeff. Man, you nailed it. I don't know what this team has, and again, it could be really, really optimistic scenarios can occur. At the same time, we have that. We saw what happened the past couple of years, falling flat. Injuries were a pure reason why I think in the losing to Indiana. And again, Andy, you alluded to obviously Indiana. You thought they were just Indiana. Well, they showcased they weren't. So again, Atlanta's no push around. At the same time, I'm telling you, my God, when we have that nucleus together, the chemistry that has not evolved yet with Allen, Mobley, obviously Harden and Mitchell, sky is the limit. That is a nucleus that can win the whole darn thing if chemistry evolves, which we have not seen yet. That's the only conundrum. That's why Jeff and everyone's alluded to. We don't know what we have. Again, optimism is high if that chemistry does work, but they have a limited amount of time to get that chemistry in the get-go, probably the final couple games, and then obviously we just run right into the Atlanta team. And again, we don't know if that's the case. I just feel really good about it, Jeff and Andy. I really do, man. I think this team has the capability. We have veteran leadership, angry animosity. We have a fan base that's ready to rock this out and win this thing. I feel that second round versus Detroit, I think that's a team we could beat as well. Again, I think Eastern Conference Finals or bust is what's going to happen this year. But anyway, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Rhino. Eastern Conference Finals or bust.
Are you going to be mad if they lose to Boston?
No. What I would almost guarantee though is this: let's say if they got knocked out in the first round, without question, there will be changes. Whether that's coaching, whether that's front office, whether that's roster. Don't ask me what it is. It won't be ownership. But if they get knocked out in the first round, this organization's not patient. They want. I take that back. They want results. They've been patient. And I think they've done a nice job with that. Showing more patience than maybe they've shown in the past. But what I wonder is this, Andy, if you happen to get knocked out early, okay? And I think Kobe Altman's done a nice job. I wonder if Dan Gilbert makes a change in the front office. And I say that only for this reason. It's like, okay, maybe this front office is taking you as far as you could possibly go because you haven't had the playoff results you wanted. And, they put together the team. You've changed the coach already. You've changed one of the key players on the team already. I just wonder. On the other hand, the way I look at pro sports is always get me to the playoffs and then you take your best chance because this team has been a very, very good regular season team for some time. And to have your best chance in the playoffs, you have to be a good regular season team. You got to get there, and you hope to get there in a good position. You just know the organization. I know the organization. If something happens and they get knocked out early, they'll change something. What they'll change is the question.
How many games have we really had with the starting five that we want in place to play? Despite injury.
You mean for the regular season?
Yeah, for the regular season.
Yeah, but I don't know that matters now.
I mean, the problem is, can you really judge a head coach when you're dealing with injury too?
Well,
let's just say you have two starters out.
Couldn't you judge Kenny Atkinson last year? They were phenomenal. I thought he did a great job with what was a good roster.
And really,
great job. And this year they've had more injuries and they haven't played quite up to the same level. Doesn't mean they can't.
I hesitate to make especially high level changes when you have injury. I mean, there's just nothing. What are you supposed to do?
Well, you know how it works in pro sports, though. If you get into the playoff year after year after year and you get knocked out in the first or second round, how long are you going to keep going with that same plan?
Yeah, you got to move forward.
And that's why I think if the playoffs are a disappointment.
Didn't you think Doug Collins was a pretty good coach? I liked him.
Doug was a good coach.
Yeah, but then it took Phil Jackson. Yeah, so that's basically what you're saying.
Well, wasn't Lenny Wilkens a good coach?
Yeah.
And numerous places decided it was time for another voice, including the Cavs.
Yeah.
And they went from one good coach in Lenny Wilkens to another good coach in Mike Fratello.
Ty Lue, too.
And, Ty Lue, that was ready to end. I think Ty wanted out.
Mm-hmm.
But you got rid of J.B. Bickerstaff, who's clearly a good coach. You brought in another good coach in Kenny Atkinson. I don't think it would be a coaching change. I think it would either be a major roster change, or a front office change. I think the last thing that would change is the coaching staff, and unless they decided Johnny Bryant, who's the right-hand man for Kenny Atkinson, would be a better fit to run this team, which I think Kenny's done a great job. So I would think that would be the move to make.
I mean, you never know you never truly know what's going on behind the scenes. So, but I don't see why there's any reason to switch it out now. But I also don't know what they're saying in the locker room. You don't know how well players respond to a head coach. You don't know what's working. And sometimes you also, when you have assistant coaches that are strong, you have to wonder, I wonder when the right time to make a move is,
Or never, Andy.
Well, the other part of it, though, is...
Seriously, why would you get rid of Kenny Atkinson?
I wouldn't.
Even if they don't get...
wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Even if you got knocked out, say, in the second round. Why would you change Kenny? I wouldn't. I think he's done a really nice job here.
Internal strife would be the only reason why you would do it. And if you thought that the chemistry wasn't there and guys weren't listening to him,
yeah.
Although do we have a reason to believe that?
No, I don't
have a reason. I don't think
that's
either.
the case at all.
No, I don't either.
I think he's been terrific.
I'm just talking about generic.
Yeah.
Again, Jeff, though, we sit here and we talk about coaches all the time. Coaches can only do so much. If you don't have the talent, it doesn't. I mean, there are plenty of coaches that can squeeze blood out of a rock, but that only gets you so far. It doesn't win you championships.
Yeah.
You have to have the talent at every level.
I couldn't agree with you more. You're going to make sure you stay at 4 so you don't play Boston in the second round, huh?
No, yeah. Does that mean, though, that you may have to drop the 2 games against Atlanta to make sure you get there? The Knicks have won 2 in a row. So who do the Knicks have left? I'm just trying to... Who's fighting and who's not fighting?
It's a tough...
Does it matter?
It's a tough thing to deal with here. Could the Knicks decide they want to move on and try to avoid playing the Boston Celtics?
You want to talk about who could really have an impact on it? It's Atlanta, because they play Atlanta tonight too. The Knicks play Atlanta tonight.
Then play Boston.
And then play Boston.
Toronto.
And Charlotte. Toronto's going to be...
And you got to figure that Charlotte game, unless there's something on the line in particular, the Knicks are going to rest people.
Atlanta's pretty much locked in that 5 spot, right? And then they are.
Yeah.
They're locked in the 5 for the most part. I don't know. I don't see how they can get out
They're
of it.
not catching the Cavs.
No. But Boston, I don't know. Is Boston resting guys with 3 games to go? Where's Boston going? Nowhere?
Yeah, Boston could. But they're still trying to get all on the same page.
Boston can't get to... Sorry, I don't know this off the top. Can Boston get to 1? No. Right? 4 games left.
I don't know what the tiebreaker is, to be honest, off the top of my head.
Okay.
Wait a minute. It says... Detroit's already clinched the conference, so no, Boston can't get there.
So I don't know if Boston's playing anybody. Huh.
Well, they're still trying to get Jason Tatum completely, meshed back in.
Yeah, and it's New York, Boston. I don't know. I don't see anybody. Can you walk into one of those games lightly?
No.
It is a weird mix of games. The schedule makers got this right to make it a little bit intriguing.
It's a little different feel though this year, isn't it? Being 4th.
Toronto is going to need that game because they still can get out of the play-in tournament if they can win down the stretch.
If the Cavs are to get to where they want to get to, the challenge here is you're going to have to beat, let's just say, a really solid Atlanta team. Then let's say Detroit wins its first-round series. Then you're going to have to beat the team that dominated the conference for most of the regular season. And then let's just say they both advance. Then you'd have to beat the winner of the Celtics-Knicks series if they both get there. So you'd have to beat Atlanta, Detroit, and Boston or New York.
Okay. I mean, look, you're going to have to play somebody.
That's a challenge right there, my son.
What?
That's a challenge.
No, the next line.
My son.
I don't know who you're talking to, but okay.
Just saying, son.
I mean, you got to play. What's the difference? You're going to have to play these teams at some point, right? It's not.
It'd be better to not play them.
Oh, okay, well,
it'd be better if Detroit got knocked off by the 8th seed. It would be better if Boston got knocked out.
Okay. I mean, you're going to end up playing.
Those pesky Toronto Raptors knock off the Celtics.
I don't want to see Boston.
Yeah, no, you don't. I don't want to see the Knicks. Even though I think Kenny Atkinson would.
We sit around here, we talk about it. Just go play
out of Mike Brown.
Go play the games. Let's go.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Big weekend in sports, Andy. Headlines galore coming up next right here on Baskin and Phelps. And don't forget, 1 o'clock, the voice of the Utah Utes football program, Bill Riley, going to join us to shed some light on a couple of guys who might go number 1, at least first round, to the Browns, who play offensive tackle. Coming up.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
posted back-to-back victories in 2023 and 2024. You can hear Westwood One's coverage of tonight's championship game right here on 92.3 The Fan starting at 7 o'clock. And you can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, check out the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and, of course, the captain of the ship, Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Didn't realize Daryl was the captain.
Oh, he's the captain.
He is?
Yeah, he is.
Nice.
There's no Tennille on the show, but
Is there a Gilligan?
No. I like the other two guys too much to call one of them Gilligan.
Well, Gilligan made a lot of money.
Did he, though? It had to have all been in syndication. I mean...
Oh, well, nothing wrong with that.
I don't know,
that series
man.
lasted only like 3 years.
But wearing the same clothes every day for 3 years sounds a little gross.
Didn't seem to bother Marianne.
The Hulls, man, what were they thinking?
Seriously, Gilligan's Island was on for like 3 years. That's it.
Yeah, if you think about it, that's probably what it deserved. Let's not get ourselves... I mean, so how much smarter did we get from Gilligan? It was funny for a little bit, and you're like, okay. But it was a syndicated show for me. I don't even know what years did it originate.
It was on in the mid-'60s.
But yeah, so... Yeah. Past my time, if it wasn't on when Channel 43 plays favorites, I don't know what it is.
I'm sure it was. You know, if we were playing reruns like crazy,
yeah,
we could syndicate this, even though it's a timely segment.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Oh, it is?
We could syndicate it.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, well, cool. Let's do it.
It's the segment to yet be named. For now, headlines.
Live from the 14-minute newsroom, here is your anchor, Dan Menigan.
Suit perfectly pressed.
Has his hand on his ear.
Hair perfectly coiffed.
Yes.
We are here to deliver nothing but news.
Please do your best radio news voice.
All right, gentlemen, we will start with news that has just come down courtesy of multiple reports. It was initially Adam Schefter, now multiple reports. Giants All-Pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade and will not be participating in the team's off-season workout program. 2 off seasons trying to negotiate a contract with the Giants. He has now walked in and said, I want out. Gentlemen, what do we think of this? Let's start with Jeff.
That had a Mr. Costanza feel to it.
That was kind of what I was going for.
Yeah. Players under contract have very little recourse other than to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I want out, I'm not showing up, blah, 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 blah. I'm a big believer in if you signed the contract, just go play. You know, if you didn't want to work under the terms that you agreed to, then you shouldn't have agreed to them. So, whatever. I think guys should live up to their contracts.
Maybe he doesn't want to play for John Harbaugh. I mean, I know you agree.
Why wouldn't you want to play for John Harbaugh?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like you said, you agreed to terms, but when a team changes coaches or a front office changes, then I do think there might be able to have a little flexibility in there. I mean, how can you not want a guy who's called Sexy Dexy?
We have, and it goes back. If you're working somewhere and you signed a contract,
yeah,
you signed a contract with the organization. You didn't sign the contract with the people who might be managing you.
What if the organization changes? You're saying your contract is only with the owners.
His contract is with the New York Giants. His contract is not with John Harbaugh. It's not with Brian Daboll.
But what if John Harbaugh walks in there and goes, I don't want Sexy Dexy anymore?
Well, then good. Then they can trade him.
I don't know. I think there should be some kind of wiggle room if you change coaches or the general manager there, because your life could be miserable. Your life could be absolutely miserable.
Well,
the same with anything else.
We've gone through management changes in our career. Did you go in and say, you know what, I'm out now because I got to report to somebody else. I'm leaving.
Here, No, because we've worked for really good people here.
No, I mean, I said your broadcasting career.
Oh, if I was in a situation, I was out.
I've probably worked for, I don't know, 8, 9 different general managers, bunch of news directors.
Yeah.
I didn't sign the contract with them. I signed it with the company.
This seems a little more
Inside base, yeah.
This seems less John Harbaugh is here, and things have changed.
No, it has nothing to do.
more-
I'm not saying Harbaugh. I'm just saying if you change coaches, should you be able to count? I'm not asking to. I'm not talking about renegotiation.
It's not like college where you get recruited by that coach.
Yeah, this definitely seems more like, hey, everybody else get paid. I want
money.
That's true too.
And
I think I feel more for college kids in that notion than I do.
Yeah,
pros.
college kids are on a different level. This feels far more of
I want paid.
Everybody else get paid. I want to get paid.
I always tend to be more pro player in these situations.
Me too.
No kidding.
Because I would do the same. I would turn around and negotiate and try to figure out.
You are.
Because again, having Dexter Lawrence makes you a better football team than not having
I
Dexter
need a
Lawrence.
slingshot so I can throw stuff at you.
Nice.
So, did you guys see that Luka Doncic
Yes.
yanked his hamstring, grade 2 left hamstring? He is now flying to Europe to seek a specialized treatment on his yanked hamstring. I got questions.
Don't they spin the blood differently?
This feels. Is it okay? If I'm incorrect here, please correct us on social media. Anytime I hear he yanked hamstring or knee issue, and now I have to travel to Europe to get it looked at, I'm immediately like, okay, this sounds illegal. Whatever's taking place sounds super shaky. This sounds illegal, but if we do it in Europe, it's okay.
Spin the blood.
And then we can get it out of our system before we come back and, oh, look, I'm healed.
Is he going back to Slovenia? Where's he going to? Do we know?
All I know is Europe.
Europe. There are different treatments available.
Some are not approved by the FDA. Here, that's all.
I would think that's probably the case, and so he can go get it done if he wants. Or he can just go, maybe he's going to go hang out on a beach.
Yeah, typically it takes
Going
a
to
month.
Croatia and hanging on the beach.
ESPN saying it typically takes a month to recover from the hamstring issue, the grade 2 hamstring strain, which would put him in a very precarious position when it's come to the playoffs and the Lakers for such things. Who knows what's going to happen with the idea of heading to Europe, though, because that sounds shaky.
The
I wonder
Lakers,
where he's going to, though.
Lakers were playing really good basketball. They lose Luka and they lose Austin Reeves. So they're both out dealing with injuries. It's the rest of the regular season. That's only 4 games now. But
grade 2 left oblique strain for Austin Reeves.
yeah, and boy, that kid can play. So let's see what happens to the Lakers in the playoffs if one or both of those guys can't get back for the first round.
Gentlemen, we found our way to Masters Week. We finally made it.
Oh.
The azaleas are blooming down in Augusta. It's a beautiful thing.
And if not, they're going to bring some in and tie them to the ones that aren't anyway.
Oh, yeah. That's 100% happening, too. But it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So, gentlemen, there was a little bit of concern for a bit with Scottie Scheffler not playing the Masters, awaiting the birth of his child. His wife, Meredith, did give birth to the child. The child is now 9 days old. And they are bringing him to Augusta.
Sure.
The whole family coming down to Augusta Country Club. Does this concern us at all with Scottie Scheffler? And is this something that the two of you would do if you were in this position with your second-born child? Would you bring the whole family with you to Augusta, Georgia? Or would you just say, honey, I'm going to need to sleep. I got a major ahead of me.
Uh-oh. You
Don't
can't
get divorced.
You can't tell somebody how to run their family. So if it's important for Scottie Scheffler to have his family with him for this event, then that's all well and good. In this situation, I think I would say, honey, are you good? Here's the special nurse we hired in case you need one. They're on call. You got this. I have a business trip. You stay home. Let's take care of the newborn. And I'm going to go play some golf and hopefully bring back a couple of mil.
I mean, he's worth his net worth is $120 million. Seems I would think it's more. I don't know why I thought it was more. He can afford to do it. It's not if I had that kind of cash and we just had a kid, I'd bring the kid. I would do it in a minute. There's no rules that they're probably staying in.
Is that too selfish?
To bring the kid?
Would it be better for the kid just to hang out? Hey, I'm at home now.
No way.
I'm not in the back of the Winnebago driving across the country.
I don't think they're in Winnebago. and they're not going to Wally World either.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you were in that financial position to recreate things in Augusta, no matter what, I would bring the kid for sure.
It's just more like the kid's
I'd
not-
leave the kid at home.
I would bring the kid.
It's just more
And
like
I would bring my wife.
the kid's not sleeping through the night.
But you're acting like
you got to get up and take care of it.
Scotty has to breastfeed the kid.
Oh my
Hey.
God! Do you seriously think he said he's bringing the whole family? Just the three of them, or more than
4? I think all 4 are coming down. From what it sounds like, again,
Maybe parents.
I guarantee you that in-laws or his parents are coming to help out with the kid. Come on, for sure.
If it puts him in a better competitive state to have everybody with him, then he should do it.
And that's the thing with it, is I think this is the one golfer that you would make that argument, because Scotty Scheffler's superpower is the fact that golf is very low on his priority list. He just happens to be very good.
Yeah.
You know, faith and family are 1 and 2 with that guy. Golf is like 3 or 4.
Yeah, bring your kid. If you have the means, do it. I would. I would.
A little bit of broadcasting
Too bad I didn't.
news
That's why I
as
didn't
well.
see my kids for the first, 20 years.
We will end headlines with a little
Go.
bit of broadcasting news. So
Oh, good.
ESPN is expected to change out the number 2 NFL game calling team. So the group that was doing it, the Chris Fowler, Louis Riddick, and Dan Orlovsky. Couldn't think of Lewis's first name for a minute.
Somebody named Jason. Looks like he's getting the gig, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
so they're talking that one.
Oh,
the
good.
other one that's being rumored, according to Andrew Marchand of the
What, Kelsey's getting the gig? Is that what you're-
Athletic, is Jason Kelsey is a dark horse candidate. Kurt Warner is also in there as well. There has
He'd be
also
good.
been rumbling of Daniel Jeremiah taking over that role as well.
Who was on our show last week?
Yeah, Daniel would be good too.
Kurt Warner's really good.
I think so too.
Kurt does a great job.
I think Jason would be great too. I'd rather see Jason though. That's the regular number 2 squad. Is what you're
But
talking
they're
about?
not going to do a boatload of games. It'll be the international games, is what this group is
Then
going
why
to
wouldn't
do.
they just put 3? Put 3 now. I would put Jason Kelsey in there, but I wouldn't want him to be my primary guy. I'd want somebody else. I think Jason brings the fun, right?
And the beard.
And the beard too.
And the beard. Bill Riley.
By the way, Travis was at the home opener. Awesome.
Nice. Andy's dying to tell everybody that he
I'm
rubbed
not
shoulders
telling
with
everybody.
Travis Kelce.
I'm not. Ding. We had some very good Cleveland Heights talks with Layla Edwards. We were all reminiscing about the old neighborhood.
That's great. Everybody's sitting around. Did you bring Sean Young in too?
No.
Should have. She's cute. Bill Riley calls the Utah football games for the University of Utah. That means he had an up-close and personal look at 2 offensive tackles who are expected to go in the first round of the draft. Bill with insight into Spencer and Caleb, Fano and Lomu, coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Offensive tackle. Andy, have we heard the Browns are looking for an offensive tackle in the draft?
I've heard rumors. Between that and a wide receiver, and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Don't say quarterback.
I didn't.
Just say offensive tackle.
I thought about it.
The Browns apparently need one. They want one. They're going to get one. The question is who, and the question is where are they going to get one?
We'll get to that in a second. All right, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Need you to enter the code ATHLETES with an S, ATHLETES, and enter that code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention, April 10th through the 12th at the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize, an autographed meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Get your tickets at greeniesportscards.com. It's all from Greenie Sports Cards and 92.3 The Fan. Athletes is the word, 923thefan.com before 2.
There are two names that keep popping up in mock drafts involving the Browns, and both of these young guys happen to play for the Utes at the University of Utah. So Dan, being the producer that he is, said, you know what? There's one guy to call. And he joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the longtime play-by-play voice for Utah football and basketball. Used to host a midday sports talk show, Andy.
Oh, my brother-in-law was a regular listener. Gave me the lowdown.
Bill Riley joining us. Bill, thank you for your time.
Hi, Bill.
Jeff, Andy, thanks for having me on. I had a good 30-year run in sports talk radio, and I decided before I let them get me, I got out while the getting was good. So, but I love doing these hits. I still do a little fill-in work. So, and by the way, tell your brother-in-law I said thanks for listening.
He's a big fan. I told him we were talking to you today. He was like, "Oh man, listen to him all the time." He goes, and then he gave me the lowdown on how you went over to be director of broadcasting. He's a season ticket holder for the Utes too. So, I'll leave it at that.
All right, great. Well, you should have had him on the show to talk about Lomu and Fano then.
I'm not going to lie. I wanted him to be our Utah insider, but you're way better, so we're good to go.
Bill, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Depending on the mock draft, depending on who's doing it, depending on where the Browns are picking, either Spencer Fano is coming to the Browns to play tackle, we think, or Caleb Lomu is coming to the Browns to play tackle for sure. There's not much talk of him moving position. Let's start with Spencer. Is he a tackle? Is he a guard? He's worked out at center at the Combine, and how good is he?
He's really good. He was a tackle here at Utah. Began on the left side, moved him to the right side. He was really good for his entire 3-year run as a starter, a freshman All-American, all the way up. I think sometimes, guys, we get into this at this time of year at the draft time. We start to look for the imperfections. We start to look at measurables, which are important. We all know that. But sometimes we forget about the tape. And it wasn't like Utah was playing in the MAC or the Sun Belt. They were playing in the Pac-12 and then the Big 12. And so they saw good competition every week, saw great competition a couple of times this year, especially against Texas Tech. And I think Spencer Fano is a really good tackle. Now, is it good that he can move inside? Sure. You could maybe you start him inside and then eventually move him outside, or maybe you start him outside and eventually move him inside. To me, he is a really good offensive lineman that I think is going to be a starter in the NFL for 8 to 10 years. Where he fits, I think, really depends on the team and what they want. You guys tell me. I know the Browns have a lot of needs, as a lot of teams do. Is their biggest need offensive line? Is their biggest need a playmaker for Shedeur Sanders or whoever the quarterback is? I think Fano is a starter for you, whether you play him at tackle or guard. Do you want to take a guard at 6, or do you want to wait a little bit longer and maybe take a guard or a tackle at 24? I guess that really depends on what the Browns feel is. But Spencer Fano is a starter in the NFL at right tackle.
You're saying he's ready to go today if we need him?
I think so.
One?
I think he steps in. I think he'll have like all rookies do. There's very few rookies that step in and don't miss a beat. I'm a Kansas City Chiefs lifelong fan. Grew up in Kansas City. A guy that you guys saw play at Ohio State, Josh Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
He stepped in and played very well for Kansas City. He had a few off-field issues, but he wasn't perfect last year at left tackle either. But he had a really good year. I think Spencer Fano would step in from day one and be a good starting right tackle in the NFL.
Give me the intangibles on that, though. I mean, obviously it's size and foot speed. Is that where you get it, or are you just watching other guys that have played that line for the Utes before? What gives you the confidence to say he's a starter day one?
Well, Utah has produced. They've had 8 guys drafted into the offensive line in the last decade. They have a history of putting guys in the league. They had a really good pedigree there. He's an unbelievable athlete, guys, for his size. I know the arm length is something everybody's talked about, but this guy is an unbelievable athlete and does not get beat very often. His athleticism and his high football IQ are probably two of the best traits that he possesses. So watching the tape, watching other linemen at the position, and seeing this kid and how he got better and better each and every year tells me he's going to be a success in the NFL.
You said right tackle. What do you think of him on the left side, Bill?
I didn't see enough of him there. He played a little bit there his freshman year. Then they moved him over to right tackle. I don't have enough, I guess, tape or knowledge to know if he could succeed there. I think he's a good football player. His best years, his best play was on the right side. That's why I would probably stick with the right side with Spencer.
Then you have Caleb Lomu, who, by all accounts, is also going in the first round. And the talk about Caleb, and Bill, correct me if I'm not reading the right stuff, everybody says he's a tackle, and he's not moving inside. He's a tackle. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he's a little bit taller than Spencer. I think Caleb's 6'6", somewhere in that neighborhood. Good arms, good length, but I don't think he's moving inside. He's only a 2-year starter, where Fano was a 3-year starter. Redshirt sophomore for him. Very good player as well. I think gave up a sack this year, went head-to-head with Bailey and Romello Height from Texas Tech and held his own in that matchup. Really, really good players. Excellent athlete as well. Maybe not quite as refined as Spencer is technique-wise, and maybe that's that extra year that Spencer had. But he's a good player. He's a left-side player. They plugged him, and maybe one of the reasons why they felt like they could move Spencer to the right side was Lomu was the left tackle. I've seen him, for what it's worth. You guys have seen the same things. A little bit later in the first round is a guy that's probably in that somewhere from 20 to 32 range, which I think the Browns have a second first-round draft choice. So maybe that would be, if they didn't go with the tackle up top, maybe they would go with that tackle. And I think that's probably where Lomu fits with the Browns. Were they at 24?
Yes.
Unless they move around. I don't know if they'll move around. But I think that's probably the sweet spot for Lomu, somewhere in that mid to late 20s.
If you're picking 6th in the draft, I would, and you're going for a left tackle, I would think you'd have to make sure you had just a guy who you were absolutely convinced about. And that's why with Fano, I would think if he's not playing left tackle, I wouldn't think you'd take him at 6, Bill, and only because of position and if he's might move inside a little bit. But boy, it sounds like if you could find Lomu at 24, you'd get yourself a real steal of a deal.
I think so. I think Caleb's another one of those guys, a lot like Spencer. Super, and these guys are both, by the way, because really Utah football has not had many character issues over the years, and especially in recent years with their success. These two guys are both really good, high-character guys, too, so you're not going to have to worry about any of the off-the-field stuff that you do with some guys. So I think if you grab Lomu at 24, you would have yourself a really nice tackle. I don't know where the Browns sit with their offensive line needs. Do they need multiple positions? Do they need right? Do they need left? I think Spencer takes care of your right side, whether it's inside or out. Lomu certainly is your left tackle if you're looking for that a little bit later, but both are first-round guys.
How does Utah do it? How do you keep kicking out all these offensive linemen? What's the magic there?
They've always put a premium on toughness and physicality, whether that was Kyle Whittingham, who's now obviously at the University of Michigan, or the guy that's taken over for him who played in the program, coached in the program, Morgan Scalley. That's always been kind of the DNA, even going back to a guy that coached in the 80s named Ron McBride. They've always prided themselves on toughness and physicality. And if you win in the trenches, it allows you to compete. And that's what they've always prioritized. Offensive line, defensive line. They haven't always had the most elite skill guys, wide receivers or things like that like an Ohio State would. But Utah's trenches have always been among the, if you look at those preseason rankings, something like a Phil Steele would do.
Yeah.
They're usually in the top 10 on both the offensive and defensive line because they've made it a priority. And they've been able to go out and find that. They had a really good offensive line coach for a long time. He's a Toledo guy. Jim Harding, who followed Kyle Whittingham up to Michigan while they just hired a former Ute who was a 12-year pro and multiple-time All-Pro with the Carolina Panthers, Jordan Gross, who was one of two first-team All-American offensive linemen here at Utah that now coach offensive line here. So they prioritize it, and they build kind of from the inside out. And if you look at programs that have succeeded, it's those teams that have been really good in the trenches, and then you find those skill guys from there.
Bill, you guys keep churning out offensive linemen. Browns need offensive linemen. We can't thank you enough for the insight.
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me on. Good luck with the draft.
Hey, thank you.
God knows we can use it.
Keep sending them to us. I'll see you at Red Butte Garden. I'll go get your concert with you.
Bill Riley joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, the play-by-play voice of the University of Utah. Real intriguing things about both of those guys. Spencer Fano, a guy who can move inside, Andy, and right tackle, and Caleb Lomu, left side, left tackle. Which one do you prefer? We'll talk about that next on Baskin and Phelps. Plus, we're going to hear from the owner of the Browns, Jimmy Hasslam. Had some comments about the way things are going right now and some things that are on the board. Jimmy coming up, but I want to share some thoughts on these offensive linemen next.
UConn posted back-to-back victories in 2023 and 2024. You can hear Westwood One's coverage of tonight's championship game right here on 92.3 The Fan starting at 7 o'clock. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Mike Dorsey was on the show back at 10:40. He's from the Sporting News, covers the NCAA tournament, and talked all about tonight's championship game. Scott Petrak joined us from the Chronicle Telegram at 11 o'clock, and we just had the radio play-by-play man of the Utah Utes, Bill Riley, with us talking about a couple of offensive linemen who are going to go in the first round. If you missed those interviews or any moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Bill confirmed what I had been thinking about this draft and these linemen. Not just these two guys, but Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu.
Right.
And he said Spencer walks in the door and starts on the offensive line. But he pointed him toward the right tackle spot. Or interior. Really didn't, he said we didn't get that much of a look at him at left tackle because he didn't play that much here. And then with Caleb Lomu, he said definitely left tackle, bigger than Fano, but maybe a guy who slides into the later part of the first round.
Okay.
You guys tell me if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
I don't think I am taking an offensive lineman at 6 unless I think he's my left tackle. And my left tackle for the next 7 to 10 years. What do you think?
I think you set yourself up for what I've been thinking the whole time. I agree with what you're saying, but I also think it gives you the opportunity to trade back. And if you can stay, where do you think he's going to go? Where do you think Fano's going to go? Top 10?
I'll bet I've seen him drop as low as like 20.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen him drop. But I've also seen him, certainly in the top 10. That's the thing with some of these offensive linemen. They've been all over the place. Freeling from Georgia, coming to the Browns at 6, dropping all the way into the latter part of the first round. They're all over the place. And so I would think, a great situation for the Browns if they didn't think there was one left tackle in particular who they thought was franchise left tackle, here's our guy, we have him. I would think, Andy, trading back, as you just said, would be the ideal situation. You could trade back not too far and still get one of, if not the primo lineman that you wanted, whoever that might be, and pick up more assets. And certainly sounds like Lomu is not going to go, say, in the top 15. And that guy's supposed to have potential, out the pores.
Well,
and that guy at 24 sounds really intriguing if he's on the board that long.
And would it bother you to bring him in here and have DeJuan Jones at the same time, and maybe you don't start him at left tackle right away if you didn't need to? If you took him at 24, I'm just asking because what are you doing with DeJuan Jones? That's my question.
If DeJuan
doesn't that have an influence on what you're thinking about what you're going to do with these picks?
Andrew Berry has flat out stated, he said it at the owners' meetings, we view DeJuan Jones as a tackle. Because there's always the thought, as happened with Mekhi Becton, when he left the Jets and went to the Eagles, they moved him from tackle inside. And that worked. But Andrew Berry said, we view DeJuan Jones as a tackle. And I thought, well, that's pretty clear there, isn't it? So I would think that he's your left tackle. Now, what you could do there, Andy, you just brought in offensive linemen. Zion Johnson played left tackle. He could play right, but he played left tackle for the Chargers. Elton Jenkins can play anywhere on the offensive line.
Okay.
That gives you versatility. And Titus Howard could slide over and play other spots as well. Right now, he's slated at right tackle. If you drafted a guy like Lomu, okay, I'd be tempted to start him, right away.
If you took him in the first round.
If you took him in the first
round.
round.
Even with the second pick.
I wouldn't be tempted because of where we drafted him. I would be tempted to start him because he must be that good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have drafted him. You know what I mean? If he's really talented, if you thought he was a project, you're not going to take him in the first round.
No.
So
someone is, though. Someone's probably going to.
Maybe.
In a second. Somewhere there.
But if, let's say Joel Bitonio doesn't return and you draft, even if you drafted Fano, okay, you could play DeWand at left tackle, and then you have the ability to switch Fano to anywhere on the line, guard, right tackle, even center, because he took snaps at center at the combine, was anxious to do it to show people that he could move inside, and he likes that idea. That's interesting. Elton Jenkins could slide. You could have complete auditions here during OTAs and minicamps and everything else on the offensive line and play musical chairs with these guys. And Fano could fit into that, and Lomu could certainly fit into that. If you wanted to move DeWan back to the right side, a right tackle, you could move Titus Howard to left for a little while, or you could put him at guard. If you had Zion Johnson at left guard, Elton Jenkins at center, Titus Howard at right guard, DeWan at right tackle, and Lomu at left tackle.
Let me throw this at you. If you trade out a 6 and maybe take Fano a little bit later,
yeah,
would you be opposed to taking both of those guys with 2 of your first 3 picks?
No, I wouldn't be opposed.
I wouldn't be either. I actually kind of like the idea of it because now you have this offensive line, which you've completely blown up. And by the way, let's not forget, if you're trying for like a really good pass blocking unit, that Utah was one of the best in the country in that. Obviously, you got 2 of these guys we're talking about in the first round of the draft. You're bringing in a little bit of chemistry. I'm not saying that you're going to start both of them right away, but
yeah,
I don't have a problem with that.
The one thing that I try to balance it out, is it good or is it not good? Is it good that they signed guys with versatility? On one hand, absolutely. You've seen Hall of Famers change positions on the offensive line. On the other hand, does versatility mean you're not good enough to just be a standout at one spot?
I don't know. I don't.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I always go back to my guy
Bruce
Matthews. Bruce is a big time player, and he played center, guard, and tackle, in the NFL. So that's a good thing. Jimmy Hasslam, the owner of the Browns, was on Cleveland Browns Weekend, which you can hear right here on 92.3 The Fan between 6 and 8 a.m. So get up early, listen to Cleveland Browns Weekend. Dan Mennigan does a nice job putting all that together. But the owner of the Browns was chatting about a couple of key players, and let's start with one of them. It's the guy who wears number 4 and the guy that the Browns mortgaged the franchise for and really haven't seen the returns yet. Jimmy Hasslam on Deshaun Watson as you're getting ready here to get things going.
It's not for lack of effort, okay? I don't think anybody in our organization would question his effort, his toughness, everything he's put in the job. The reality is he's had major injuries, right? He broke his shoulder, tore his Achilles tendon twice, so he's been really ravaged by injuries, and that, along with the 11-game suspension, have kept him from playing. Now, Deshaun has a great chance, fresh start, offensive-minded coach who has, in his past, been able to work with all kinds of different quarterbacks and make them successful. So Deshaun has a great chance to do that now. We talked to him the other day. He said he weighed the least he had, least he had in several years, was in great shape. He'll be here on April 7th when we start, and let's see what Deshaun can do. We're all excited.
Is that what he has to say?
Yeah, we're a far cry from swing and a miss, right?
Yeah.
We're 180 on that.
That's completely, let's open the door here and see what happens because maybe I shouldn't have closed the door.
Yeah, he shouldn't have closed the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. The problem is in a moment when he said swing and a miss, he probably shouldn't have said that.
And then he said,
I don't think he'll ever do that again.
It was, I found it funny because he said, as with many things that we say, we Could have phrased it differently.
Yes.
Oops. That's not the way it works. So you just heard what he had to say about Deshaun.
I think that's on the commandments of a married man.
Yeah. Oops. Deshaun, by all accounts, will be competing with Shedeur Sanders for that quarterback job. Jimmy Hasslam on Shedeur Sanders.
Well, first of all, I was in Cleveland 2 or 3 weeks ago and was working out early, and he was coming in. He's been in Cleveland most of the winter, and I think that says a lot for his dedication to wanting to be a NFL quarterback and understanding what it takes. His body look better. I think he's been working hard. So I think it's hard for a lot of college kids to understand what it takes to play in the NFL, and particularly quarterback. I think Shedeur got an education in that, and my instincts are he'll come back ready to play.
Okay.
Experience, right?
And I would say well done tap dancing by the owner, because he didn't commit to either guy, didn't say anything but nice things about both guys. It's the way to put them on an even playing field as you dump them onto a new head coach.
Unfortunately, I think you've got to learn that along the way too, though, right?
Well, sure.
So I think experience for him, too, as he found himself.
If you're an owner and you want to put yourself out there front and center, Andy, and the Haslams have, then you've got to learn to do that.
Yeah.
You know?
As I've said it 100 times, I want them to just come out and say who the starting quarterback is, and let's go into this. And if you lose the job, you lose the job, rather than having a competition. If Todd thinks he's going to go into camp with a starter, well, he's going to have to, right? Because you're going to have a game plan for what you're doing day one, and day one is going to have, and I don't want to say the word because I don't want Dan to go crazy. You have to know who you think your starting quarterback is day one. I don't think there's no other way around it. If you are going to stick to the plan of getting reps out there, if you're going to stick to the plan, sorry, Dan, if you are going to work with an offensive line that's completely rebuilt, you have got,
and nobody locked into any positions.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we're talking about the Cavaliers in the same boat. Like, we're worried about consistency going into the playoffs. I don't know how you can go into a season. You know, it's one thing to change out one offensive lineman. It's even another for two. This is a 5-man flip out on the offensive line. You're expecting these guys to look like the Rockettes, and I don't know that that's what you're going to get. Do you understand what I'm saying? You want them? Well,
the Rockette line was interesting.
Well, you need 5 guys to be completely in step, on the same page. If you don't have that offensive line,
that's the hope.
It doesn't matter who's saying hike or who's trying to catch the ball or who's trying to run it. If your offensive line isn't in sync and ready to roll, you're going to be in big trouble. And it's even bigger trouble when you're asking 5 guys who have never played together to suddenly be, okay, here we go. Let's start doing a kick line.
Kick line.
That's what it is.
You ever seen the radio, the Rockettes?
I'm just on TV.
I actually saw them at Radio City Music Hall.
Congratulations
Very
on this
well
great
choreographed
experience.
and working as a unit, which is exactly your point.
Jeff, that is a great resume.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, you want precision? That's what you're looking for on your offensive line, precision.
That's why I'm not opposed to taking both these guys from Utah either.
Well, yes, but on the other hand, okay, just because they know each other now doesn't mean they couldn't bond really well with somebody else they draft.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that.
Okay.
And I'm also not, I mean.
You just like Utah.
No, it's about taking somebody at 6, too. So.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm taking a lineman there unless I'm guaranteed that he's my starting left tackle. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. Expectations from Jimmy Hasslam up next.
92.3 The Fan starting at 7 o'clock. And you can get all the latest Browns news all offseason long pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jimmy Hasslam on Cleveland Browns weekend. You hear it here, 6 to 8 a.m. on Saturdays. I just gave us some thoughts about Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, expectations coming up in a moment.
And, if you're out and about on a Saturday or on a Monday, you can always listen to us. You can take the fan with you wherever you go.
Yeah.
Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
That's really good to know.
That's why I'm here.
We share that news with people.
We do that at least once a show.
Yes.
Between that and letting you know about Daryl and the draft show on Tuesday nights.
Everybody else.
And then, by the way, we're on YouTube in case you haven't heard that yet. That's been a while.
And the rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
Oh, it's all there, Jeff.
Everything.
All there waiting for you, yes.
Everything. The owner of the Browns talked about expectations for this season. Now, if you look at what's happened in this offseason, and you look at the quarterback spot, and it's the same for now. And you look at the wide receiver spot, and it's the same for now. You look at the offensive line. It's very different, but that's where the assets went to in a couple of spots on defense. What's that do for expectations? Well, here's the owner of the Browns, Jimmy Hasslam.
I expect us to win more games. How's that? And you all listen, none of us are going to ever be coaches in the NFL, but you all watch enough sports and you know when you see progress, when you don't. We didn't see progress the last 2 years. We need to see progress this year.
I'd beg to differ on one little aspect. You saw progress at the end of last year. That wasn't enough to count for a full season. It led to only 5 wins.
He's right. Is that why they fired Kevin? Did he just tell you why they fired Kevin at the end of that? Is that what he just said there?
Possibly.
We haven't seen progress over the last 2 years. I haven't heard him say that before. That's what
I'll just go back to what I said before this all happened. If I was ownership, I would have brought back Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. But if I was going to get rid of one, I'd have got rid of both. Because you can't, if you haven't seen progress over the last several years, is that all on the coaching staff?
Well, you could argue that you saw progress with the draft picks last year, which is a reflection of your general manager, which means that he saw progress from the general manager, but didn't see progress from the head coach.
Who coached up all those young guys?
Someone had to make the decision to let all of them start at some point during the season. Everybody.
Doesn't the coach do that?
Yeah, but you can only coach the players that he's got, and so if he drafted all those players, it's like this is mindless, but that's where I could see Andrew Berry getting the credit.
I just think I think it's preposterous that they fired one and not the other. I'd have brought them both back myself.
Unless the pressure was on when they brought in Deshaun, and the knee-jerk, if that was a knee-jerk reaction to what they did, now you're paying for it years later. You with me on this?
I just like the little Baskin nod. I just got the.
See what I'm saying? You with me? Everybody on YouTube, you with me on that? If the owner is taking fault for the whole Deshaun Watson scenario, then
but they're not. It's not a big swing and a miss anymore.
Now it's not. I think he is. Has he paid the price for his swing and a miss now, and then he can turn it around at this point?
Don't know.
We're expecting more wins this season, Jeff.
Well, sure. When you had 5 out of 17, you sure were hoping for more.
I'd rather hear that than, well, maybe they're not telling me the truth.
Would you rather hear 1 and 16 and we're hoping to get Arch?
And it's a rebuilding year. There you go. Come on down. Drink the beer inside the stadium. We're rebuilding. I don't know.
Usually doesn't play very well.
No, it doesn't. Unless the ticket's
doesn't
free.
Play very well. I'm wondering, they've been really quiet at wide receiver and very quiet at quarterback, just going with what they have in both areas. I wonder if that changes and I don't mean in the draft by drafting players, but I wonder if it changes around the draft.
Jeff, I feel like they've been quiet on wide receiver since Odell.
Well, yes, they have. Since Jerry Jeudy trade.
So
I wonder if if they make a trade around the draft for a wide receiver. In other words, let's say some other team drafts a wide receiver, and that frees up somebody that they might want to move on from or whatever, blah, 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 and the Browns swoop in and get a decent wide receiver for a fifth.
Are you starting a fifth-round wide receiver?
Maybe.
They need starting wide receivers.
Yeah, I know. I don't mean draft a guy in the fifth. What I mean is, some team has a veteran and you trade a fifth to go get him.
Oh, okay.
And there are still some free agents who are available. Stephon Diggs would improve that group exponentially, even at his age and experience. And I'm still wondering, how'd that Michael Pittman get to Pittsburgh so easily? I like Michael Pittman.
Who's their quarterback?
In Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Will Howard.
Oh, all right. Well, fair enough then. He said it, not me. He said it. You take your sounder and you know what?
Take your sounder and what? Meredith Kane. We just did 4 hours. Was there one moment in the show, at least?
There were several moments, but the one that I picked to play here was Scott Petrak talking about the different types of reps that he expects to see in training camp.
I think he's going to have a day one, QB1 when training camp starts in July. But I also think in the back of his mind that, and I'm assuming that's going to be Shedeur Sanders, just because I think that makes the most sense.
Right.
But then in the back of Todd Monken's mind is, all right, if Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody as the week one starter, day one of training camp. But I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shedeur, is getting maybe all the first-team reps, but at least the majority of the first-team reps.
Petrak joined us at 11 again. You missed that? You can go back and listen on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Really good stuff out of Bill, all about the offensive tackles for Utah. Give that a listen. And, of course, because we haven't done it at any point today, reps.
Got to have plenty of them. Meredith.
I'm smarter because when you mentioned winning the lottery and you said, I'd give you two $1 million, I was not included in that. So now I know where we stand, Jeff Phelps.
Wow. Wow. Meredith, we can talk.
We'll talk after the show.
Andy.
I'm just going to step aside here from normally like what we would do for Why We're Smarter. I just want to, maybe we're all smarter because of the impact John Gibbons had at Lake Catholic and at St. Ed's, and to all the high school football players around and his entire family that had such a big impact on Northeast Ohio. He passed away last week. And so my thoughts and prayers are going out to all of those folks that were touched by his life. And, I just think he was an important factor in so many lives around Northeast Ohio. So I'm thinking of them, and I'm thinking of all those communities today that were touched by him, and maybe we'll talk a little bit more about it later in the week. But
I had the pleasure of doing St. Edward's football on the radio with Jim Mueller and Tom Cousineau. And John was the coach of the Eagles at the time. True gentleman, and I loved dealing with him. He was an awful lot of fun, and I enjoyed him very much. And one heck of a football coach.
Yeah,
our thoughts are with the Gibbons family.
Without a doubt. And so, yeah, what a great impact he had on Northeast Ohio.
Yep.
And
without question.
I can't tell you how many phone calls I got over the weekend about
I'll also include thoughts on Bill Riley, the voice of the Utah Utes. He kind of cleared things up for me. Spencer Fano is a guy that can go ahead and play other spots on the line, and he didn't see him at left tackle, which, if I'm the Browns, that's kind of what I think I need the most, which maybe puts Caleb Lomu on my radar at 24, a little bit more than Fano at perhaps 6, being versatile. But if they think he's the best offensive lineman, period, though I'd prefer to get a left tackle at 6, if they think he's going to be a Pro Bowl, whatever, for years and years to come, you can't go wrong. They need talent on the offensive line, and let's hope they get it. Fingers crossed that they do. So tonight, don't forget, you've got the Cavaliers in Memphis.
Yes.
You can watch the first 50 minutes. And then you can turn over to the national championship game. Why is the NBA playing on Monday of the national championship game?
I'll be too busy freezing thinking about the Guardians playing tonight. So
With Kansas City Royals.
Yes. And by the way, again, tomorrow's game time got changed.
1 o'clock.
Bingo.
So there. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Afternoon Drive is going to take you home next. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Panic on the streets of Boston after
good, and we know that, and we just have to continue to go one day at a time, one inning at a time.
We talked about the idea that in baseball, one player alone can't fix an offense.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. Mike Trout has been on the Angels his entire career. They've never won a playoff game. One player alone can't. But the Lauderdale's making a case early on that this team certainly would not be 5-3 and off to the great start if not for the efforts of the Lauder.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. That open courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and Guardians TV and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We say hello to the Supreme Leader because if not, there will be consequences. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Pan. 93.
What? The Pan? Let's go to the Pan.
Live on the Pan. Jake Murren helping produce today and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe. It is free. Like our videos would like to be liked.
It's like a
Jake
great
Volnick.
Rachel Ray show. Yeah, she's on the Pan.
Ooh. Hey, radio's looking for a new direction.
Hello,
Come on now.
sports fan.
Although,
hello, cooking fan.
Jake Volnick on the 2020s as well. It is good to be back. We've got record-setting Ramirez tonight in Cleveland. We got the Cavs on the second half of back-to-back, which means it's time to panic. I have no idea what the Browns have done in the last week, and I don't necessarily care. Hi, JP.
Hello. Welcome back. How you doing?
Very good. I don't remember how to do any of this, as evident by the first 3 seconds of the show.
It'll come back. Maybe like 15 minutes in. You're going to be really energized, as you know, when you're gone for like a week. Like this first, 20 minutes or so, it's going to be just a breath of fresh air. And then like 2:25, it'll be like, oh yeah, okay, we've been. It is the same stories we've been talking about.
Usually for me, it's about Tuesday.
Oh,
right?
really?
Tuesday's
Okay.
always the day where I'm like, why can't I retire yet? Why I don't remember quite how to string logic together across multiple days. So, but who knows? It could be today as well.
All right, so we got today then.
Yeah, like I get understand.
Fantastic.
Don't usually check out. Watched a heck of a lot of Cavs, heck of a lot of Guardians, because the Browns are like, I did not listen wall to wall for all of the different comments coming out of the owners' meetings.
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
Mostly because when I saw them, most of them just pissed me off.
Well, I did think it was funny. Keith did not bother you during this your break, obviously. That's nice. But the one time he did was to just inundate you with Deshaun Watson can be really good and Hasslam likes him commentary.
I got to tell you, you want to talk about gaslighting? I've never seen and I shouldn't say I've never, because I've watched the Browns for 27 years now. But I have never seen an organization be as on the record, boy, what a disaster was that, and then act like those previous comments never happened a year later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that, remembering what Jimmy Hasslam said, where it was basically, hey, we all have egg on our face on this one.
A swing and a miss.
And then to be here where they're normalizing this Deshaun Watson thing to such a degree that now everyone's got this take of, hey, they're softening the ground for week one. It could happen. I got to say, not only do I find it wildly disrespectful to some of the most intelligent fans in all of sports, Cleveland fans who pay attention to everything you say, so to act as if those fans just misheard something or, well, we never really said them, or just completely walk away from them is so brazen that I almost respect it. Like, there's so much.
I didn't think respect was going to come out of your mouth.
Yeah,
out of this.
I almost, when you're just like, hey, we're just going to start from scratch. Everything that happened, the first 14 years we owned this, we never said anything yet. This is our first time meeting the Cleveland faithful, and it's our first time discussing Deshaun. Those other guys made the Deshaun trade. That pesky Kevin Stefanski.
You can act this way when you don't really care what the fans think. This is why,
that's where the disrespect comes in.
And I know, and this is where I always find this so fascinating, is that people they really believe that Hasslam and all of the people in charge with the Browns care what the fans think. They've shown you time and time again they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that you don't have that. As a Browns fan, I'm sorry that you don't have an owner and a GM. And
you deserve that, quite frankly.
You should. That should be the lowest expectation you should have in owning a football team, is that you care what the fans of the football team thinks. That should be the lowest thing that is just offered up and given. But it's just not true here. And I'm sorry. Again, I hate this for everyone involved that you don't get this, but you don't get this. The reality has to set in at some point. This has been years of this happening. You don't get it the same way that for, 98% of the league league does that your owner is going to go ahead and care about what you think.
So, with all this being said, we actually do have the audio of Jimmy Hasslam talking about Deshaun Watson from Browns Weekend. We're going to go ahead and play that right now.
It's not for lack of effort, okay? I mean, I don't think anybody in our organization would question his effort, his toughness, everything he's put in the job. The reality is he's had major injuries, right? He broke his shoulder, tore his Achilles tendon twice, so he's been really ravaged by injuries, and that, along with the 11-game suspension, have kept him from playing. Now, Deshaun has a great chance, fresh start, offensive-minded coach, who has, in this past, been able to work with all kinds of different quarterbacks and make them successful. So Deshaun has a great chance to do that now. We talked to him the other day. He said he weighed the least he had, least he had in several years, was in great shape. He'll be here on April 7th when we start, and let's see what Deshaun can do. We're all excited.
So what I will tell you is, I understand Andrew Berry makes his bones off of keeping everybody in the dark, and I honestly do understand so much of smokescreen season. I don't really take a lot of things personally. When it feels like you're saying things to try and, maybe misrepresent facts so that people still buy season tickets, which happens from time to time from the front office, that's when I tend to get really mad when the Browns are lying. Jimmy's been pretty honest. The Joe Smith line from when they traded for Deshaun Watson last year with the there's egg on our face lines, right? Like, for Jimmy to do is it 180? Is that a half circle?
Yeah, the 180 is the right one. Yeah.
Sometimes I never know. I don't turn around.
Sometimes they would be like, oh, a complete 360. It's like, no, you just got yourself back to the place you started.
For him to do a half circle, a 180, is like the one thing Jimmy had going for. In the whole Deshaun conversation, the whole being the owner of the Browns, was that he can't help himself but be wildly honest. And I'll be honest with you, I did listen to Andrew Berry's comments on Deshaun. I did listen to Jimmy, and it still sounds like selling a fight to me. I'm not saying you won't start week one. It still sounds like an organization, though, that is trying to normalize something that is not normal, that a guy who is considered the worst trade in NFL history could start week one of the 5th season that he's been here, when he's played 19 games and done diddly squat on the field, is a wild play. And the fact that Jimmy is even on board with the public messaging is like, oh, that's a shame.
Well, you know why he's on board. He's on board because the obvious read here is that 2026 just doesn't matter that much to them. They're about 2027. And so if you're not focused in on 2026, we could throw Fred Flintstone out there at quarterback. They don't really care.
I'm still not willing to admit Deshaun actually has a real chance to start week one. I'm not saying he's now okay. I guess my point is I shouldn't say that. I think he has a realistic chance, whatever you think that is, of starting.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to be in the competition. At least that's what it seems like.
I also think if Deshaun starts week one, it's because Shedeur didn't do something that the Browns wanted him to do.
Well, I've already put the tinfoil hat on when it comes to that. I'm convinced that if Shedeur doesn't start week one and they're trying to tell us that Deshaun Watson's a better quarterback, it'll be when they did it with Dylan Gabriel. I just won't believe it. I'll just believe the rub is in.
I just feel like this is the point in the program. It's nice to be back. Good to see everyone.
Has it hit yet? You said till Tuesday. Has it hit yet? We're talking.
No,
okay.
Is that why we led with this? To see if we can
get it out of the way
bait?
first. We had to get out of the way first, and then we ease into everything else.
I think this is the point where I get to remind the Haslams and Andrew Berry and the Browns, you don't have to do this. You really don't. There's nothing in the bylaws that says just because he's got to be on the roster because of the stupidest contract in NFL history that you actually have to play him. Right? I'm not trying. I've been angry sometimes. I've used a lot of force on this one. I'm just going to use logic. Like everybody keeps saying, well, it's logical. He's on the field. Like he's under contract. He's going to be on the roster. So it's only logical he would be. And it's like Dylan Gabriel is apparently in the witness protection program. We can't find that little fella.
Oh, he's tiny. Yeah.
Because one, Kevin Stefanski drafted him, and I've never been more certain of anything in my life before. And two, because they clearly don't want him to be any part of the quarterback conundrum, right?
So the writing's on the wall with Dylan, it seems like.
But the writing is also on the wall in some sort of blood ink because of that contract. He's also a short timer here. So again, just bringing it back here. This is the loving Nick Wilson. This is I was on vacation and really enjoyed my family for 9 days. Nick Wilson.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this.
No, they don't have to.
Slugger.
But there's
better.
enough people across the NFL that have come on and have tried to make the same case that Albert's been making with us for months now. And there's a intrigue that exists across the NFL for Deshaun Watson that you and I just don't have. We don't own it. We this is just not something that me and you really enjoy or want to see or really think is even possible. But there's enough NFL people out there that are convinced that Deshaun Watson can do something close to what he did 6 years ago. And for me, it's a long gone, but this is what they're up against. And if enough NFL people believe it, then it's obvious to believe that they can believe it themselves.
And I want to know what stinks with that as well.
Well, that's the part that makes no sense.
Because so many of those people were the people that completely badgered and battered the Browns for making this trade 5 years ago in the first place, and now because, I don't know, Shador isn't good enough to the media, or because Shador pissed some people off in the NFL last year, somehow Deshaun is the lesser of two evils?
That's how it reads, yeah.
I would sure
it
like
reads that way for a lot of national people.
Explain that one to me.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Again, me and you, it doesn't make sense to us. But for a lot of national people out there, this is what they're going to. And again, it's easy because it's like a science experiment. They get to go ahead and see it while not having to live the results day in, day out. It stinks for us, but for them, they're like, maybe you can get something from a guy that hasn't done anything in 6 years.
And who morally we were really against 5 years ago, but I guess everything totally changed.
Has been injured the 3 years he's been on the field with you every single 7, 8, 9 games in.
Hey, I'm really against 20-plus lawsuits for sexual assault allegations. I'm really against that. But if you didn't do well in the draft process, pre-draft process, a man
rude,
has to have a code.
Just be a little rude. I don't know. Maybe the S2 logo was a little bit too much.
If your dad acts like people are being mean to him, I'm sorry. That's just worse than the other thing.
We got to draw the line somewhere.
All right?
This isn't Nam. This is football.
We're bad at comparing things. That's what it is. Social media has ruined our ability to compare two bad things or two unpleasant things with each other and come out with the right result. We really need the algorithm to help us on this one.
Well, it wouldn't. Okay, and not to go too deep on this, but isn't the national media side of this? Isn't that the idea that for them they were hurt personally by Shador?
That's right.
Right. That was a personal thing because Shador didn't play their game. Because he didn't play their game, he didn't play by their rules. They took that personally. Whereas the allegations that didn't impact them personally.
That impacted someone else.
That impacted other people in a great deal in a great manner. But to them, it didn't impact them at all.
It's almost.
So what does it matter, right?
It's almost like their outrage wasn't necessarily rooted in fact in the first place.
Maybe.
A little selective outrage. We get to actually, because it was actually our town that took the heat for that. It's actually our fans that took the heat from that. And the organization that we love that took the heat from that. It's a totally different thing, though. Again, his dad, he says things in the media. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Daniel Oyafusi will answer their ESPN Browns reporter. Will answer at 3 to what we should make of Jimmy Haslam's comments on Deshaun Watson. Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com, Cavs and NBA reporter at 4:20. We'll talk with him about whether the Cavs are playoff ready. We do want to hear from you guys. And again, we got Jose's big record that he's going to be breaking tonight, should he be in the lineup. We've got the Cavs in the second half of a back-to-back with scant few games remaining in the Cavs schedule. And, of course, we're talking about the Browns here. 216-474-0092. What do you make, or what do the Hasslam comments mean for Deshaun? That, and who is the quarterback right now? We actually might agree on one thing. In about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Daniel Oyefusi coming up in about 40 minutes here. We do have quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll have more Cavs and Guardians on the way as well. I will say, I'm not. So I have a special affinity for North Carolina because of living in Charlotte. So you pretty much have to choose between either being a Duke, NC State fan or North Carolina fan.
Mm-hmm.
If you've met someone from Duke, that's not happening.
Oh, stop it.
NC State fans just are too. It's a little too close to Browns fandom of like the we never get anything. So I chose North Carolina. Bubba Cunningham needs to be stopped. I mean, he actually is going to be done being the AD there.
Yeah, I think he's about to stop. Yeah.
I like Mike Malone a lot as an NBA head coach. But to follow up a hiring of Bill Belichick, never coached in college for 50 years, as your football coach, and then firing Hubert Davis, like a heel legend, so you can hire Mike Malone as a coach. This feels, what's the word I'm looking for? Like double jeopardy. It feels like doubly stupid.
Doubly stupid?
You didn't learn your lesson from the Belichick thing?
I don't think he thinks he failed in this Belichick thing yet, though. That's the weird part about this.
That is a wild take.
I don't think he has. I think judging Belichick off of one season, I think, is premature in his eyes. It hasn't gone well. Nobody can say
the bad
Jordan Hudson is part of the big problem there.
Oh my God!
But it is weird to go back to that. Well, especially when people like Billy Donovan seemed like they were lining up. He was going to leave the Bulls job. He would have been, and Billy Donovan had a bunch of success, obviously, with Florida in the college game. So that would have been a home run. Even Scott Drew seemed like a name that was not only realistic but also comes with a lot of success in the college game. And it's a different one for sure.
And here's the thing. I like Mike Malone a lot. I actually would give him a chance to do something at that level with all those resources. It's just coming on the heels of the Belichick thing. It feels real cute. And I'm still not over the fact that they did Hubert dirty. I know he had been bounced out in the playoffs 2 straight years in the first round. I'm sorry. You give like a hometown guy or like a blue blood program guy, you give them just a little extra than what they gave.
So did they make you choose as like a host at FNZ? Was it like the deal? Is it like half is like Duke guys, half are UNC guys? Is that a real split that way, or was the station dominated by one or the other?
No, I mean it was pretty split there, and you had a couple people who would like ride both lines and try and act like they didn't. Yeah, we had one guy, Bone, who would have. Had like 11 different college teams.
Oh, yeah, that's too many.
And,
was it just expected, though, that like nobody that rooted for these schools actually went to these schools?
Yes. Yeah, that's where remember when I really upset Lima with the Ohio State Walmart Ohio State fans?
Yeah.
That's what I got it from was my buddies and I would talk about North Carolina fans who never even went to college.
But does it kind of, at some point, though, like if North Carolina and Duke, both are two very prestigious schools, like at some point, is it just kind of like rooting for the Browns? And that, of course, I never played for the Browns, but I'm going to root for the Browns. Did it become like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I totally see that.
And then they started, it was kind of like Ohio State basketball fans. When it gets like okay-ish, when it gets bad, they act like they're a blue blood program and they like that, but that was for North Carolina football. Oh,
yeah, it's tough.
We won 7 games this year. We're better than this. Historically, you're really not. This is kind of the upper limit of what you're doing.
Hey, go Drake May.
And Sam Howell. I was a big Sam Howell fan.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Who wasn't in college?
It was a vibe. It was a hang. Now, we were talking about the Jimmy Hasslam comments on Deshaun Watson. Scott Petrak today talked about, with the Midday guys, talked about the timeline for Todd Monken to pick QB1.
He's made it clear that he would love to have that guy. I understand him, Todd Monken, wanting to get to that point, but you're right, and he admits it, that there's not a lot of on-field stuff that they're going to see. So the evaluation is going to include meetings, and it's going to include everything, the grasp of the playbook, but I think he's going to have a day one, QB1 when training camp starts in July. But I also think in the back of his mind, and I'm assuming that's going to be Shedeur Sanders, just because I think that makes the most sense. Right. But then in the back of Todd Monken's mind is, all right, if Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody as the week one starter, day one of training camp. But I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shedeur, is getting maybe all the first-team reps, but at least the majority of the first-team reps.
I give Scott a pass for saying Shedeur.
Do you? I don't know that we do. I laughed. I shouldn't have laughed.
We're big in the Scott Petrak business. He's always been very kind to me, so I'm going to give him the pass. I'm giving the Peterlin pass. Yes.
Thank you.
100%. All right, so if I think a Shedeur versus Deshaun, if I have my reservations about this being the QB1, QB2 battle, right? Imagine how many more reservations I have when you try and put it when Monken's saying to himself, I'd like to have the starter named by week one of camp.
Also, how is he going to get this figured out by week one of camp?
All those mini camp reps.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. The ones that he is basically said he's going to treat like very delicately. You know, he's going to try to really make sure that he has this whole thing balanced out. Is it like Shedeur shows up and doesn't look drunk on the field and he wins the job? Is that the bar for this?
There's a part of me that does think
as long as he just looks like stone cold sober and can complete a pass, he has the job.
I think there's a chance that they went to Shedeur and said, hey, here's the exact roadmap for you to be the week one starter, and you have to follow this to a T. You step 1 foot out of line. We're not going to give it to you. Mm-hmm. But, you do this and we'll give you what you want.
I could totally see that. If I were them, this is how I would be approaching it, by the way. I would be telling Shedeur, like, hey, you're the guy, just as long as you look competent, as long as you look like you have a clue, and then obviously don't get in any trouble.
But that's why it does feel like a bit of a rigged fight, right? Like if you're already telling yourself, we gotta that first practice, we gotta have a starter named so we can just move forward with that person. And by the way, I don't think in most quarterback rooms that's an asinine thing. I think in this room it is. I think in this room of a 5th round pick who I really like compared to kind of everyone else versus a guy who is a has-been and probably never will be again, who's been injury-prone for his entire time here. Like, it just doesn't feel like you even need to do the pomp and circumstance of, hey, look at this real legit quarterback room we got going here.
Well, I don't think Deshaun could even show enough in that little time to be named quarterback one by the time you get to training camp. Like,
I hope you're right.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out the roadmap. How would that even work? Because it's not as if they spend a bunch of time in front of Monken before we even get to training camp. You'll have a select dates, and obviously everyone, the voluntary portion tomorrow. Should we be expecting Deshaun at the voluntary portion tomorrow?
I mean, he's been hanging out with Jerry Jeudy. He's been going through the motions here. I would assume so.
I mean, if he doesn't show up, wouldn't that be some sort of sign that he's not in it to be the QB1? Like, isn't tomorrow kind of like a big day, all things considered? I know Shedeur's going to be there. Shedeur lives here. Shedeur's in the facility anyway. He's a lot to be here. Who isn't going to be here tomorrow?
Should we just proclaim it? If Deshaun's not here tomorrow practicing, should we just proclaim it over before it begins? Because I would not want to do that prematurely.
I think I'll call it if he's not here tomorrow. It's not voluntary for Deshaun, okay? If Deshaun, sorry, these are the type of things. Doesn't he has to be there tomorrow.
Take. I am on board with this take.
I think he has to be.
This is damn near a give it to me again take. That's how annoyed I am about the Deshaun thing.
I'm not expecting Dylan Gabriel to be there tomorrow, by the way.
But it's mini camps.
The flights from Hawaii, he can't find. It just doesn't come in this time of year.
TSA took too long.
It just doesn't come in this time of year.
This is his Super Bowl.
It should be.
When it's mini camps. He's a miniature person.
Yeah.
Like he should be like, finally, I'm like an average tall guy in mini camps.
I almost feel bad for Dylan if he's there tomorrow. Like, a little guy thinks he has a chance. He's going to show up.
Actually, no.
He's going to show up and his little playbook under his right arm and be all ready to go.
Now that you've said it, if Deshaun is not here at voluntary minicamps, but Dylan and Shedeur both are.
Are we taking Deshaun completely out?
I think I'm going to have to take
Deshaun
completely out.
Wouldn't the seriousness of Deshaun be completely depleted if he doesn't show up? I get it. It's voluntary.
I think you're selling a fight that I'm willing to buy.
You're not. Sorry, you're not. This isn't Lamar Jackson showing up to the Ravens, which, by the way, he showed up to the Ravens today and the first day of voluntary portion of their camp because they have a new head coach, new offensive coordinator, new everything the Browns have. But, like, Deshaun
and he's getting credit for it, too. He's getting a lot of credit for it from the national media. Oh, this is what a leader does. It's
he hasn't shown up he hasn't shown up in years to this, and people were wondering if he was going to make the appearance.
Or in January.
Many people, have some Senka.
Have some Senka.
You're just operating on another level today, aren't you?
I really am. Told you, that first day. You're going to get a lot of good Nick Wilson here. I am so close.
We got the chuckle hut over here,
to going full supporter. I'm so close.
Wrap your arms around it. What does it hurt?
But here's the thing.
What does it hurt? It doesn't hurt.
Like this happens in religions, where the person who converted becomes more of that religion than the person who was born into the religion.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm in an interfaith. I'm an interfaith couple, right?
Yeah.
And so Elise always talks about these guys that convert to Judaism, and then they it's just they take it to another level. They do.
That's gonna be me with Shador. Yeah,
that's why I stay Catholic and she stays Jewish, and we don't have this problem.
I'm going to be one of the Youngs. All right. We're gonna get Shannon Sharp on here. We're gonna get Mel Kiper on here.
Can you call yourself an unk? I don't think it works that way.
Why not?
It's like giving yourself a nickname. You don't get to do it. The community has to go ahead and call you an unk. No. It's like being knighted, okay? You have to earn it.
This is a great take. That's why I'm going to be such a supporter that I become an unk. They just bestow unkness on me, and I'm just there. That's what you're doing to me, Browns. You're making Nick Wilson an unk, and I'm not going to apologize for what happens when I become an unk.
I don't think anyone in the community has called me unk, the Shador community. I have gotten nephew a few times, though.
Ooh, that's nice. That's a gateway.
Nephew. Yeah, I've definitely been referred to as nephew. Like,
nephew.
All right, get after it, little nephew.
Yeah. 216-474-0092.
He's 36 with 2 kids in a house. That doesn't get you unk status. That just gets you nephew status.
But I am an uncle. I'm literally an uncle.
I am too. I am as well. Also, as far as that goes.
Roberto Shenanigans saying, no, Nick Wilson, minicamp is not for miniature people. No, this is not Dylan Gabriel's Super Bowl. They call it mini camps.
He's a tiny little guy.
He's a mini quarterback.
It's not big and tall camp.
Yeah, right? It's not 3XLT camp. I'd be there if it was. Come on now. You're saying that branding isn't concurrent with – come on now.
In your brain, you wanted to make like an extra wide shoe joke as well, and I don't know how you're going to work that in.
I want people to know I have
it's 14 extra wide.
Listen. I can't help it. It's genetics. 216.
It's these shoes!
474-0092. Scott Petrak says, walk through the timeline to pick QB1 for Todd Monken. Who is that quarterback right now? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Daniel Oyefusi coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Little bit of NBA news to pass along here. The Bulls have dismissed Executive VP of Basketball Operations Arturas Karnisovas and General Manager Mark Eversley. None of that really matters because the Bulls are a crap-ass organization, but you should know. Between that and the Michael Malone stuff, you should know. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Jose Ramirez is in the lineup for the Guardians tonight. He will become the Guardians' all-time leader in games played. Already heard my friend the Rodkeys are going. Got a lot of people going to the game tonight, so enjoy history. This record's been previously held since 1918. Terry Turner, who could forget, should record.
Yeah.
I have a take out of this, though.
Okay.
So since this has been going on now for 108 years, I think that should make us a little bit more impressed with this record because it stood for 108 years. I think it should add like 3% more meaning to it with Jose Ramirez now taking over the all-time game played.
I looked up Terry Turner today. Did you know anything about Terry Turner
actually
at all?
Really good, kind of like Omar Vizquel for his day.
Okay. Anyone want to guess how many career home runs Terry Turner had?
I'm going to go 18.
8. And he had 4 in one season. So, I mean, he played a million years. He played
steroids.
He played 18 seasons in Major League Baseball. He had 4 home runs in one season, and then that was it. He had a stretch from 1907 to when he retired in 1919 where he hit one single home run.
Yeah.
Just an astounding play of. I get it. The fences were a million feet away. Like that's a reality of the sport and how it existed back then. But it was incredible. What's incredible about Terry Turner? In the 4th year that he played baseball, he had a 9.3 wins above replacement. Okay, and no other season did he hit 5.
Yeah,
only one other season did he hit 4. He was basically just a one-year wonder that rode that for an 18-season career and a lot of games to go ahead and compile basically the only record book that Terry Turner is going to exist in, which is the one that Jose Ramirez topples tonight.
Okay, one, he was the organization's all-time steals leaders until Kenny Lofton took over for him.
Okay.
I think he was the all-time leader in putouts. And somebody else took over for him, but I don't remember who broke that record. He held plenty of records. How dare you?
Yeah.
Terry Turner's family could be listening. The man is buried somewhere in the Cleveland
area. His batting
area.
average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage was 253, 308, 318 for a career. That is, you don't even get to play baseball at that point.
You never would have survived 1910 ball. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Is that it?
You never would have understood.
Is that the takeaway there?
You would have been sitting there in like a bowler hat and a suit, sweating everything off, and you would have been like, I need more offense.
I would have loved it.
I'm an offense guy.
Well, the other thing about it is that he just played so few of his games for the actual Cleveland Indians.
Are you going to do the name thing?
Not the name thing. The name thing is how this works for Jose in Jose's favor, but Jose actually played 3 times as many games for the Cleveland Indians than Terry Turner did.
It's the same organization.
The big Cleveland Naps guy, Terry Turner was. I just want to make that just abundantly clear.
Same organization.
Big Cleveland Naps guy.
Then we can't include Jose's last 4 years as a Guardian.
Looks like he took some sleeps during. He took his own naps during some of the plate appearances.
I think that was a laudanum. That's a big laudanum guy too.
Oh, is that what it was?
Everybody was.
I'm looking at the team he started with. He started with the 1901 Pittsburgh Pirates statistics.
Yeah. Statistics?
It's called the Pittsburgh Pirates statistics.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, it's a joke, guys. We're good. Terry Turner played a long time.
I'm so
big
upset.
Big compiler. That Terry Turner is all I heard.
On behalf of Terry Turner's family,
That's all I
I'm so
heard.
upset by you.
Big compiler.
You know he's got like a 70-year-old grandkid right now listening to this.
just infuriated.
Pacemaker. Dum, 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 dum.
Just infuriated, as he should be. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
All right, Final Four. It was a dud. There's no other way to really put it. Michigan beat up on Arizona. They won by 18. And then UConn, Illinois. Illinois just basically laid down. And actually, they didn't lay down and die. They actually showed some fight. Well, that's like 7 minutes of that game. I thought they played really good basketball. It was just leading up to that point where they were getting just dismantled. One of the lamest Final Fours we've had in a while.
Yeah. And I thought the tournament overall, I was not like the guy that watched every single game, but I thought the tournament was fun until the Final Four. You know, it's bad when
been a great tournament until the Final Four, I thought. When
Vacation Nick, who watches everything he possibly can because he misses talking about it every day, when Vacation Nick says, it's enough for me, dog, you know what's happened.
It turned out to be a really lame Saturday night. Guardians game got rained out, obviously, and then we just had this Final Four that was just I was going to go to the game Saturday night, and it got rained out, and I said, okay, all right, good. I'll sit down and watch the Final Four. It's going to make up for the idea that I'm not going down to the ballpark and having a nice Saturday night, and then there we were.
Yeah, the women's final also very lopsided last night as well.
Just an awful, awful sports weekend, all things considered, but in particular Saturday night.
Let's go. ESPN's Troy Aikman was on the Dallas podcast to explain his role, his new executive role with the Miami Dolphins.
I think the Dolphins were wise in understanding my relationships around the league and knowing that I have information that they don't have or can't get. And I think they were smart in taking advantage of that, whether it was through me or through somebody else. The Cowboys have never elected to do that.
All right. This solidifies a few things. One, that I think Troy Aikman took this job just to slight the Dallas Cowboys. And two, now that we have two broadcasters / executives in football with Tom Brady in Vegas, the NFL completely doesn't care about the optics of this anymore, and I could not be more outraged.
I did wonder if this let Brady off the hook or if it just added Aikman into this this disgruntled nature you have towards broadcasters that are also owners getting the inside edge.
At least Tom Brady's had the common courtesy to lie. I'm not in those meetings. It's really okay. Which, by the way, he does have inside information because he's in the booth. Hasn't helped the Raiders yet, but yes, there is a strategic advantage here. The thing that Troy Aikman did that annoyed me so much is he was just like, I have inside information. Of course I'm going to trade.
And then he said they're smart. Like, they're smart in taking advantage of that. I want to know. So I like Troy in the booth. I think him and Joe Buck is it's become kind of the gold standard now at this point. And for years I thought that was Al and Chris on Sunday Night Football. I think Joe and Troy has taken over in what they do in Monday Night Football. But this is not a good sign. Yeah. It's not a good look by any stretch of the measure. And I'm kind of worried as to how far this is going to go.
Yeah, we're getting retirement, Roger Goodell. Like, he is really asleep at the wheel with all the different little things that are sneaking through the cracks. And this, I think, is the number one thing.
Like, if I was Herb Street, I'd be like, all right, hey, Browns, what do you want out of this? You know, like, if I was any of these guys, hell, even Ross Tucker, our buddy, maybe he starts offering up his services to some of these teams. And it just, anyone with any sort of inside edge and advantage becomes available at a price, and it's part of the deal.
I'm actually surprised that the Browns don't have Al Michaels' decaying corpse on the payroll. Like, I'm surprised they don't just – the one thing Jimmy does is spend money. He's got a whole host of broadcasters that are in the meetings with Andrew Berry just being like, well, Pittsburgh thinks this.
It's exactly what we need is more people in that conference room. Because we already got like 55 people in there.
People always say about the Browns, not enough cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's what they say, huh?
Yeah.
All right, let's start with Martin Emerson Jr., who missed last season, tearing his Achilles. He's on a visit with the Texans today. Heading into contract year, he started 27 games for Cleveland before his injury. Now a potential addition in Houston. It seems like they're pretty close. I don't love the idea that the Texans and the Browns just continue to have this. I'm not even going to say like an exchange program, but we just keep sending them our guys, and then they keep sending us guys, but the guys they send us never work out.
Yeah, I would definitely like to be on the other side of that arrangement.
They get Nick Chubb. Now they got Wyatt Teller. Now they're going to have MJ Emerson. Like, they keep getting all of our guys.
In fairness, this works so much. This happens so much. Like Carolina and Buffalo forever, because Brandon Beane grew up in the Carolina system, and now Dan Morgan was the assistant GM there before going down to Carolina. So they always sign each other's players. I just wish it was a better team, Like, the Texans have been fine the last couple of years, but we didn't get Will Anderson out of this. We got Titus Howard. Okay. This exchange rate isn't exchanging at the rate I would like it to be exchanged.
How did we get hooked up with this?
Yeah.
How did this become such a thing for us, though?
I got Deshaun.
It can't just be Deshaun starting this off. This goes
permanent inequity. That's what I was going for.
And it isn't like then the Texans are like, oh, we feel so bad about how poorly it went for Deshaun. Let's throw you all these players. And then for years on end, we just kind of get nice players to add it. No, they just end up with all of our good players.
Yeah. Yep.
We're not winning this battle.
Yeah. We'd like to, though. We're open to winning the battle.
Man, I really liked MJ Emerson.
I do. I still like him.
I know. I hate it. I hate that this is how this is going to end.
It's not going to surprise me if a year from now
he's going to be awesome. I know it.
$20 million a year if he can just hang out in the new system. I don't know anyone benefited more from Schwartz though, because Schwartz was like, yeah, I'll take a DPI once a game if it means you just beat the living hell out of the other receiver.
Have we ever had somebody that has had this much fanfare and this much and so beloved the way MJ Emerson was to then have an injury just kind of derail it for like a one-season injury while still in his youth? I'm sure there's a million examples people can think of, but like the rate that he has fallen off is incredible to me because there's a lot of good football left.
So on our trip to Charlotte, we went to our favorite local ice cream spot, Two Scoops, legitimately the best ice cream in America. And we had one shot to make it happen. We got there with 5 minutes to go Monday night. I was immediately informed they didn't have my favorite flavor of ice cream.
Oh.
Was I in the right for declining to get any ice cream and sulking for the next 5 minutes while everybody ate theirs?
What's your favorite type? What is it? Is it something specific to them?
Yeah. Shipwrecked.
That sucks that it's specific to them and they didn't have any.
Yeah, and they were like, you can come back tomorrow morning. And I was like, why do I want to eat ice cream at 10 in the morning?
I would have came back at 10 in the morning, though.
Vanessa wanted to.
If it was specific for that,
and
I would have.
I was like, listen, I gotta draw the line somewhere. All right? Clearly, I've eaten like an absolute obese person these last 2 days. I got to draw the line somewhere.
What's the combo in a shipwrecked ice cream?
All right, so it's chocolate ice cream, it is salted caramel, and then it is crushed up Oreos. It's delicious. It is.
Sounds good.
It is. I mean, holy crap, good. And they didn't even have even like my fallback flavors. Like they have like a mint Oreo flavor.
You couldn't have just gotten anything?
No. For like 4 years, I've been thinking about shipwrecked ice cream. For 4 years.
I know, but like once you weren't able to get it, then like
they're like, you can have anything but that. And I was like, well, but the only thing I want is that.
I know, but like, and pun intended, that ship sailed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, like that's
that
gone.
ship got wrecked.
Yeah, it did. It's gone. And so like you had to create your new ship, okay?
Yeah.
You're like buying ice cream and going down the store and like crushing up Oreos or something and then putting it on top of them right in front of him.
Nick, that's too much salt. No!
He's like teaching you, like it goes like this, Nick. It goes like this.
So the best part is Vanessa was like, she was like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, okay, this is feeling a little across the line. I was like, well, Hacksaw and I did get ice cream the night before. And not at this place, but at a place Hacksaw wanted to take me. And by the way, it was fine. It was okay. It wasn't shipwrecked, though.
Yeah.
And she immediately switched her tune. Cold, like just, you got it yesterday. It was like, wait, no, baby me more. No, don't take that warmth away. Pity me, please. That's going to be a drop. Daniel Oyafusi in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We do have to get into Jose Ramirez's big night, record-setting night, coming up in about 40 minutes. We do have some Cavs talk on the way as well. Chris Fedor coming up at 4:20. Talk about the Cavs and how playoff ready they are. But with all the things, we are now within 3 weeks of the NFL draft. To have that conversation, again, we head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on ESPN Browns reporter Daniel Oyefusi. Daniel, welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're doing all right here.
Good, yeah.
You know, doing the. How about you? Have you gone stir crazy yet with all the waiting for the draft yet?
Yeah, I'm just kind of ready for the draft to be here. Like, I saw somebody kind of post on social media a couple of days ago. Like, we've kind of gone through all the different hypotheticals and scenarios and debated and yelled at each other. Like, let's just get to the draft. Like, I feel like the NFL just kind of drags us out a little too long, but I understand why. You know, got to make that money.
I think we're in agreement here, and it's good because I don't think the NFL has enough money as it is right now. But we heard the Jimmy Hasslam comments last week for Deshaun Watson. Just what did you make of those comments by Jimmy Hasslam a year after he basically admitted that the trade was a complete failure?
Yeah, I think I was a bit surprised. Maybe the turn in you know, really just him. Again, doing a 180 to go from, you know, a swing and a miss to someone that we're all excited about. Now, I think that if you look at the totality of his comments, they were fairly measured. Like, I think, again, his comments, I think, really speak more to the faith that this organization has in Todd Monken and his offensive acumen, as opposed to really expecting, you know, anything great from Deshaun Watson. You know, he said that they're cautiously optimistic, which I think, you know, is fair for them to be, you know, given the fact that he hasn't played well, but, you know, he also acknowledged that he's been really injured throughout his Browns tenure. So in its totality, I thought that they were pretty measured, and I don't think that they really seemed to tip the organization's hand in terms of who's going to be the starting quarterback this fall.
Is the expectation for Deshaun to be there tomorrow when everything opens up? I know it's voluntary, but shouldn't the expectation be that he's there?
Well, Deshaun's there right now. So,
he's there. Okay, good. All right, that's an answer then.
Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah, at the league meetings, the word out there was that he was going to be there for the start of the offseason workout program. I just saw him post on his social media, his Instagram story a couple hours ago. He is in the building. He was on the practice field, indoor practice field. So I'd expect to see Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and, you know, I would think that we would see Dylan Gabriel, even though, you know, Todd Monken said he hasn't seen him through the offseason, which I don't think is really a big deal, to be honest.
All right, Daniel, if the draft was tomorrow, what's your best guess at what happens at 6 for the Browns?
My best guess is that Andrew Berry finds some way to trade out of the 6th overall pick. I think that when all is said and done, you know, we're into April, so Berry said they're really going to start going into scenarios and different situations and hypotheticals and really planning out their method. I think that as we get closer to the draft, they're gonna look at 6 and say, hey, I think we can get a little bit more out of this, as opposed to just picking a player at 6. You know, the Cowboys have been floated out there as a potential, you know, trade up partner. If they can move back 4 to 6 spots and still get one of those top tackles or wide receivers, but also probably get an extra 3rd round pick, I'm thinking in a hypothetical, I think that the Browns would be pretty satisfied with that. And then from there, you just kind of go best player available with that first pick, whether it's wide receiver or offensive tackle, I would presume.
Who's your favorite offensive lineman, and then who's your favorite wide receiver?
Well, I'll go to wide receiver because that's what I think is really, really interesting. I really, and I've said it before, I really, really like Jordan Tyson, but the injuries are just a little too much for me to really plant my flag and go down and really vouch for. So if the Browns were to take a wide receiver with their first round pick, or just stick at 6 and take a guy, I'd be perfectly fine with Carnell Tate. I don't know if he's going to be Malik Neighbors. I don't know if he's going to be Jamar Chase. But if the Browns can get a consistent year in year out 1,000-yard receiver, I think that's a very strong step in the right direction. Offensive tackle. I'm not a huge fan of the tackle class at the top, just because I think that the best offensive linemen are not left tackles, where the Browns have the biggest need. And, if you talk to Andrew Berry, which we did at the league meetings, he'll say that, a tackle is a tackle. I don't know if I necessarily agree with him on that, because I've spoken to offensive tackles that have said, hey, it is different playing left tackle and right tackle. You have to literally program your body in a different way. So if they take Monroe Freeling, I think that's a real bet on his upside, as opposed to getting a guy that, day one is going to really lock down that left tackle spot.
All right, Daniel. Obviously, you mentioned trade down. I think a lot of people expect the Browns to get their quarterback in 2027. I think it's going to be a tough road trying to get that 2027 first rounder. But it does seem like that would be something the Browns would prioritize if they could get it. So how far should the Browns go to get a 2027 first rounder? Like, do you think they would be willing to trade out of the first round from that 6th pick altogether just to get that?
I can't see that. They're not picking at 2, but you can still get a really, really good player at 6. And I don't think that they're just going to take themselves solely out of the ability to draft a top tier blue chip prospect. Conversely, is anybody really going to trade all the way up to 6 to do that? Like, even in these scenarios where we're talking about trading back with the Cowboys, like if you take 12 and 20, like I don't know, like the way the draft chart lays out, I think it'd be pretty hard to get a extra first round pick, which is why I think that they're really going to have problems. Like I don't really foresee a scenario where the Browns come away with a 2027 first round pick. But hey, a year ago I wasn't really sure that they'd come away with an actually 2026 first round pick. So I'm open to being surprised.
Daniel, now you've gotten to spend some time around Todd Monken, a couple different areas and a couple different places now. What is your early impression of Monken as a head coach now?
I like the fact that he's a straight shooter. And again, you say, we've spoken to him and been able to interact with him in different settings. We've been able to speak to him, on the record, off the record, at the league meetings, they have a reception, and, he held court with a lot of reporters. He was talking with the Ravens reporters for some time, and then, he was, nice enough to give some time to some of the local Cleveland writers that were out there. And the guy you see on the record is the same guy that you see off the record. I think that's going to go a long way in the building, when he's interacting with players and coaches and his staff and holding people accountable. That's the thing about it. I think that part of the reason why they brought him here was because they thought that he was a guy who had the vision on offense to turn this unit around, but really the personality and again, just holding people accountable. I think that's going to go a long way, and we're going to see that, as the offseason workout program and this season ramps up.
Daniel Oyefusi on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So obviously the big news today is MJ Emerson is on a visit with the Texans. It looks like he could very well be signing there with the Houston Texans. When did it go wrong for MJ? When did it become, kind of past the point that he actually might return here?
Well, I wouldn't say it went wrong. I would say it's, as Andrew Berry kind of laid out at the league meetings, it's just kind of different priorities, I would say. Obviously he had that devastating Achilles injury. He was, set up to start opposite Denzel Ward, and they were really excited about him kind of bouncing back from 2024. So they had to kind of, adjust on the fly as the season went on. And they obviously made that trade for Tyson Campbell, which I think really kind of pushed and kind of ended, MJ Emerson's prospects, long-term prospects, in Cleveland. And as Barry pointed out at the league meetings, there's really no place for him to start right now, which he really needs to, because he needs to bounce back and show that he can play at a high level. So again, like, they kind of have kept the door open, if there was, knock on wood, an injury or something like that happened in the spring or the summer. But in terms of like the priorities of both sides, they just really didn't align.
Do you feel like the Browns, do you feel like they fixed the offensive line, or did they just address the offensive line?
Well, it's to be seen if they fixed it. They definitely addressed it. And, the thing that I like about the moves is that they raised the floor of this unit, I believe. They didn't get, like, tremendously or drastically younger, but they got guys who have, played a lot of games and, for the most part, have been fairly durable. There's versatility there. And really, I think that with the construction of this offensive line so far, they've gotten rid of, like, major weaklings. Like, football is a weakling sport. Offensive line is the epitome of football being a weakling sport, where if you have one guy on there who is just not up to par, defenses know that, and they can game plan around that. And it doesn't matter that you might have 4 all pros, Pro Bowl players. Like, they're going to target that weakling player. I think that they raised the floor of this unit with the moves that they made.
Daniel, what did you make of the Browns pulling back their proposal to extend the draft window, the draft pick trading window, from 3 years to 5 years?
Yeah, it wasn't surprising. Obviously this was a pretty drastic rule proposal that, was put forth. And we've kind of seen in the NFL, when you kind of have these drastic proposals that people aren't used to and kind of try to shake up the table, teams aren't really as receptive to it. Now, I will say, I think that more teams were a lot more receptive and open to discussing it than, we then was led to believe. Like, I know Sean McVay made some comments and said there's no way that it passes, and he was right, but you had Les Snead as GM come out and say he would have been in favor of it. And I can tell you, definitely more teams were open to discussing it than we were led to believe at first. So they had an opportunity to at least discuss it. The Browns were able to, and Barry were able to field some questions on it. And again, it didn't pass this year, but in the next year or two, I think it's definitely something that could pop up again, maybe with some alterations. And we could see that really discussed a little bit more, over the coming years.
Daniel, great stuff as always. Appreciate you. And sure enough, the NFL draft will be here soon enough, and we appreciate you, bud.
No, for sure. Anytime.
Daniel Oyefusi there, ESPN Browns reporter on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, gave us plenty to talk about, including the Browns, where they sit at 6 right now, and the idea of getting a 2027 first-rounder or second-rounder. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you. All right, this is pretty simple one here. If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. But I challenge you to pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one, because you're going to hear the difference. And I would know, guys, I've done the Ram side-by-side with the competition bit, right? And I bought the Ram. And when I go to buy another truck, I'll buy another Ram. Why? Well, when it comes to power, as previously mentioned, there's no competition.
with former Nuggets head coach Mike Malone. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Andrew Berry finds some way to trade out of the 6th overall pick. I think that when all is said and done, we're into April, so Berry said they're really going to start going into scenarios and different situations and hypotheticals and really planning out their method. I think that as we get closer to the draft, they're going to look at 6 and say, hey, I think we can get a little bit more out of this as opposed to just picking a player at 6. The Cowboys have been floated out there as a potential, trade up partner. If they can move back 4 to 6 spots and still get one of those top tackles or wide receivers, but also probably get an extra 3rd round pick. I'm thinking in a hypothetical, I think that the Browns would be pretty satisfied with that. And then from there, you just kind of go best player available with that first pick, whether it's wide receiver or offensive tackle, I would presume.
Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns reporter, talking about if the draft was tomorrow, his best guess. It does seem, listen, I think people have a high faith in Andrew Berry's ability to find a trade partner if he wants to trade out of 6. For some reason, that's really become the thing that everyone's like, yeah, okay, but who are you trading up for?
I think Jeremiah Love's got to be one of those answers, right? Even like if he's there at 6, I think there's enough teams out there that'll look at it and say, okay, that's the guy that we're going to make a big move for, but you're still trading up for a running back at the end of the day.
Yeah, listen, I don't know where Bailey and Bain are going to go. There's a decent possibility at least 2 of those guys could go before you're on the clock there. It makes more sense to me that somebody would trade up for one of these edge rushers. I know it's a deep class for edge rushers, but there is seen to be Arvell Reese, then Bain and Bailey. That actually makes more sense than anything, but it's funny, like, it feels like the Browns have like a Goldilocks zone, like kind of what Daniel was saying of, well, if you can trade down within the next 6 or 8 picks, I didn't do it, 6 or 8 picks, nice. And then still get one of the guys you wanted, and it's like, this doesn't feel like that draft. This feels, and it's funny because I do think most Browns fans are rooting for a trade down, which
definitely
might be the only time in my life I can remember that being like the sexy thing for most Browns fans.
Why does it feel like a trade down? They're not even concerned about the compensation in return. They're just like, they want the trade down, and then they'll act as if it's a win from there. In a weird way, a trade down would be as satisfying to a lot of fans as anything that you could see on draft night.
And it's weird. Like, there is, I know Zach has his idea that if, he thinks it's Carnell Tate, unless there is a trade down there. I know everyone started to kind of firm up their position of what they think is going to happen. I firmly believe Mendoza's going 1. I'm pretty sure Arvell Reese is going 2. And then I think it's going to be, I think you need chaos for Browns fans to get what they want, which is some sort of trade down in future picks.
Well, that's what makes it so fascinating, and that's why so many people, you can't project out Jeremiah Love. You can't really project out Carnell Tate. For as many people that like Carnell Tate here because of Ohio State, there's just as many people that like Tyson better. We don't talk about him as much because he's not an Ohio State guy, but that's the reality out there. And so I think you're right. I think there's a lot of anything can happen with this. That's why I've isolated not to the idea of like, I want this person at 6. I'm trying to figure out which picks will piss me off at 6.
Oh, which one?
That's where Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson would piss me off at 6.
Yeah, I think that's a fair.
Well, and then we had Mary Kay last week that was talking about Ty Simpson at 6, and Nick Shook was talking about Ty Simpson at 6, and there was a growing momentum of Ty Simpson at 6. That camp was starting to really get going last week, Nick, and so
what did you do to derail it?
I just did my best.
Yeah.
Just put my hard hat on. We got to work is all we did. And so, like, really for myself, I've opened the whole entire board up, and I'm just deciding which guys I don't like, and I don't like Ty Simpson at 6. And anything other than that I'm going to be fine.
I hate being here. Let me just preface what I'm about to say with, I hate being here. But if everything is about the 2027 first round, finding your quarterback, then the thing that could make me happiest is getting another 2027 first rounder. And even if you can't do that, getting a 2027 second and third round pick, like we're to a point, and I hate being here because quite frankly, I don't think you have to punt on this season. I think if you had a different quarterback room, I think I'd be very, very sunny of where you're going to be. For now, it feels like for my hopes, it's Shedeur or bust. And I don't love being in with those odds specifically, although as I'm growing into being a real supporter, I'm starting to love them more. But there's a part of me that's like,
I love it.
I'm a shahonk. I'm a supporter. I'm a shishil. I'm one of those guys. But I do think, like, I have no limit on how far I'm willing to go to get a 2027 first. And if that means that you trade to pick 42 and you end up only having one first rounder and your first rounder this year is 24, if that lends...
What if it cancels out both first rounders?
What do you mean?
Like, what
I
if,
have to
what
trade
if they,
both of them?
Yeah, what if a team is interested in your 6 and your 24, and that's where they'd offer up then the first and 27?
Sure. Yeah, I think if the whole point, if they're backing me into a corner where the only thing they're going to do to take a big swing at a franchise quarterback, then you need every asset at your disposal next year. So you, like, the Jets have the currency.
Well, you can't get left with your pants down next year when it comes to the 2027 draft. Like, if you're building all this towards that draft and you're building this towards the idea that you're going to get your quarterback out of the 5 we're going to have in the first round next year, then you got to be able to get your guy.
Yes, and by the way, once you get past the top 3 receivers, I know there are guys that can be upper echelon receivers. But, like, the kid out of Louisville, who's a big wide, is it Chris Bell?
Yeah, Chris Bell. Yeah.
So, like, that's a guy who I think at 39, 3 years from now, we could say, how the hell did Chris Bell get to 39?
We just say injuries is all the only answer would be, but it's a roll of the dice, yeah.
But, that's where we are. Like, I don't want to say I'm annoyed by where we are in the draft, but I do hate that everyone seems to be on the same page and that none of the options leave you feeling like again, like, how am I going to be excited the day after the draft, that first night of the draft, if they're like, hey, we only drafted, we didn't have any first rounders this year, but we got that 2027 first rounder. Like, do the Browns realize how much it stinks that we're in that position that I have to say, well, if you're going to put all your eggs into the 2027 basket, you kind of got to go big or go home.
At least it'd be selling the plan in a very outwardly and obvious way, which I would appreciate.
I wouldn't.
I know I would, because
get a better plan.
They haven't had a plan. That's the problem, and it feels like constantly they're not even looking out. I know they try to sell everyone in this like 2, 3, 5 year vision, but it constantly feels out like their vision is very flimsy, and they can be moved at any given moment. At least this would signal to me, okay, you might not like the plan, but at least they've decided they're going to go into this and they're going to try to make it work for 2027, and then we can figure it out from there.
216-474-0092. How far should the Browns go to get another 2027 first-round pick? I'll throw it back to you because you asked me about the 2 firsts this year. How far would you be willing to go?
I'm not that committed to anybody. Like, so that part of the idea that I've made up this board of people I just don't want at 6 is the idea that I haven't fallen in love with anybody at 6, and that's a real problem for myself. Would I be accepting of Carnell Tate at 6? Sure, yeah, I guess I would. Would I be accepting of Jeremiah Love at 6? Yeah, I guess I would. But I haven't fallen in love with anybody, and that's why when you haven't fallen in love with anybody, you can be malleable. I can take this any way in any direction I want. But ultimately, I like your overarching theme. If 2027 is the goal, and that's the only way you get another first rounder for 2027, then sign me up. Call this the Deshaun years part 2, I guess, because we can just go the whole entire time of not having a first-round pick all over again if it gets me the quarterback in 2027.
So while we're on the topic of this, again, the question here is how far should the Browns go to get a 2027 first-round pick? Bill Barnwell did his mock draft of trades.
Okay.
So for every pick in the first round, he goes through a hypothetical trade for that pick.
Okay.
I don't remember the one for the first pick, but it was a Jets pick, so it was the Jets trading up to 1. But he gave 3 for the Browns. I'm going to run these. I'm going to run each one by you, and I want you to tell me how much you like or dislike them.
Okay.
All right. Now, Daniel mentioned the Cowboys have been linked to the Browns at the 6th spot. That makes a lot of sense. They have 2 firsts this year. They still have a first next year, although it's going to be the lesser of the Cowboys-Packers pick because that's going to the better one's going to the Jets as part of the Quinnen Williams deal. But he being Bill Barnwell, is sending the 6th pick and the 24th pick in a 2027 5th rounder to Dallas.
Okay.
For the 12th pick, the 20th pick, and a 2027 2nd round pick.
Well, yeah, I don't see how we lose in that scenario.
Why not?
Well, if we got 2 first and a second out of it, and then we're giving 2 first and a fifth, we're losing some positioning here. But if number 12 overall and 20 overall can likely get me whatever top wide receiver I want or whatever top tackle I want, and then mixed in that same second tier, that'd actually be better than what you have at 24. Yeah, I think that's a win.
It feels like a little Steiner math to me. It feels a little bit
when I was talking, it felt very complicated.
Yeah, it's like you're swapping the 6th pick for the 12th pick. But then, because of that, you're moving from 24 to 20. And then, of course, you're going to get a pick swap in 2027 where you move up 3 rounds. I don't know.
Which I think is the bigger deal out of this for me.
I think you're probably right, by the way. I think if you can't get a 2027 first rounder, I think a 2027 second rounder does just give you at least something extra. It feels a little bit of like 2 teams that aren't entirely convinced of what they're going to get in the draft. So it feels a little bit of reorganizing the deck chairs in the Titanic.
So the Cowboys would be thinking they can get one of these edge guys at 6 overall. That's their deal. And so, like, for the Cowboys, it makes a bunch of sense. Like, that's what they need. That's what they've been searching since they traded Micah Parsons. There's a reason why they were in on Hendrickson. There's a reason why they've been in on basically every edge rusher you can imagine. So, yeah, I think that in a weird way, I think it does kind of work.
I would rather, while we're on the topic, just not get the 12th pick back. Get the 2027 first as well as the 2027 second.
And just roll the dice on whatever that ends up being.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. I think they're going to look at the first round in 2027 as way more valuable, though.
Yeah, well, Dallas is in a situation where this kind of feels like Dallas's last stand potentially with Dak.
He's getting up there. He's getting up there in age.
He's also going to his contract year. They're definitely retooling, but they're trying to do it on the fly. And if they don't get the math right, it just wouldn't surprise me if in a year they decided, well, Dak's going to go off, finish his career elsewhere, and we're just going to reset this thing.
I could see that.
So
maybe to a Cleveland Browns jersey. I don't know. Man. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, guys.
Again,
I know it's a Monday.
If that was this offseason, I'd be so excited. But
That's
thinking
really
about
good.
Next year,
That's really good.
He is really good.
He's just getting up there in age.
We're not ages here. Now, the second trade here, the Patriots get 24, and the Browns get 31.95, which is a third rounder and a mid 6th round pick.
That doesn't really do anything for me.
So you move 7 spots down.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything for me.
You know what? For me, it's because if that third rounder was a next year third rounder, I might be more inclined to think that's only 7 spots. Why the hell not?
Yeah, maybe if it was next year. We do have a lot of picks though. Like the Browns have 10 total picks. Like we have a lot of picks this year.
Yeah,
I don't know that we just need to be stocking up necessarily.
Well, and also 95 is on the outside of the range. Like this is supposed to be like the difference between the 10th pick and like the 60th pick is supposed to be nil. That's not the same thing as saying the 10th pick and the 95th pick.
Yeah.
There's not a huge difference between those players. All right, final one here. This has the Browns trading back into the first round for the 32nd pick for picks 39, 70, and one of their 5th round picks.
Okay, yes, I would do that.
For a third first rounder this year?
Sure.
You know who that's going to be for, right?
Caden Proctor.
No, it's going to be for Ty Simpson.
Is that's the only way we get this?
Yeah, well, no, I think the reason you'd be trading back into the first round is to get that 5th-year option for that quarterback.
Yeah, but unless there's like there's always wide receivers or somebody that falls in a spot where you're like, I can't believe Omar Cooper is still there at 32.
I think the only way
be there at 39 then.
I think the only way you're giving up 3 of your next most valuable picks this year. And again, now all of a sudden you've got more late round picks than you do early round picks. I think the only way you do it is for Ty Simpson.
It's a 3rd and a 5th, and then you're basically swapping out the 1st and the 2nd there. So like I don't know, I would do it. But I'm a believer of in this draft you need to get as close to or as best positioning as you possibly can because I just feel like the difference there is going to matter.
216-474-0092. You heard these 3 first round trades for the Browns. Which one do you like the most? I will tell you this: none of them am I sold on. But the only one I hate is the Seattle one.
No.
Yeah, I don't want to trade back for a 3rd first rounder. Not this year. This is just not the year that I want to have 3 first rounders.
I'm just trying to think. Like the one time we've seen him do it in recent years, that was the Njoku draft,
2017,
and that one. I mean, it honestly,
T.J. Watt went like 2 picks later.
Yeah. There was just a lot of talent in that draft too, though. There was a lot in that draft.
Not for the Browns.
It's just not necessarily
beyond Njoku and our buddy.
Miles, yeah, I was going to say it worked out. And what's funny about that is
everybody else kind of stunk in that draft.
It's funny we just never talk about that draft. And no one ever, since the day Miles was taken, no one ever relitigated it. No one ever questioned it. It was just always going to be Miles. And then you watch him overperform and overexceed every expectation, even while being the number one pick.
Also known as the Jabril Peppers.
Yeah,
trade. Oof.
All to line up like 45 yards off the ball.
All to line up
in
5 years later. 6 years later, trading all your assets for Deshaun Watson, who you could have taken at 12. Now we're just having fun. 216-474-0092. You heard those 3 trade proposals. The question is, how far should the Browns be willing to go to get that 2027 first-rounder in a huge, historic night for Jose Ramirez in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Chris Fedor coming up in just about 40 minutes here. We'll talk about how the Cavs, or how playoff ready are the Cavaliers, as it's looking more and more like the 4 seed. It's looking more and more like we get a little health run here from the Cavaliers. Can't really say the rest about the NBA. But again, Fedor coming up in about 40 minutes here. But tonight is a big night for the Gardos and for Jose Ramirez, and he has a chance to break the all-time games played record for Cleveland Baseball Organization, taking it from Terry Turner, who we all knew and love. That's a 6'10" first pitch, by the way. It's funny. I didn't know this record was on the horizon, but you know, as I've read more about it over the last couple of days, getting ready for tonight's game, it's really cool and reaffirming that this is the next record that Jose gets to break here, because it's a record that should exemplify you as a guy that people think about with Cleveland baseball. And I don't know that there's any player, and think about all the greats we've had in the last 40 years. I don't know there's any player that is now more synonymous with Cleveland baseball than Jose.
Well, and the cool thing about it as well is the idea, not only it's just with the Indians and obviously the 2016 World Series and everything with that, but it's ushering in the Guardians era as well.
Yeah.
There's not a single person when you think Guardians baseball that you think of more than Jose Ramirez. You might ask somebody about the Indians, and they might tell you some of those 90s players, and they might tell you some other names, and even if we think Jose's just as good as any of them, like Jose has been able to become synonymous with what this new chapter of Cleveland baseball is.
I do think, I'm not trying to relitigate any of those conversations that stunk for the decade we had before they happened, and certainly stunk the first few years after the name change. I do think this is one way which the Guardians have gotten incredibly lucky with Jose. Him signing those 2 contract extensions has done more goodwill for that name on the front of the jersey, maybe more so than even like winning a World Series would have done.
Yeah, and obviously then the idea, too, that it's just such a clean split from Lindor and J-Ram, and it kind of just went along with the same timeline then to mix in with the name change. Like, it's not a who represented the most in that stretch. It's Jose, and it's unequivocally Jose now.
And I think we're in an interesting spot. Like, you start to look at Jose's big numbers, and you know he's right on that threshold of WAR. That's usually like 60 WAR is like the beginning to breakthrough point for Hall of Famers. He's at 57.5. Home runs, he's almost at 300 home runs. Should get there this year. At 34, he's starting to break through some of the metrics that automatically just put you into being a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I was really starting to think about this earlier today. Like, he's already on the level of like Joe Thomas's for me, and of like Myles Garrett's, like singularly great players, guys who define an era of baseball. And it's interesting to think where another 5 years at this level, 3 or 4 years at this level, and maybe a World Series championship, what that would do for his legacy. Because I think there are just with the way I think there's a certain gilded few at the top of the mast when it comes to Cleveland sports, and who are obviously LeBron, having won the first championship in 50 years.
The part that sucks with LeBron is that we're going to share LeBron with basically everyone in the world.
Yeah, it's funny. That hasn't really dinged him, in my opinion. Sorry, it hasn't dinged him for me.
Not dinged, but I feel like if we were coming up with like a who's the best Cleveland sports athlete, I feel like LeBron, he doesn't get overlooked by any measurement, but because we have to share him with everybody, and because it's not just Miami and Los Angeles. I mean, like as the NBA world exclusively for 20 years gets a piece of LeBron, I just feel like it gets, because he's such a mega star, I just feel like it gets lost in a way that like Joe Thomas just doesn't, you know?
Oh, so it's almost like too big for Cleveland kind of thing. Like he outgrew. I think
he's not
who said that, by the way? Didn't somebody say LeBron outgrew Akron? Like very recently, like an NBA great said that.
Like LeBron himself?
No. No, he just said he doesn't like coming home.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't like playing here. That's totally different.
Well, because it's a couple different discussions. Like Joe Thomas is, although he is one of the greatest left tackles of all time, Joe Thomas doesn't ever come up in greatest NFL player of all time category.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't hit those lists. Whereas LeBron,
which is funny because he is a first ballot Hall of Famer, which usually kind of is in tow with that. But
it just doesn't. It's not a thing.
Because we only
And
care
so-
about quarterbacks.
Yeah, and so it's like Tom Brady, and it's certain players are on that list. Joe Thomas isn't. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But like the list that Joe Thomas appears on unequivocally is the greatest Cleveland sports players list. And like Jose Ramirez is awesome. He's going to be one of the best players of the past 20 years, but he's not on anyone's baseball list for the greatest in the sport for the past 20 years.
By the way, it was Rich Paul that said that about LeBron and Akron. But 216-474-0092. So Jose Ramirez is about to break the all-time games played record. How far can Jose climb among the all-time great Cleveland athletes? And when it's like guys that have played for Cleveland, not just like LeBron, who's from down the road. And the truth is, I was trying to think about this, and it's like if you can surpass even like a Joe Thomas, if you can surpass a Myles Garrett, I wouldn't have ever thought that was possible for a Cleveland baseball player, knowing just how popular the Browns are in town. I think Jose's got a real chance. I think if he continues on for another 3 to 4 years at his current level, 3, 4, 5 a year player, and again, if the Guardians even just get back to the World Series, or if they just are knocking on the World Series again in like the conference championships again, I think he's there. And I like, honestly, I just am not used to baseball players staying in Cleveland long enough to have this conversation, because it does seem predominantly to be a Browns conversation and a Cavs conversation.
So I think the discount helped a ton. There's just no other way to look at it.
The double discount.
Very endearing. Like, if there's ever been a move that was a gets us meter type move, that's going to be it right there. Now, does he need to win league MVP? He's been top 3 in league MVP like 5 times. It's been an insane number of times. One area where, and I think he's more popular than Myles, even though I know it's a football town, I feel like Myles is just not as beloved as Jose is.
Yeah.
But like Myles has won Defensive Player of the Year. That's his version of the MVP. Like he's won his version of it. If Jose won an MVP, would that count as great as him winning a World Series or something along those lines?
No, only because I don't think anyone like, okay, I think I want Jose to win an MVP award. I'm already ambivalent about, voted on awards anyways, and it's almost like, yeah, you idiots, you finally realized how great he was.
Because I do feel like the 2 DPOYs for Myles went a long way for his for fans recognizing just how great he was and kind of like cementing that idea. First ballot Hall of Famer, all-time great. We're watching one of the best.
Oh, see, it's interesting. I felt the same way. Like, I wanted those things for Myles because Myles, it's apparent how much Myles cares about those kind of things because he's thinking his Super Bowl, his Hall of Fame legacy. It's very similar to Jose. It's like, man, I would want that for you because you deserve that. But it probably wouldn't have any bearing here on how I think of Jose. Like, to me, the only thing he has left to do, other than just the longevity thing, which he's already incredibly impressive, having been this player for over a decade in Cleveland and baseball and sticking around. But really the only thing left to do is make another World Series or win it. Everything else helps, but like that's the only thing that I think can really take him where it's like, oh, it's Jose and it's LeBron. Sorry, it's LeBron.
Which, by the way, I think is entirely fair. I feel like if we're talking about rarefied air, in Cleveland specific, a place that had been just so hungry for championships and had the long drought, like winning a title should instantly catapult you in a way that we should reserve that for those guys.
216-474-0092. So Jose Ramirez tonight, he is in the lineup, which means he will break the all-time games played record for the Cleveland Baseball Organization, going all the way back to 1918. Our guy, Terry Turner, may he rest in peace. He's been dead since 1960.
He's been dead for a while.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he's been dead for a while.
Not that he's been dead for that long. That's not great. But what I mean is that
what's incredible about
we're about to see a guy's record get broken that is a 108-year-old record. And that guy's actually been deceased longer than, I think, all of my parents have been alive. That's just a bit of a mind bleed for me.
Well, records were made to be broken, Nick.
That's true. And people are meant to die. Oh, I didn't like that. As it was coming out, I did not like that one.
You're not wrong.
Welcome back from vacation.
Yeah.
It is just a Monday at 4 o'clock, though.
Also, it's like a 40-degree day. I'm choosing to say this. Don't worry, guys. We'll all be dead soon enough. Ooh, like that one even less. Yeah. How far can Hosey climb amongst the all-time great Cleveland athletes as another record falls to Jose Ramirez's feet? And you're either going to love this one or hate it. And whether it's on the board for the Browns, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
FanDuel.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnek.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Chris Fedor coming up in just about 20 minutes. Cavs and NBA reporter. We do want to do a PSA here. It is the second half of a back-to-back. Even though the Cavs are 15.5-point favorites, don't succumb to panic if the Cavs lose tonight. I don't expect them to. I think they should pretty easily win because Memphis is clearly not trying to win. All I'm saying is this feels like a game. We've gotten into this habit over the last month that this is the game that people panic about. Do not panic about this game if they don't win.
No Donovan tonight, no Harden tonight. It feels like a really nice game to actually have a loss as far as seeding is concerned, Nick.
That was another wild turn that after the Harden wars that we had, to see a couple videos, and again, I was very checked out last week, but to see people being like, no, it's good if they lose, and then
that was me. It was me.
I'll just go ahead and say I was talking about Lima, who a week previously had said, I no longer have the faith that this team can beat Boston in that second round of the playoffs, and we should. And then a week later, now leading into losing, I was so confused.
Well, the Knicks really threw everyone for a little bit of a wrinkle there. Knicks had lost 3 straight while you were out. They hadn't beaten a team over 500 since March 6th, and they were really kind of making it obvious what they were trying to do. Now, the Knicks take on the Hawks tonight. The same time, obviously, the Cavs are taking on their game with the Grizzlies.
And so, a little do-si-do there because the Hawks are now the 5 seed.
I know.
There's
a lot that can happen. There's a lot on the line tonight. Anyway, the Cavs win or the Knicks beat the Hawks, they're locked into the top 4 seed minimum, right? But then if the Cavs win but the Knicks lose, they'll be tied for the 3 seed. Knicks have the advantage in that because they own the tiebreaker, but it gets really dicey based off of who the Knicks play in the final 3 and then who the Cavs play in the final 3. And I'm just telling everyone to buckle up.
This is why my positioning on the Cavs since Jump Street, since the deadline, has paid off. I mean, just time and time again. Because I just don't care where they finish. Because I just want to get to the playoffs. And if you listen,
I care. I'm invested.
Whether you have to play Boston in the second round or Boston in the third round, that's fine. I don't really. You're going to have to face them at some point. And my expectation is for you to seriously challenge them one way or another.
I'd rather face them later in the playoffs. I'd rather face them in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Ready for it? I don't live in my fears, JP.
I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you. If that means that I live in my fears, then I guess I live in my fears.
Many people are just suggesting, not me, but many people have suggested that I'm the real Cavs fan because I'm just riding Cavs vibes right now.
Is that right?
And you haters, I don't want to see Boston. They're too big. I don't want to see them in the first round, second round.
Is that how we sound?
That's how you sound. And
we just stop enunciating,
again,
too.
It should be said. I'm not saying this.
Yeah.
But many people are saying
sure.
that I'm now the Cavs vibe guy.
Wow.
And you guys are killing it by fear-based thinking.
That would be a great turn of events. Unfortunately for all of us, we have documented takes on the internet for 2 months that suggest otherwise.
No.
We got a lot. We got a lot on the internet.
I've given up the Harden wars, and I'm here for good vibes, and I want some champagne to be sprayed. Come on now.
I'll spring for some champagne, like the real cheap stuff, though.
No.
None of that expensive.
No,
You're not getting expensive
whatever they're
stuff.
spraying
You're getting some
in
real
the locker room,
cheap stuff.
Whatever Steph Curry said he could still smell in 2016 after them winning in Cleveland in 2015, that's the good stuff.
I think it was like $100 bottle of Moet is what it was.
Yeah.
And I remember because I was sitting there and I was watching the foreign press drink all of it. And I was like, guys, you can't do this. Why are you drinking all of the champagne? Stop drinking the champagne. And they refuse to stop drinking the champagne. Nick.
By the way, Mike saying, watch Mobley ruin our 4 seed by having a game of his life for once tonight. We're not going to do this. I refuse, Mike, with love and respect to all the people. I will not root for the Cavs to lose.
It does seem lame
to Memphis
being locked in for seeding purposes. Like, I'm locked in tonight, but I'm locked in for seeding purposes, and I understand how lame that is. I get it. I'm very aware of it.
It feels like you're rooting for the Cavs to lose, and that's been what's been thrown at me for the last 2 months, and I just think we've reached a nice ironic point here.
Yeah, but it's with the Cavs' best interest at heart. That's the difference here. Like, we're rooting for the Cavs to lose because we want the greatest thing for the Cavs.
Yeah, this is like rooting for your kid to fail second grade so they'll have a better chance against next year's second graders.
What's been lobbed against you is that you're not rooting for the Cavs to lose for the greater good. You're rooting for the Cavs to lose because you want the hardened thing to fail.
No, and that's what pisses me off. I'm not rooting for the Cavs to lose ever.
I know that. Convince other people of that.
You just said it in a way.
Convince other people of that.
You just said it in a very way like you've started to believe it.
At you, and then, I just said convince other people of that.
Like, literally, the people who are rooting for the Cavs to lose tonight have been saying, I've been rooting for the Cavs to lose for 2 months.
Yes, but again, we have the best interest of the Cavs at heart in this discussion. That's what this is all about.
No, you don't. You're infantilizing the Cavs. These are grown men. These are ballers.
Is that
shot
right?
callers. I don't remember the rest of that song. Ballers?
Shot callers. 20-inch blades on the Impala.
They're also that.
Call will get laid tonight. Hit the home stretch and I'm late tonight?
Look at him, man. The best part is,
I messed something up at the end there, though.
You knew.
I messed something up at the end there.
You knew. You couldn't look at me. You knew I was just not going to be the guy you went to. But
Making money to fly
and the best
away.
part is that you looked over at Mac and our senior research analyst, Mac Robinson, eyes darted away from you as quickly as they
Mac
possibly
had no idea.
could.
I don't even know that Mac knows the song. I don't even know that.
I know the song. I just dodged because listening to you just plainly speak the words was...
I need it. Well, I'm not going to sing it.
I mean...
do I hear a challenge,
That's not happening. No. That's definitely not happening.
Not for you, JP. Mac's got some criticism over there. So you didn't like the monotone way that he... No. I think you should go ahead and show him how it's done right now on air.
I'm good.
Are you? Because your shots fired a teammate there. This is a loyalty show. We're a loyalty-based show. Sometimes. And in this case, I kind of feel like you're telling him you could do better than him by singing that song.
I know you're only 2 hours and 10 minutes from being back from vacation, but you definitely misheard that coming out of my mouth.
JP, how did you hear what came out of his mouth? Sounded like he checked you.
He checked me?
And you know what they say?
I feel like you're checking yourself right now. That's what's happening.
You got to check yourself.
Yeah, before you wreck yourself.
Before you wreck yourself.
Is that what they say?
I think you're wrecking yourself, coward.
I think you're the one that's trying to grab the steering wheel and drag me off the road.
That's pretty much my job on this show. Now, getting back to the Cavaliers here. We're in the love bubble. So whatever happens tonight, I want Evan Mobley to score 50 and you win by 100. That's what I want tonight.
Is that what you want to have happen?
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Just so now I can hear somebody tomorrow come out on their show, I don't know who that could be, and then have a meltdown because the Cavs are tied for the third spot with the New York Knicks.
Listen, I'm watching for seeding purposes tonight. Is that extremely lame that I'm watching the NBA for seeding purposes tonight? But yeah, I'm watching it for seeding purposes tonight. There's a lot at stake in the seeding world tonight.
It's interesting.
How deep will the Knicks go? I don't know. You tell me.
How deep can they go?
Easy now.
Well,
they're playing the Hawks.
I am going to just watch it because I just love Cavs basketball.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. I'm as the real Cavs fan at the station.
That's how that works.
This is my time of the year. The end of the regular season is. Some have said it's my favorite time of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one's going to ruin this for me. Not all you negative Nellies out there trying to get L's hung up on the Cavaliers. I only speak W's, and I'm doing a W just for you two.
I've always heard end of seasons, end of regular seasons. That's your favorite part. You love that the most.
5 to 7 games of the NBA regular season are my erogenous zone.
Like week 18 in the NFL is yours.
Yep.
And don't let anyone ruin that for you.
Yep.
If anyone ruins that for you, you're going to come out what they love the most.
Yeah, which is
game 157 in the baseball's regular season.
I was actually going to say it's like week 18. There's a lot of people out there really loving Week 18 in the NFL. I'm going to ruin that for you.
That's right.
If you dare, what is this, Game 78? If you dare come after Game 78 tonight.
Hey, Game 78 matters.
That's true.
Some say it counts the same as Game 61.
Some say all games matter. Some have said that.
I've heard that.
Many people have said that.
I've never seen that on a shirt, though.
I don't think it would, but I think maybe we should. Hey, we got 75 TV.
I actually think that sounds like a horrible idea. We should really move away from that idea as quick as possible.
How many T-shirt companies do we have in town? We can't get one of them to print that?
Probably a reason why they haven't printed that.
Yet. Again, defeatist
I don't know why.
thinking out of you.
I don't know why. I can't come up with a good reason.
216-474-0092. Are you rooting for the Cavs to lose like a total loser tonight?
It's a multi-TV game action tonight.
Or are you a real Cavs fan and you want them to win at all times?
I'm trying to line up. So the Knicks game is at 7 o'clock. That's a Peacock game for everybody, for those that are interested there. Cavs are 8 o'clock, so we'll have a little bit of crossover there. Want to make sure it will be timed out enough so the Cavs will know what the Knicks do by the time their game ends, but it'll be somewhere in the third quarter. So I want to make sure, Atkinson gets the message in the relay, if he can take a sigh of relief and maybe do whatever he's got to do, or if he says, oh wait, Mobley, you're out now. Knicks didn't do what they were supposed to do. They're obviously trying to lose this game. We need to lose this one as well.
How far do you want him to go? Is Luke Travers still here? Do you want Luke Travers in the fourth quarter if need be?
Has Thomas Bryant been ruined off for tonight's game or no? Is he on the list here? He is. Left calf strain for Thomas Bryant. Even he's too valuable for tonight's game. Unfortunate.
Who's the end of the bench now? Is it bad that I don't care because none of them matter to me because I'm only interested in winning?
We have no Donovan, no Tyson, no Dean Wade, no Max Strus, no James Harden, no Thomas Bryant tonight.
All right. So do you want to see Olivier Sarr? If we get word that the Knicks have lost, you got to see Olivier Sarr.
You know what? My nickname for him, Olivier Star. I think the kid can play. He might be too good for this game.
Mwah, mwah.
Oh, that's where we draw the line today? That's out of all the things that have been said today, that's where we draw the line? Okay.
By the way, Mac, Anthony and Troy here actually has the guts to do what you didn't have to do. All right, Anthony. Can you what's the name of the song that you're about to sing that apparently JP didn't do well enough for Mac earlier? And can you give us a verse or two or a bar or two?
Little Troy, want to be a baller?
Yep. All right, let's hear it.
All right. Want to be a baller, shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get laid tonight. Swisher roll tight, got sprayed by ice.
Hit the highway. Making money the flyway, but there's got to be a better way.
Better way.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony.
See, it works if somebody does it with me. See, I like that, Anthony.
That was really good, buddy.
Thank
we appreciate
you.
It's
a catchy song, guys. It's a catchy song.
If this was a different show, this promo would run for 3 months.
And then 3 years. All to have people come in and host and be like, that's so funny. I've never heard that one.
Well done, Anthony. Hey, you know what? By the way, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
That's what a real man does, Mac. That's what a real man does. Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com. We'll see if we can get him to sing a little bit with JP. We'll also talk about the tanking or not tanking shenanigans tonight for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there at Bookman and
Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volman.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Little Troy, want to be a baller?
Yep. All right, let's hear it.
Want to be a baller. Shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get laid tonight. Swisher roll tight, got sprayed by ice.
The highway. Making money the flyway, but there's got to be a better way.
Better way. Better way. Better way. Yeah.
Honestly, top 5 things we've ever done together, and I had nothing to do with it.
I still have no idea how we got there.
But I'm really happy we did.
I'm glad you're happy we did.
Yeah, that was quite good. We got to hear what Fedor thinks about this. We'll also ask him, I guess, about the Cavs. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline, Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, Cavs and NBA reporter. All right, Chris, you heard the rejoin. That was from the end of the last segment. How do you think our guys, Anthony and JP, did?
I think they did good. What were you doing there, Nick?
Oh, I was twiddling my thumb, so you're not going to get – no.
Okay.
I have no musical ability.
You just wanted to take credit for the A on the group assignment there?
Yep. No problem with that.
No, that's generous. You said A. That's very generous of you, Chris.
Oh, sorry. More like a B. B minus. I don't know.
Okay, now you're getting personal.
Yeah, we'll take it.
B was fine, but you went with B minus. All right. We're downgrading in real time. Chris, I guess we'll start with the Cavaliers and not Little Troy. Are the Cavs ready for the playoffs?
I don't think they're as ready as they were hoping to be. I think there are aspects of the team that they aren't ready, but they have no choice. Like, the playoffs are just about here, and there are certain things that they're not going to be able to accomplish because of circumstances surrounding this team that are going to make it difficult, and it's going to be Kenny Atkinson kind of still learning some things on the fly, still figuring some things out on the fly. So I don't think they're as ready as they were hoping to be, as ready as they wanted to be. I don't think they're to the same level of understanding of this roster, the way that Detroit is, the way that Boston is, the way that some of these other teams that have been together a little bit longer, that know what their best starting lineup is, that know what their best closing lineup is, that know what their pet set is down the stretch of the game. Did you watch a little bit over the weekend with Denver and San Antonio? You could see the togetherness, the chemistry of the Denver Nuggets in the late game situations. They knew exactly what they were going to go to. They knew exactly what lineup they were going to deploy. They knew exactly what kinds of actions they wanted to run. And the Cavs just don't have that same kind of understanding of this particular roster. But the reality is they're just going to have to kind of figure these things out still as the playoffs go.
So it's interesting if you bring up Denver then, because it was a great game. Jokic got the best of Wemby when it was all said and done, and Jokic might be the only person that Wemby just didn't have an answer for, but he didn't. But one thing I worry about with Denver is they just don't have enough of a defense. Like, we talk about the Cavs' defense not being good. Denver's is worse, and they've been griping about that all season long. And so if you can look to Denver and then kind of say, well, all right, they have everything together, but the defense is lacking, could it be the similar thing for the Cavs or no?
Well, what's the fix then for the Cavs? Like, if you're looking at the other side of that, what would you say is the fix to that? Because if you look at the other side of it from the Denver Nuggets, the fix is Aaron Gordon returns to the lineup, and statistics show that they're a completely different team with him in the lineup versus without him. Mm-hmm. So what would you say in terms of the Cavs that is comparable to that? Dean Wade? Probably not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's the difference, is that the Nuggets have shown to be at a different level. They have accomplished something together in a playoff run that the Cavs haven't to this point, and they don't have that, well, we'll just put this guy back into the lineup, and it's going to fix some of the problems that we have seen throughout the course of the season. I think the Cavs' defensive issue isn't so much personnel-based. I think the Cavs' defensive issue is they've got terrible habits defensively. They get caught ball watching. They get caught over helping constantly. They protect the paint at all costs. They struggle with cross matches. They're not good in terms of communication in transition. And I'm just not sure that just putting somebody back in the lineup the way that Denver can with Aaron Gordon is going to change like the DNA of who they are on that end of the floor.
Chris, tonight it's a big night for playoff seeding. The Cavs are one spot behind, or one game behind the Knicks here. The Knicks have the Hawks, who are the fifth seed currently, and the Cavs, meanwhile, 15.5-point favorites over Memphis. How strongly do you think, with the Knicks game going first, how much are the Cavs going to be scoreboard watching to figure out how committed they will be to winning this game at the end of the game, depending on what happens with the Knicks-Hawks game?
So that's the problem. Like, some of these games down the stretch that the Cavs have, they would have to work really, really, really hard to lose them. In NBA terms, they are essential gimmies. Are you kidding me? I mean, we're talking about yesterday against Indiana. The Cavs did not play well at all. They just had to play for 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, and that was enough for them to win, given what the Indiana Pacers' current state is. I think it's the same thing with Memphis, obviously. I think it's the same thing with the Washington Wizards toward the end of this season. So the only 2 games on the schedule that you think that the Cavs could actually lose unless they're openly trying to lose them are the 2 games against the Atlanta Hawks. So even the version of the Cavs that they're bringing to Memphis tonight, no Donovan Mitchell, no James Harden, no Max Strus, no Dean Wade, no Jalen Tyson, no Thomas Bryant even. The version of the Memphis Grizzlies that they're going to see, like, I don't know that version of Memphis can stay competitive consistently with the Cavs. So it would, what would Kenny Atkinson do? Play 4-on-5? Play 3-on? Like, it's just hard for me to envision a scenario where even if the Cavs are motivated to lose based on what's happening elsewhere in the NBA, because they don't want to be number 3 in the East, like, it's hard for me to envision a scenario and what would Kenny do in order to accomplish that. You know what I mean? Like, Evan Mobley's going to be out there. Jared Allen at times is going to be out there. Some of these other guys, Keon Ellis is an NBA player, Dennis Schroeder, NBA player. So even if they're motivated in a way to lose these games, I just don't know what kinds of lineups Kenny would have to deploy in order to manipulate the outcome of a specific game because of what they're playing against.
Did they get to this a little bit too late? Like, I know last week Donovan said he didn't want to upset the basketball gods, and then Atkinson turned around and was like, yeah, I got to be thinking about these things. And I just wonder if they got to this a little bit too late, because as you described now, it seems like even if they want to try to lose some of these games, it's going to be hard.
Well, I just don't think the timing was going to allow them to do that, because the first thing that they had to do, they had to clinch. They had to officially clinch a playoff berth. And they didn't do that until the other night against the Golden State Warriors. So once that happens, now all of a sudden you look at some of these other scenarios that are in play. And just the timing of it, it was so late toward the season, and the way that their schedule sets up is the way that their schedule sets up. You know, going into that game against Golden State over the weekend, the Cavs knew that the following games that they had remaining on the schedule gave them the easiest schedule of any team remaining. But you couldn't start trying to do these kinds of things until you actually clinched. And then the other thing is they had other things that they still wanted to accomplish as a basketball team, right? All those things that we were talking about so that they could be better prepared for the playoffs. I mean, Kenny had this ramp-up process that he was hoping to have in terms of bumping up the minutes of Jared Allen, in terms of bumping up the minutes a little bit of Max Strus, in terms of maybe bumping up the minutes of Donovan Mitchell, so that when the playoffs roll around and he says, hey, Donovan, we need you to play 41, 42 minutes or something along those lines, Donovan can be effective in that kind of scenario. But some of those things have been taken out of his hands because Jared's probably not going to get bumped up in minutes because of the situation that he's dealing with in terms of his knee, because Max Strus may not be able to be bumped up as much in terms of minutes or play back-to-backs or things along those lines because he's still so close to returning from the offseason foot surgery. So I think circumstances have kind of prevented that, and I think, again, the clinching and the timing of the clinching has also prevented that.
Chris, about 5 days ago, you had a post that scared the hell out of me about Jared Allen and about Jared admitting that he's still struggling with pain in his knee. We are, 4 games to go left in the regular season. Any give on where Jarrett is with his knee and whether this is going to impact him deep into the postseason as well?
I do think it's something that he's just going to have to continue to manage. And I think the thing about this one is there have been times where he has felt this same kind of thing in his knee, this same kind of tendonitis flare-up, and then all of a sudden he does the things that he needs to do in terms of treatment, in terms of recovery, and then his knee responds the way that he's hoping that it's going to. For this particular issue, it's just lingered a little bit longer, and the kind of rest that he required was a little bit more than what he anticipated. The kind of treatment that he needed to have, it was a little bit more than what he anticipated. So I do think it is something that he's going to have to continue to manage. I do think it's something that he's going to have to continue to work through. I think it's something that for him, he's going to have to learn how to play through, right? What kinds of movements can I do that are going to be not as limited as other ones? What kinds of things am I going to feel when I come down from a dunk or I come down from a lob or I come down with a rebound? And how do I manage that particular pain throughout the course of these games that are coming up? So I think you can tell that he's not as explosive. He doesn't have the same kind of burst. He doesn't have the same kind of recovery on the defensive end of the floor. You could see all of that, even though he was scoring double digits against the Los Angeles Lakers and beating guys off the dribble. Even though he was playing well against the Golden State Warriors, it just wasn't the same kind of movement from J.A. that you had grown accustomed to. And look, I do think that there is an area of this on the defensive end of the floor. The Cavs like to switch everything. Kenny Atkinson believes in being able to deploy certain kinds of lineups that can allow him to switch. And Jarrett can switch onto smaller guys and hold his own defensively. And Evan Mobley can switch onto smaller guys and hold his own defensively. And I do think it's something that Kenny's at least going to have to consider avoiding doing as much as maybe he would want to, because putting Jarrett on an island in this kind of physical state with him being a little bit limited because of that knee, I don't know that it's going to be as successful or as effective. So those are the kinds of things that I'm talking about in terms of having to manage it, having to work through it, and having to just figure it out of what things he's capable of, what things he's not capable of. But it's clear that he's not 100%, and I think there's legitimate wonder inside the organization about whether this knee is going to get back to where it was before the injury, or if it's just something that he's going to need to recover this offseason and just figure it out throughout the course of the postseason.
Chris, I know it's more about who finishes, who closes out the games than it is who starts. And it might be matchup dependent, but who would be the fifth guy in your opinion right now?
So I do think it is matchup dependent. I do. And I think that's the way that Kenny Atkinson's going to play it. And I think part of the reason that he's going to play it that way is because there isn't an easy answer to this question, right? And that's part of the difference with these Cavs versus some of these other teams in the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference that are further along, that have these kinds of answers, that have been together longer to work through some of these kinds of things. For me, I think the answer should be Dean Wade, because I do think that the Cavs need his size. I do think the Cavs need his physicality. I do think the Cavs are a better rebounding team when Dean is out there on the floor. And I do think that there are bigger wings that they're going to see throughout the course of a playoff run, where it's just the version of Max Strus that they're getting, and Max still being this close to a return from his off-season foot surgery. I just think it's asking him a lot to deal with Jalen Johnson or Jason Tatum or OG Anunoby, any of those kinds of guys that you're talking about, the bigger, longer, more athletic wings. And even though Dean is not the kind of offensive threat that Max Strus is, he's a different kind of player. I do think there are enough numbers that support him being a good fit alongside the other four guys, and this team specifically needing that kind of defensive first type of impact more so than they need Max Strus and everything that he brings to the table. And that doesn't mean that Max isn't going to close games, and it doesn't mean that Max isn't going to spend time playing alongside the other 4 starters. But I just think in this current state, I think that the things that Dean Wade brings to this team should not be overlooked. And I do think if you're trying to become a more respectable defense and a more effective defensive team at some point, because that's what needs to happen for this group to make a deep playoff run, then Dean helps that a little bit more than Max does at this point of the season.
Chris, you're the best, buddy. We know the NBA playoffs are coming up, and that's going to be chaotic. Can't wait to see what you have to say down the line, and appreciate you as always.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
I was hoping maybe he'd walk off with like a little bit of,
No.
give us. But he's business Fedor right now. He's getting ready for. See, his favorite stretch of the season is also the final 5 to 7 games of the season.
Yeah, well, you didn't ask though. You don't get what you don't ask for.
He's Fedor. This man has radio in his bones. He should know.
He's a performer. He's an entertainer at heart.
Oh, I was about to go right back to him,
he wants
too.
to. Oh, I think you knew it. I think he can sense you're about to go right to him.
That's a smart move by Fedor there.
He's like, I'll catch the rest of that Combine Odyssey rewind. I'll figure it out from there.
Chris Fedor on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about the Cavs and playoff readiness in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
I don't think they're as ready as they were hoping to be. I think there are aspects of the team that they aren't ready, but they have no choice. Like, the playoffs are just about here, and there are certain things that they're not going to be able to accomplish because of circumstances surrounding this team that are going to make it difficult, and it's going to be Kenny Atkinson kind of still learning some things on the fly, still figuring some things out on the fly. So I don't think they're as ready as they were hoping to be, as ready as they wanted to be. I don't think they're to the same level of understanding of this roster, the way that Detroit is, the way that Boston is, the way that some of these other teams that have been together a little bit longer, that know what their best starting lineup is, that know what their best closing lineup is. The reality is they're just going to have to kind of figure these things out still as the playoffs go.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, Cavs and NBA reporter in the previous segment, giving us his take on the Cavs' playoff readiness. Coming up in about 12 minutes, we do have the lead. A little bit of Browns news to pass along here as the Browns-Texans talent exchange continues here as the Browns have signed former Texans defensive back Miles Bryant. He's played a lot in the slot there, but he's pretty much just a versatile offensive back, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, special teams experience is a big deal with him. Started 3 games last year for the Texans.
You're Bubba Ventrone. How pissed are you?
Because they're trying to actually do things.
They gave you like Isaiah Bond. They gave you Gage Larvadan last year.
Yeah.
And now they're just like, oh, you want a gunner? How about if we give you 3 gunners?
How about we just give you as many special teams guys as we possibly can? We're going to actually put an emphasis towards it.
I mean, he landed in L.A. He'll be a head. He's got, he's had lunch with Sean McVay. He'll be a head coach in 2 years.
But we still haven't talked about that nearly enough. The idea that so McVay lost a chance at another Super Bowl based off of special teams play. They lost 3 regular season games, the Rams did, and then the NFC title game was blown because of special teams. And McVay, boy wonder, the smartest head coach to ever exist, his answer to that is Bubba Ventrone.
Okay. Counterpoint. Who's more likely to be wrong about Bubba Ventrone? The Browns for firing him or the Rams for hiring him?
Okay, so if you think, is the suggestion here is that Sean McVay can actually get Bubba Ventrone to work, it's the Browns that were the faulty ones? Because we got like 25 years of experience that would back that up.
Do I think there's a chance that not giving Bubba Ventrone any professional special teams players on the special teams unit this year might have hurt his chances of having a good unit? I think I might.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. I guess we're going to have to see this one play out, aren't we?
I mean, in fairness, at some point you would have thought the special teams unit would get better as the season went along, as they got experience. That didn't happen.
Well, then they started moving actual starters to special teams.
Yeah.
And, usually that's...
And they got good for 2 games, and they took the starters away.
And they took them away. Exactly right. And it's funny how that works in the NFL. If all of a sudden the special team stinks, that's what they do. That's the response to it. And the Browns did it to a T, and then they didn't stick through with that because it's insane. You can't have your starters out there in special teams as often as they were trying to do it.
Yeah, Myles Garrett as a punt returner just didn't work out. This being said, I agree with what Fedor said, which is the Cavs just haven't had enough time to truly prove that they're playoff ready. The more I think about the way the NBA scheduling goes, I would love it if after 62 games, the bottom 10 teams of the NBA were frozen out of the playoffs, and that then the bottom 10 teams played each other for the final 22 games or 20 games.
And you reseed and redo the whole schedule.
And the top 10 teams in each conference play each other just constantly. But I don't want us playing against the West. I'm talking about in the East.
I get what you're saying.
We need to do this.
I like it. I think that's a great idea, actually.
I don't like you said actually there. It might be my first great idea.
Because it's such a league-altering idea that it's never going to happen because they just don't move this way. But I do like it. I like this. It seems like the type of idea that if you were plopped into being a commissioner tomorrow, you would pull off, and it's the only way we're going to see it. But it does make a lot of sense.
I also, in this case, I'd be willing to then, for the final 10 teams across the NBA, I'd be willing to let them have it out for the number one. So meaning whoever has the most wins of those teams, the final 20 games gets the number 1 pick. So it's reverse draft odds at that point.
Okay, so it's this is a cousin of that idea that Richard Jefferson floated around for the NBA draft then. Okay, all right.
But better.
Okay. It's closely related to it.
Yeah, but like better.
But a little bit
better.
better?
Like this is the cousin.
Yeah.
It's maybe got a wonky eye, maybe a bowl haircut. I'm talking about my cousin Johnny right now.
Yeah, poor Johnny.
And he grew up a fine-looking man now, but he had some times there in the 90s. Maybe listen to ICP or that this awful band with Davey Havoc in it. Oh, my God, what crap music that was. Just kidding, in case that's your favorite band. It's awesome.
ICP, huh?
Yeah.
Insane Clown Posse?
Yeah. Fago, baby. Fago. Yeah, that was one of their songs.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
Oh.
Yeah. I had a couple friends.
I didn't Fago the drink. I know that.
Yeah, I had a couple friends who were ICP fans, and when I first moved to Dayton, and then I realized they were ICP fans and stopped being friends with them.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
It was too weird for me, even at that point. But again, if you love them, I love them too.
Yeah. It's like the one band that you could have, because you're a larger fellow. We're not shy about that, but like you could dress up in the makeup and it kind of just kind of works.
No, it doesn't work.
No, makeup
I'm just
never
a
works
fat
with the
guy.
larger fellow.
I'm just a fat
but
juggalo.
for some reason, the ICPs and the juggalos, it was always bigger guys.
Yeah, but it didn't mean that
Like
anyone
the one
pulled it
spot,
off.
Yeah, but if you wanted to wear makeup as a bigger guy, you like instantly became a juggalo. That was kind of your route into it. Like, you could be a clown. A clown's a little too on the nose. But a juggalo was somehow acceptable.
Yeah. Guys, it was the 90s. All right.
Was Fago about Fago the Pop, or was it its own deal?
Was
it really?
It sure was.
Yeah, that was my dad used to buy Fago from the dollar store.
Yeah.
I used to be
Until he found
like,
out about
like, Dad, why
juggalos.
can't we afford the real stuff?
What if we found out Chuck Peterlin?
Why aren't we buying the real stuff? He just thought Fago was a great deal.
What if we found out Chuck Peterlin was secretly a juggalo?
Too skinny for that.
Okay. One.
Too skinny for that.
One. That's profiling.
Yeah.
Two.
I would profile the juggalos.
There were literally one of the juggalos, one of the ICP guys was skinny. He might have just been to throw everybody off the scent, but he was skinny.
How many people were
Shaggy Two Dope.
How many people were in the ICP?
I don't even know the other one. There's two of them.
What'd you say, Shaggy? What's his name?
Shaggy Two Dope. I know too much about
a ridiculous name.
Have you heard rapper's name? There's a rapper called Pooh Shiesty. What are you talking about?
I know, but Shaggy
now I feel like I need to stand up for the juggalos.
Why? They never stood up for you.
That's true.
Shaggy Two-Dope. You put on the makeup, didn't you, at one point?
No.
Did you?
No.
You met these buddies in Dayton. They were ICP guys.
Yeah, one kid's name was Brent, and he wore it. That was the day where I was like, buddy, I can't. If you're going to do this, I can't.
That was it?
Yeah.
Would you go to their house and then like...
No. He wore the ICP getup. He wore
to school?
To school.
Oh, that's insane.
And
that's just an insane person
they
move.
try, and in fairness, ballsy move for a 12-year-old kid.
I would say so.
They try to get him to take it off. He's like, I'm not taking this off. This is how I'm dressing today.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna wear it to school, you probably got the stones to tell them no.
Now here's the kicker. At the moment, I was like, hey man, I would like to have a girlfriend one day. So I'm not gonna be around you if this is how you're gonna dress. And he was like, cool, which again, gangster move. Very, very
I do
cool.
like that. That's good, yeah.
We respected that. I didn't have a girlfriend again for a long time, so it really didn't. I should have just put the damn makeup on and hoped that some juggalo just welcomed a big man in her arms.
I think that was the hope that they all had.
Yeah.
There's like one person that's into the juggalos. They just had to just hold out hope.
All right. No, I'm not going there. 216-474-0092. Are you still a juggalo? And two,
this is off the rails.
Are the Cavs ready for the playoffs? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 4 right now. 216-474-0092 to be named GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get its exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event as well.
Now, do I get to say the team I just pulled, or is that an off-air thing?
Not yet. We got to wait until we actually get somebody dialed up, and then once we get somebody dialed up, then we'll go ahead and go to it, and then you can give them their name.
Do you think
we're
going to show it? Do you think anybody's actually? Do you think somebody's gonna be super excited about this one?
They should be. That's a pretty good team.
All right.
It's a bad team, but it's a pretty good pick.
Let's go ahead and get started here then on The Lead. Audio from Jimmy Haslam's availability at the owners' meetings was played on Browns weekend. Here's what the team's owners had to say about Deshaun Watson.
It's not for lack of effort, okay? I mean, I don't think anybody in our organization would question his effort, his toughness, everything he's put in the job. The reality is he's had major injuries, right? He broke his shoulder, tore his Achilles tendon twice, so he's been really ravaged by injuries, and that, along with the 11-game suspension, have kept him from playing. Now, Deshaun has a great chance, fresh start, offensive-minded coach, who has, in his past, been able to work with all kinds of different quarterbacks and make them successful. So Deshaun has a great chance to do that now. We talked to him the other day. He said he weighed the least he had in several years, was in great shape. He'll be here on April 7th when we start, and let's see what Deshaun can do. We're all excited.
Okay, we'll see what Deshaun can do. I'm buying the idea that they're just going to throw him out there and see whatever happens. But I'm not heavily invested in Deshaun Watson being any good or being able to stay injury-free.
Is this like a Bachelor-type show where, like, you just got to go round by round? So, like, day one, all right, he looked decent. So you're invited to day 2.
But then all of a sudden, day 4, they get drunk and get too loud, and all of a sudden the Bachelorette gets the ick, and
then you don't get the
completely
rose.
changed. Yeah, and so that could happen for Deshaun. I feel like with Deshaun, it is that idea of as long as you seem like you're progressing and seem like you have a chance, we'll continue to play with this. But the moment that you seem like you don't know what you're doing, then we'll just kind of quietly tuck you in the corner.
I just have to point out that it's pretty wild that a year ago, Jimmy Haslam was just like, whew, we failed. This didn't work out. And a year later, he delivered those comments as if the previous comments that he made about this trade had not happened. And it's so, I don't even know the right word. I had a perfect word for it in the 2 o'clock segment. Now that word escapes me. But it's just such a Browns thing to do that I almost respect it. Almost.
Yeah, I don't respect it, but it's fine. Whatever way they want to do this is fine, because I just don't think they're serious about 2026. I think they're playing for 2027. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram, on with Baskin and Phelps today. He talked about the timeline for Todd Monken to pick up a starting quarterback.
He's made it clear that he would love to have that guy. I understand him, Todd Monken, wanting to get to that point, but you're right, and he admits it, that there's not a lot of on-field stuff that they're going to see. So the evaluation is going to include meetings, and it's going to include everything, the grasp of the playbook. But I think he's going to have a day one, QB1, when training camp starts in July. But I also think in the back of his mind, and I'm assuming that's going to be Shedeur Sanders, just because I think that makes the most sense. Right. But then in the back of Todd Monken's mind is, all right, if Deshaun Watson outplays him or Sanders struggles, I can still make that switch, right? So I do think he will leave flexibility. I don't think he's going to announce anybody as the week 1 starter, day 1 of training camp, but I think whoever it is, and I would guess it's Shedeur, is getting maybe all the first-team reps, but at least the majority of the first-team reps.
Yeah, it's interesting trying to name a starter, but not really name a starter for week 1, but name a starting the training camp starter. I'm doing that all off mini camps, OTAs, and really Nothing that anyone could put a lot of substance into.
Yeah, it seems almost impossible. I don't know how he would be able to come to that conclusion. So
is this more rigged than last year's quarterback?
I hope so.
Well, yeah,
if it's rigged in the right way, at least rigged in the way for Shador, I hope so. Whatever presentation you have to out there and make it seem real. But if it's rigged, then great. Let's find out what Shador can do.
All right, Daniel saying so on brand is maybe what you were looking for. We'll settle for that.
Yeah,
we will
works.
settle for that. Now we do have our winner here, Brandon in Cleveland. Welcome to the show. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, we're going to be excited to see you out at the draft event here. Now, are you ready to hear your team? Is there a team that you're hoping for? And it's okay if you don't say the Browns.
Well, I would like the Browns. I'll also settle for the Broncos.
Okay.
All right.
What if I can get you in a very similar time zone? Many people have called this the Denver of the southern southeast.
What?
West.
Okay.
All right. You've got the Arizona Cardinals, buddy.
Woo!
So the number 3 pick?
Oh.
Now, are you going to entertain trades for this, or are you strictly going to stick and go BPA?
You might be able to convince me with a few wings. Might get a trade down.
Have you been here before? Because that's a very experienced 92.3 The Fan mock drafter answer. All right, Brandon, we're going to pop him back on hold there.
Words.
Congratulations
Bowl
again.
Of words.
We're doing this. No, it's a bowl of teams.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's how I
now,
messed
have we
up
given
there.
away the Browns yet?
We gave away 24 on Thursday.
So we split them up?
At 5 o'clock. Yeah, they did. They split them up. I said the same thing. I said the same exact thing. If you get 24, if you get the Browns, you should have 24 and 6. They split them up.
So, wait, did we give away the Browns, though?
We did, yeah. We gave away number 24.
We should palm 6.
Yeah,
we should. Just to not let the morning show have it.
Okay.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
No? Am I the
I
other
don't care.
person saying this?
Oh, listen, I'll rig anything you want to rig. Not today. We got to be more cool about it than today.
I don't know. I'm just making sure it's still here.
You gotta, maybe do it tomorrow.
I thought it might have been given away last week.
They told us that it was, but then the morning show had given away the number 1 overall pick. They didn't give away number 6, and so I was under the impression.
I thought the midday gave it away.
Oh, it was the midday that did.
You know what? We'll let them have this one.
Oh, Keith is saying midday. They gave away 6. Same day we gave 24 away. That's where the confusion was. So in that day, we gave away 1, 6, and 24. I had 3 heavy hitters. How about that for little GM 32 NFL first-round picks mock draft info?
Nailed it.
Yep.
Daniel Oyafusi of ESPN joined us today. At 3, we asked him what his best guess was on what the Browns would do at number 6.
Andrew Berry finds some way to trade out of the 6th overall pick. I think that when all is said and done, we're into April, so Berry said they're really going to start going into scenarios and different situations and hypotheticals and really planning out their method. I think that as we get closer to the draft, they're going to look at 6 and say, hey, I think we can get a little bit more out of this as opposed to just picking a player at 6. The Cowboys have been floated out there as a potential, trade up partner. If they can move back 4 to 6 spots and still get one of those top tackles or wide receivers, but also probably get an extra 3rd round pick, I'm thinking in a hypothetical, I think that the Browns would be pretty satisfied with that. And then from there, you just kind of go best player available with that first pick, whether it's wide receiver or offensive tackle, I would presume.
I'm going to play with the idea that they're not going to be able to trade out of 6. And so I almost want to make it like exclusive across the board. You have to choose somebody at 6, and there's no trade back scenario. That for callers, for everyone, because I just don't think it's going to happen. There's a couple players that need to be on the board at 6 for it to be something that is real. I think Jeremiah Love is one of those guys, but I don't think it's going to actually happen.
Do you think that there will be somebody by the day of the draft that will actually have unanimous, everyone kind of agrees upon?
No,
we found out, okay, Arvell Reese goes 2.
Yeah.
And then, we found out who's going to go 3. If we knew the first 4 picks, so you knew within a relative degree the 3 or 4 guys you're going to choose from.
Yeah.
Do you think we could all land on consensus that day?
I think we're as close as we've ever been. I think more people than not want Carnell Tate. More than 50% of people listening right now want Carnell Tate as the pick at number 6 overall. Will we get to a spot where it's unquestionable? I don't think we will. I also think we're going to have a weird spot where it's going to be somebody like Mason Graham last year, and it's going to have a lot of people scrambling. Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, joined us last hour. He explained why it's going to be hard for the Cavs to lose games for the 4th seed in the East.
Some of these games down the stretch that the Cavs have, they would have to work really, really, really hard to lose them. The only 2 games on the schedule that you think that the Cavs could actually lose unless they're openly trying to lose them are the 2 games against the Atlanta Hawks. So even the version of the Cavs that they're bringing to Memphis tonight, no Donovan Mitchell, no James Harden, no Max Strus, no Dean Wade, no Jalen Tyson, no Thomas Bryant even. The version of the Memphis Grizzlies that they're going to see, I don't know that version of Memphis can stay competitive consistently with the Cavs. It's just hard for me to envision a scenario where even if the Cavs are motivated to lose based on what's happening elsewhere in the NBA, because they don't want to be number 3 in the East, it's hard for me to envision a scenario and what would Kenny do in order to accomplish that.
Well, he's got to go to extremes.
You got to feel a little panicked here?
He's got to go to extremes. I don't care how obvious you have to make it. You have to do whatever you have to do. The Knicks' final 3 after tonight, obviously, they'll take on the Hawks. It's Boston, Toronto, and Charlotte.
I'm team just win, baby.
They can easily lose all 3 of those games. The Knicks, they haven't been trying for weeks to go ahead and win games. So make it obvious, Atkinson. Do what you got to do.
I disagree, Kenny. You do you, boo. You try and win some games here. Anthony Castrovince of MLB Network joined the Morning Boys today after a 6-4 start to the season. He was asked if the Guardians' success is sustainable. Sounds like steam escaping.
It's probably not super sustainable, and we saw it's weird because last season was obviously, in the end, it was a great season. It was fun that they had this historic comeback. But why did they have this historic comeback? Well, because they stunk for most of the year offensively. It was a really tough watch. They do have a couple tricks up their sleeve, and Chase DeLauder was one of them. And again, he's exceeded what you could reasonably expect, and he'll cool off. But I do think that's potential. If healthy, that's a very productive player, in the making. And you got another one in Travis Dezana, who's just not far off, I don't think. And they could get younger, as the season goes along and get some youthful, injection of upside, which is what they need. But yeah, it's never going to be a juggernaut offensively. It's just not built that way. And you're going to have to just fight through games like they did yesterday in the nightcap.
Yeah, I once again can't explain how they keep winning games. And so it's just that we do this every year, but they're hitting as a team a collective under 200 in batting average. They're 25th in runs, they're 26th in on-base percentage, they're 24th in slugging percentage. The only offensive piece that is doing anything really is DeLauder. J-Ram struggling out of the gate, Quan struggling out of the gate, Manzardo, he couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. It's been a real rough go offensively, and yet they went through 3 really good teams to start the season, and you start off 6-4. It's incredibly impressive how they win games.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't have a problem with asking, hey, if this is what the offense is this sustainable, the amount of winning you're doing? But I don't have a problem with that idea. But just the general idea, it's 10 games into the season.
Right.
Hosey's going to catch. Quan's an interesting conversation because he's just never had a complete full season offensively. But
he usually starts off hotter.
I do think Manzardo's going to catch To me, the funny thing is, if the first 6 guys hit, I'm not really concerned about the bottom 3. I'm really not. But if the first 6 aren't going to consistently hit, then I will start to worry about the bottom 3.
Well, what's funny about that is Arias took a lot of flack all day long for his struggles out of the gate. And it's wait a second. Arias had a massive hit yesterday's game. He had a massive hit 3 games ago.
That home run that he hit to dead center, floated forever as one of the funniest home runs ever.
And it's so odd because he's just been continually he is who he is. But he's come up with some really big hits. On his own, he's come up with some really big hits. And so it's a little interesting stretch that the Guardians are on right now, but we've seen this before out of them.
Consensus in the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Offseason special. Every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Rada recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got some Cavs/LeBron stuff to get to. We do have to follow up on the men's tournament finale tonight and a little Guardians talk of the way coming up at the 6 o'clock hour. But it's been interesting to watch. And again, like being out on vacation for a full week, I didn't take in everything the way I normally did. But it was wild how we just had a stretch of run there. I know we had our dalliance with Jeremiah Love, which is something I'm sure we can get to. I know that there's still people on the best, the best available player kind of thing. I thought it was interesting that once I saw Zach Jackson say, yeah, I think it's going to be Carnell Tate unless it's a trade, seems like everybody just kind of went with that. I was surprised at how everybody just kind of went like, oh, yeah, I guess that's going to be the one. And nobody's really kind of pushed back on it in any way.
But we don't really know why. It's just kind of become the prevailing thought. And it's not as if there's any sort of... I don't think the Browns are talking to anybody. And by the way, if the Browns were talking to someone, it might throw me off the scent even more. Like, if we had someone come out and be like, Carnell Tate is the guy I'm hearing with the Browns. They love Carnell Tate. It might make me be more incentivized to take Carnell Tate off of my board for the Browns to be like, and not just because they don't know what they're doing in evaluating wide receivers, but more the idea that they like to throw everyone for completely off the scent.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would be very surprised right now if the Browns legitimately knew, all right, hey, today's the draft. Here's how the first 5 go. This is who we're going to take. I think we're still in the let's have those conversations, let's wrap up kind of the order of operations part of this. And I think this year makes sense to be kind of a late in the game, let's be really flexible. There's a part of me that would just be shocked if the Browns, even now, but even the week of, are thinking it's Carnell Tate no matter what.
Yeah, I just don't buy it. And I don't know, maybe I'm just living with too much of what they did last year in my head, and maybe that's bad and poor form of myself, but last year, Travis Hunter, they equated him to Shohei Ohtani. Like they went as far as you can. Andrew Barrett legitimately comped him to Shohei Ohtani through the media. Like they went as hard as you can about him to then go ahead and trade out of that. So I'm just not really going to buy anything that anyone's putting out there at the moment.
Yeah, I also think if you're this, like you can do the Travis Hunter thing if you're the number 2 pick. It gets a lot harder to try and manipulate people or to, you just have to cast such more of a wider net. I would just be shocked. Again, I'm not saying that they told Zach this is the thing. I'm sure Zach is getting this from multiple people, but I just don't think it's Carnell Tate or bust right now. I really do think that you're in a position with this draft and being the 6th pick, you've got to see how the first 5 picks go, and you've got to see if somebody gets desperate about the 6th pick, if somebody knows that you're certainly serious about moving down. And even then, I think this should be one of those years where if you decide to stand pat at 6, I think it should be a conversation in that room on that day, because I just don't know there isn't that obvious move to make. Listen, I wouldn't draft Jeremiah Love at 6, but I think you have to have that conversation in that moment of, hey, are we cool passing up on a blue chipper in the name of a guy who's going to be a good football player, but maybe not a blue chip prospect?
Well, and it's funny because, Jeremiah Love now is the number 1 rated, according to McShay's board now, he's the number 1 rated prospect in this entire thing. He still is a running back, but we talk about the amount of talent and people he's been comped to, but it comes down to there's too many moving parts on the board. They don't know what's going to take place, and they don't know how desperate these other teams are. There's too much that's out of their control.
Yeah.
You legitimately could have done and mapped out everything you needed to with Travis Hunter last year, and you just can't do that this year.
216-474-0092. Are you convinced it's Carnell Tate at 6 for the Cleveland Browns? It's a little early for where we're at. And I just think, well,
how do you become the best wide receiver by a mile now all of a sudden? That's the part that I'm confused by. Like Tyson for a while there. Me and you talked about Tyson, and I still like Tyson better than anyone. That conversation almost seems laughable to people at the moment, and I don't know how that happened.
I think because there's a lack of buzz in this draft, as there is a lack of buzz in this offseason. It's been one of the slower NFL offseasons, and the NFL draft is actually dragging it to an even slower pace. I just don't think teams are talking very much. Meaning, I think there's a lot of the kind of things that generate so much smoke and excitement. It starts with quarterback, but big name wide, we're talking Jamar Chase type wide receivers, or even Myles Garrett type edge rushers. There aren't those players in that draft. The kind of things that drive interest in the draft aren't there. And even with I really don't want this to come out as a criticism, but it might come out this way. It is an observation. I don't think anybody in the Browns beat knows what the hell's going on. And that's not.
Well, how could they?
Well, it's not just the Browns aren't telling them. No one's really talking. All the little things that we normally have that let out and telegraph some ideas, we don't have any of those because it's just not that kind of draft.
Yeah, it's an odd draft. It's funny when we had Daniel Oyefusi on at 3:00. He'd mentioned something about basically he wants the draft talk to be done and he's over it. And he's like they should maybe even move up the draft. And for the first time in my life, I was like, yeah, wouldn't it be sweet if it was this Thursday? Wouldn't it be awesome if we just had this thing Thursday, Friday, or maybe even next Thursday, Friday, and you just get it done before the NBA postseason gets underway? That's a thought we never have with these drafts.
Yeah, and I think it's almost I think we've gotten to a point where I think it makes a lot of sense most years, the week of. Everyone's kind of made their cases. And it's not necessarily that we all get to consensus, but everybody, I'm going to stand on this turf. You're going to stand on that turf.
Yeah, we typically don't limp to the finish line here. Yeah. We're 2.5 weeks out, and we're barely getting there.
Listen,
2 weeks out.
I think I'm where you are and where I think a lot of Clevelanders are. Even if we don't have the exact same people in the bucket, I can tell you who I wouldn't draft. Or I can tell you guys who I maybe have bigger reservations on, but there's not one guy that I'm yeah, take that guy, and all of our troubles are done.
Yeah, it would just be so much easier to just pound the table and be like, this is the guy I want, this is the guy they should take. End of conversation. It just doesn't exist this at least this draft.
Well, and to what you're saying, I think that's why the 6th pick, the consensus has become trade down.
Well, it's either trade down or I guess maybe that also speaks as to why it's become Carnell Tate. Because even no one thinks Carnell Tate is a quote-unquote home run. No one thinks he's this I know Daryl said he's unequivocally a number 1 wide receiver. Okay, fine. But
Did he say something later that was opposite to that?
No, that was Jeremiah Love discussion.
Okay.
That was he can't make up his mind on Jeremiah Love. It's incredible. But no, with Tate, it's I think people are just looking for what would in normal years be a very critiqued wait, it's six overall, you're taking a wide receiver, and you can't even promise me that he's the number 1 on your team? That usually would come with some conflict, and it just isn't this year.
So while we're on the topic of this, and again, 216-474-0092, are you convinced it's Carnell Tate at 6? Daniel Jeremiah was on the Mina Kimes show and talked about his latest mock and where he had the Browns going at 6-24.
They're taking him Monroe, Freeling, if he's there. Mark it down. I think they could potentially take him with their first one.
No.
That coffee's too rich for me, but they're hunting a left tackle. And if they're pointing towards 27, you live with the bumps along the way. This is about where I have him, but I think it's possible we're surprised he goes higher.
As a Browns fan, are you thrilled if you walk out of this with Carnell Tate and Monroe Freeling?
I think so. Yeah, I think Carnell Tate's for right now. Freeling, you live with some of the bumps and bruises, but you're gonna have the table set for your quarterback that's coming in 27.
Also, just quick aside, the coffee's too rich for me.
Yeah, actually,
is that a thing?
Yeah, I kind of like that one. I
like
before.
Coffee. I've never heard coffee's too rich.
I'm not a coffee drinker, but I feel like that's a thing that happens with coffee. Is it not? Can it not be taste a little?
I've had cheesecake that's too rich.
Yeah,
isn't too rich just too sweet? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, but isn't that kind of what he's saying? Maybe it's one of those Starbucks foo drinks. Maybe it's got a little bit too much, too
like
sweet.
A man that's,
a little too much caramel in that caramel macchiato.
As a grown ass man, 6'4", built like a brick,
I'm
you
just
know
saying
what?
Words now. Yeah.
That drinks a little caramel macchiato
I know,
from time
you do.
to time.
You drink the foo drinks.
Let me tell you, not too rich. I've had some that just aren't good, but they're never too rich.
You get too much caramel in your caramel macchiato. What's your description of it?
You can't have too much of something if it's in the name of it.
You definitely can.
There's too much caramel in my caramel macchiato. Yeah, all right. The coffee snobs here would kindly ask you to get your ass out of here.
I promise you can find too much of something if it's got the name in it.
If you think the Browns are intent on competing for a playoff spot or a 500 record this year, it makes sense that they have to draft a wide receiver early and they have to draft a left tackle. If you think the Browns are playing for 2027 and that the Cleveland Browns want to be somewhere between 3 to 5 wins so that they can get a top 5, top 7, top 10 pick next year, it makes no sense to make sure that, we have to draft a tackle and we have to draft a wide receiver with our first-round picks.
No, but I think what he's saying with Freeling, and this is why this is enticing to him with Freeling, is that Freeling is a little bit more of a project. And Freeling's not guaranteed. Not only is he not guaranteed to start week 1, but Freeling might not start till week 7, week 8, whatever that is.
He might never start.
Might never start. We don't know. But the obvious call on Freeling is that he's not helping your 2026 team that much. And so if you can withstand that, and dare I say even want the team to not have success in 2026 because you're playing for 2027, he's the type of guy that does fall into play because of that.
I just think so. This is where I do think kind of the machinations of it all gets really interesting. I think if you're Andrew Berry and there's a decent chance. Again, I think Andrew has an understanding of where they think. They run simulations on this crap. They have tons of analysts working on what are most likely probabilities for this year.
You think they have their own mock draft board?
I guarantee
Like your mock draft system?
I guarantee you they do mock draft simulations.
Yeah, but is it do they use PFFs or do they use whatever the latest version of mock draft simulators are? Or do they have their own built-in one?
I bet they do all of it. I bet you those nerds are just pounding away at all of the mock draft simulators, including their own all the time. It might be the thing I like most about them.
You can't just use your own proprietary data and your own mock draft data because you'd be worried that it would be bugged. It would give you the favors that you want.
You'd probably do a composite, something like that, huh? Now, that being said, if you're Andrew Berry and you're pretty sure this is going to be a 3 to 5 win season, you can't take a guy that doesn't start this season or isn't like a day one starter with your top 3 pick. Like if Andrew Berry wants to be here to take the quarterback in 2027, he's got to walk the line of I need to make sure that we're going to be in a position to take that quarterback.
But you don't get judged. First off, you don't get judged though off of your first. Let's say it's 6th overall. You don't get judged off of it if the guy doesn't play until week 9 of the season.
Yes, you will.
So his right now the thing he's got going the most for him is that. And I'm just talking fan perception out of this, is that he can draft based off of last year's draft. That doesn't get dinged if you take Monroe Freeling and he doesn't start till week 9 and is a little bit more of a project. If everyone going into it understands that he's a little bit more of a project, isn't going to play for half the season.
I think owners say, take the best guy and we'll deal with it as the season goes on.
And so that's the problem.
In April, you don't say that in November if that guy's not starting.
So, but if he does that, that is Andrew Berry really believing he's safer than Andrew Berry should ever feel when you're involving yourself with the Haslams. Right now, it seems like he's the right-hand man. He is Haslam's chosen one is Andrew Berry, but I would never trust that if I was Andrew Berry.
Are you convinced it's Carnell Tate at 6 and LeBron James took a minor problem and made it bigger? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up and it's time to start thinking about your home improvement.
means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hear Westwood One's coverage of the national championship tonight starting at 7 p.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Some Gardos talk coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. Also, Men's National Championship coming tonight. March Madness will officially be over. That's a late tip. 8:50 is
That's better than what it had been in recent years.
Still not good enough for me.
They did like 9:30 tips past couple years, like insanely late times.
Now, fortunately, we got a 6:10 first pitch tonight. Fortunately, we've got the
8 o'clock for the Cavs.
8 o'clock for the Cavs and the 7 o'clock Knicks game.
Yeah, we're
so
good.
It works out.
It's great, low key, great sports night.
Yeah, you couldn't plan this better if you're a Cleveland fan, but if you just want to watch the entirety of that game, you could plan it way better. Now, that being said, we missed this earlier, bringing it to air from our side of things. The Grizzlies have 10 players listed as out tonight, and it's pretty much everyone with a name. They don't have a lot of names left. It's pretty much everybody with a name. John Morant's out. Aldama's out. KCP's out. Brendan Clark's out. Edie's been out for a minute. Ty Jerome is out. I don't even know that. Jemai Mashik. All right, I know a lot of NBA players. I would have no idea this guy existed.
Okay.
A great player, though. Scottie Pippen Jr., Javon Small, and Jalen Wells. And Taj Gibson and Taylor Hendricks are doubtful. That's 12 guys.
It's a lot of guys. Jemai's averaging 5 and 2 this year. How did you not know that?
Guys, that's on me.
Sometimes we just got to be better in life.
Yep. Sometimes you got to know who's averaging 5 and 2 on any given team. The most they could play if everybody was out here, if all 12 guys were out, is 6 guys, right?
Yeah. That's going to be tough.
How are you?
That's going to be. I hear that's going to be tough.
Even if these guys play.
I don't know how it's going to work.
One of them
the math is not mathing for me right now. I don't know.
They do have the two-way players too that they can call up.
But isn't that 18 players altogether?
Yeah.
You have 15-man roster, and then you have 3 two-ways, right?
Yeah.
Or is it 2?
I thought it was 2 two-ways.
No, it's 3.
It's 3?
Yeah, it's 3.
I would never doubt our senior research analyst, Mac, who did call you out for not rapping well enough earlier. So if you wanted to check
it's not just the idea that you got 10 guys out. They also have 2 guys that are doubtful for the game.
So even if they can go, there's a chance that at some point in that game, they just can't go anymore. Although, right thumb sprain. Can I have a take on this?
Just play through? Is that what you're going to say?
I'm not Tommy Toughnuts, okay?
Yeah.
I am.
Anything that's a sprain, you got to play through at this point.
A thumb sprain?
I'm with you.
And I'm going to tell you right now.
All right,
at YMCA Bowl, when I'm in 5th grade in Wadsworth, all those who went to Steiner's knew what happened. I broke my thumb, and I played through it. I mean, kids today,
I got a game for you here. Real injury, or maybe you should play through. Okay. All right. Knee surgery recovery.
That is a real injury. Yeah, that's
that one
especially
sounds
in
pretty
the
good.
NBA player. That's a good one.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope is dealing with a 5th finger surgery recovery. 5th finger? What's the 5th finger?
I gotta know, when was this finger operated on?
Which one's the 5th finger? Which one's the 5th finger? I don't know which one the 5th finger is.
Also, that could be a thumb.
The right one, though. It is the right one. It's the right 5th finger.
Don't care. James Harden's been playing through a distilted
Brandon
something
Clark
or other.
has a calf strain.
Man up.
Yeah, you got to play through that one. Zach Edey's got a ankle and elbow surgery.
Yeah, no, that's
recovery.
real.
That's a real one.
Real banged up.
Real
He's been
banged
out
up
for a minute.
What's interesting about him, he was one of the healthiest college basketball players we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And incredibly healthy to then get to the pros and just
became a real baby.
I know. It's so odd to me. Ty Jerome, ankle sprain.
Come on, Ty. He's running from that Cleveland smoke.
Jemai, our 5 and 2 player out of Tennessee, the concussion protocol.
In basketball?
You put a basketball player in concussion protocol.
In basketball?
That's the thing. Yeah, you have concussion protocol. Yeah, just,
All right.
So I'm gonna suggest you want to play through that, or
Well, it's basketball.
Jaws dealing with the elbow UCL sprain.
That's not a real one.
Okay.
UCL sprain? Is it from pulling too many guns?
Easy now.
Repetitive injury, right?
Easy now. That was very well done, but easy now. Scottie Pippen Jr. is dealing with a great toe surgery recovery.
The great toe pandemic
it's always the great toe. Thigh contusion for Javon Small.
Oh, what a baby.
A thigh contusion? That's about as lame as it gets.
He got a bruise on his thigh.
A thigh contusion?
That one hurts.
He should be playing.
That one hurts real bad.
Okay.
You know, we used to have a word for a guy like that.
Yeah, what's that?
I don't remember what it's called. That's why it was used to.
Yeah, this isn't 1995 anymore, is it? And then Jalen Wells is dealing with great toe surgery recovery. Another great toe surgery recovery.
Is this just like is it like code? Is it just the ultimate nobody's going to call you out on having great toe injury, so it's not a real injury?
What, did you see Taj Gibson's injury designation? It's injury management.
Oh. And he's old, too. He's got like 4 games left in the NBA if he's lucky. I don't love that. I mean, both the doubtfuls are pretty.
This isn't good. This is't good for our seeding purposes, Nick. This is not what we needed to see here.
Now, while we're denigrating,
Evan Mobley can beat these guys by himself.
Yeah,
5-on-1. Whoever's remaining with the Grizzlies versus Evan Mobley, and Mobley wins this game.
A positive spin, since you and other shows are being negative about this. Positive spin.
We just want the best for the team. Yeah,
you're going to win like by 50 tonight, and this is going to be the most watchable game of the year. Evan's going to have 50. Harden's not playing.
Harden's not playing. No.
Who is
Donovan's
playing?
not playing either.
Who is playing?
We got a lot of people not playing.
Yeah. Whoever our 8th guy, he's going to have like 15 tonight.
How does Vegas even cap this stuff? They should take these games off the board. Well, Vegas doesn't take games off the board anymore. They just don't. They have to have a line for everything. How does Vegas even begin to cap this thing? How did they come up? Like, who came up with 15.5 points based off of this injury report? How did you do it? I know they're impressive.
Maybe it's a guy battling a right thumb sprain.
They're probably going to be right, but how? How did they do it? How did they end up looking at these amount of players that are out for both teams? And it's just a collection of just bad versus bad is all it ends up being. And then Evan Mobley. It's Evan Mobley, and that's it. Is Evan Mobley himself worth the 15.5 points? Is that what they're telling us?
Yes.
Like, how did they cap this thing?
Or is it they just started deducing points
how did they come up with
Memphis?
An over-under is what I want to know.
I think either Tyrese Proctor or CPJ are your 8th man tonight.
Get ready for Tyrese Proctor. Big night today.
The line's moved. It moved from 15.5 now down to 13.5. There's like confidence growing in the Grizzlies in this game from Vegas. And how is it happening?
They must have heard that the right thumb sprain of Taylor Hendricks isn't going to
40-minute night for Larry Nance incoming.
The over-under started 238.5. It's now down to 231.5. Now that at least makes more sense. It's like the players aren't as good. We're going to just drop this down a little bit here. But you're telling me 10 guys on the Grizzlies are out, and then 6 guys on the Cavs are out, and that only dropped just 7 points? And I'd still probably take the under. It's wild.
216-474-0092. If you miss a game in the NBA with a right thumb sprain, are you a big old baby? What was the other one? It's the one that I really mocked. Oh, a thigh contusion.
You mocked a concussion.
No, I didn't.
An NBA concussion. Different than a football concussion.
Yeah. Come on.
We don't mess with CTE and tau proteins. We don't do that.
In physical sports.
But in the NBA.
Not in the NBA. No. Yeah. It's more just like a...
How'd you get hurt? I don't know.
Oh, a flagrant foul. The guy breathed on me. Ohio State. Not going to love this one. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
highlights from The Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We got the College Basketball National Championship coming up at 7 tonight, so get ready for that. Ohio State, Michigan. We do have In Case You Missed It coming up at 6:40. That's interesting. It's been very interesting to watch certain Ohio State fans at the station and around Cleveland suddenly act like Michigan's absolute dominance over Dusty May, whom was one of the finalists for the Ohio State job 2 years ago when they hired Diebler, that him doing this at Michigan on the precipice of a national championship 2 years in doesn't upset them in any way. I think that's interesting.
Okay, so is that the read on it? I'm trying to figure it out because it really doesn't seem like Ohio State fans care. And I can't figure out when college basketball just stopped mattering. Like, it'll never matter as much as college football, obviously. But if you hate Michigan, shouldn't you be bothered by what's happening tonight?
Yeah, I think Michigan's going to roll in this game. I know it's only a 6.5-point line.
That's the number, yeah.
I think Michigan's going to roll. I know Hurley is a beast of a coach. There's just a talent disparity here. Unless Yaxel can't go tonight, or unless he's just useless.
Or Lance Armstrong can't go. Solo ball.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. That's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I think Michigan's going to, and it bugs me enough that I'm going to have it on, but I can't care about this game because I know where this is going.
I think I know where it's going too, but that's why I think it's funny is that listen, I mean, you're deeper in Ohio State, Michigan, and the rivalry than I will ever be. I don't care about it nearly the same way that a lot of people listening do. I get that and understand that. I know football matters more. Everyone knows football matters more. Shouldn't this bother you?
Yes, it should. And I think if you're a real Ohio State fan, I think it's okay if you just say, I'm only an Ohio State football fan. I got into college hockey at BG because BG had a really good team and that BG's always had a pretty decent program. And so because of that, I got really into Ohio State and Michigan programs at the time, and we would go watch BG play them, and Ohio State did pretty well against us. We beat Michigan, no big deal. But my point is, I got into that. I got into Ohio State, Michigan baseball, all because of it. So
you did baseball even?
Yeah, I actually went to a couple Ohio State, Michigan baseball games. Yeah.
What's that like? Is it intense?
It's actually it's not really intense, but it's actually, so BG, I would go to BG games and we've got stands and there'd be 30 people in the stands.
Yeah.
They say go to Ohio State, Michigan game. There's actually more. There's it feels like not a minor league game, but it feels like a nice representation.
Yeah, I mean, I was around Wichita State for doing the morning show there in Wichita, and that's a big deal. Because they won a national title in baseball. You get some of these programs, it's big. But I didn't know. Do they X out the M's for the Ohio State Michigan baseball game?
Ooh, now I don't remember. But I remembered it was the same thing with Ohio State Michigan hockey. It's a bigger win than if you beat anybody else in the sport.
Yeah, but again, on the hierarchy of college sports, basketball is number 2, football is number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so why is it that the number 2 in this whole entire discussion, again, it'll never be football. I can't say that enough. But why does it seem like Ohio State fans are just well, we don't even care about basketball. What is this? Who cares?
Because Ohio State football's right. When Ohio State football isn't right and Ohio State basketball isn't right, and Michigan's beating you both things, that's untenable. But you can handle, we beat them at football, we're winning national championships more recently than they have. You can handle that, and okay, you can have, it almost becomes almost like
a default championship that you're giving them, though.
Well, yeah, it almost feels like more of
it's like a bless your heart, you won basketball championship.
100%, that's exactly what it is. And I really do think, if that's how you feel, if you feel like tonight, I'm just going to watch the game because whatever, I would like you from now on to specify you're an Ohio State football fan.
Yeah.
Not an Ohio State fan.
Yeah, because this should, if you're an Ohio State athletics fan, this should bother you in a great way. I don't care if you don't have to go die hard for tennis matches. You shouldn't have to. I get that. I understand that. But this is basketball. This isn't a tiny thing.
Well, and here's the thing. I am pretty fatalist when it comes to the Ohio State basketball program. They're never going to get the kind of support that they need.
Or would this rub people
State.
the wrong way if Ohio State's basketball program had actually been good?
Only if the Ohio State football program is bad.
Like, you know what I mean, though? If the basketball program was actually competitive and it was actually doing things.
They were in the tournament. I know we didn't think a lot of that team. They were in the tournament.
You know what I mean. And
they made the tournament. Can I just get you to say that making the tournament for a team that everybody thought Diebler was going to get fired?
I think what is it? One tournament win since 2019. I think that's what the number says.
We're in agreement that the program is not in a good spot and hasn't been since year 6 of that.
But I think that's the part of this, though. Like if the program had been in a good spot and had consistently been at the top of the Big Ten, let's say a Big Ten that hasn't won a national championship in basketball in 25 years. I think it's actually 26 of the number. It's been a long time since they've won a title. Like if Ohio State had been at the top, I just feel like it's the competitive side of people would care more about Michigan winning this one.
I just know I can't expect Ohio State to put enough resources into the basketball program, and I can live with that. But it doesn't mean I can then turn around and watch Michigan, who again is still one of the 2 or 3 best teams in football, turn around and watch them build an absolute powerhouse. With resources, Michigan's always put more resource into their basketball than we have. Mostly than Ohio State has. But it doesn't mean I want them to win. I'm okay with Ohio State basketball being whatever it is on any given year. But I also really like it when Michigan isn't great at something. That's more where I am. Because I know I can't expect – they're just never going to choose to put enough money into the basketball program. I have to live with that.
Unfortunately for myself tonight, my disdain for Dan Hurley overrides any disdain I have for Michigan. So here we are.
No.
I'm rooting for the stadium to get blown up and the game not even playing. That's what I'm rooting for tonight.
Not only am I rooting for Dan Hurley tonight, I'm rooting for Gino Auriemma to show up and also Gino. Verbally accost.
I can't stand Gino.
Another coach.
Haven't for years.
Oh, no. People acted like
miserable human.
His outburst at Dawn Staley is
miserable
like new.
Human.
He is a miserable jerk. He is what happens when you have too much success and you think you created women's college basketball.
Yeah, I've never liked him.
And now all of a sudden he's like, man, I loved Pat Summitt. It's like, I don't remember it that way.
Yeah.
In the mid-'90s, Gino.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of revisionist history there. But no. It absolutely, yeah. Like tonight, I'm rooting against Michigan, even though I'm pretty sure Michigan's going to roll.
I'm going to root for John Fanta to have a good night sending out tweets. That's what I'm rooting for now. That's my college basketball rooting interest for tonight.
Now, if you're Fanta, Fanta's an Ohio State fan, right?
I have no idea what he is. Mac could have a better idea than I would on that. I have no idea.
I don't love that. Mac made a face like he doesn't know, but like he's going to chime in.
I don't remember him ever being like the diehard Ohio State college hoops fan, but he's always been more of like the general college hoops fan, and out of anything, more of the Big East since he's covered it before.
I feel like
just
he
don't
kind of
remember
said
the
mostly
Ohio
of what
State
JP said.
We just don't know. High school John. I have no idea about high school John Fanta. You went to high school with John Fanta.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't even remember back then that he was ever a massive Ohio State college hoops fan.
So then we have 2 people that don't know what John Fanta
we just
feels
don't know.
like. Well, what did you add to that conversation there, Matt?
Because he's never been like that.
I think my point was
is the take Fanta's never really been that into college basketball? Because that's a wild take. If that's
into Ohio State.
Into Ohio State basketball.
Ohio State. Now, Ohio State football, absolutely. But college hoops, I don't think he's ever
he's a big Ohio State football guy.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Well, you should have led with that.
That Buckeye doesn't fall far from that tree.
That would have sounded less exactly like what JP said.
Yeah. That would have been some real insight there.
Yeah.
And we get it. He went
He's
to school.
a big Ohio State football fan, but I don't know about basketball.
Maybe,
that would have, yes.
Maybe he switched because, what college did you end up going to? Somewhere in the Big East, right?
Seton Hall.
Oh, Seton Hall. Yeah, Seton Hall's a good college basketball program. Always has
Villanova.
Been. They don't have a football team to speak of, though. So, I'm sure he kept his Ohio State fandom because he's able to with the college side of things. But he grew up an Ohio State basketball fan then. If he grew up an Ohio State football fan, he grew up an Ohio State basketball fan.
And he's the right age to have the Greg Oden, Mike Conley team as the team of destiny. Boy, that stunk.
Or even like that Aaron Kraft Elite 8 team was, 14 years ago at this point? 13 years ago?
Yeah, that was right in the middle of our high school years.
Let's see. Greg Oden was 08 when he came out. So I was still in college. I remember thinking Greg Oden, I was finally going to have somebody that could be like the next Shaq. Like the guy who could just physically dominate everyone.
Yeah.
And then the NBA physically dominated him. Yeah.
So you've always hated Al Horford?
Greg Oden he always looks sad. That's the sad thing about Greg Oden. You know, like sometimes we have these videos and I look sad and I don't mean it just because it's how my face works. He has one of those faces as well. Where he always looks sad. He always looks like he just does not want to be there. And I feel for him.
I actually think that actually is his personality.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I feel for him.
I think his face is actually, it might be like my face where I can't lie. Mm-hmm. Whatever emotion I'm feeling is on my face.
Yeah, we got no poker faces. Yeah.
Where you have sad resting face, but you're not sad. You're a joyous human.
I am very happy. Sad resting face, but I am happy.
216-474-0092. If you're an Ohio State fan, do you care if Michigan wins the tournament tonight? Demos and Shaker, can I get you on my side that as an Ohio State fan, I would like Michigan to lose and lose badly tonight?
I don't know how anybody who looks at that M and looks at those colors their whole life and is so against Michigan Wolverine, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, who cares? Like, I grew up in Warren, so I went to Warren Harding. Our colors were red and black. Our Warren Western Reserve was black and gold. I went to Ohio State. You know, who's their rival? You know, maize and blue or whatever, yellow and blue. Who's the Browns' big, team they're against? The Steelers. If you got yellow in your color, in your team colors, I hate you. It's a visceral thing deep down. It's not logic. It's not like, oh, I want this. I see those colors, and I hate them. And I can't root for them ever, not for a second.
So do you ever look at the Cavs gold and start to think maybe that's a little too close to yellow for your liking?
I've put that aside, honestly. That one, it's a good point, but I don't know. I think maybe because the wine isn't so dark or something like that, it kind of blends together a little better than the stark black and gold or black and yellow and whatever. But I screw Michigan. I mean, I don't care, and I hope that all their transfers, because I saw a little graphic today. Every one of their players didn't start as a freshman at Michigan, and they got them all through NIL. Yeah. So screw them.
Is it even a real champion if they just bought all? They're basically buying a title, Demos.
But that's one of their advantages. They're older.
Yeah, but not only that team. Though. But you look at you got to wonder with you had Harbaugh cheating his ass off for those guys. What's going on the hoop side of things, right? I mean,
and how horny are their coaches,
program.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, Demos, we got a boogie, okay?
All righty.
All right, keep the hate. All right, now Jake popped in. Jake went to Akron, so fellow Maction here. You're chomping at the bit here.
I am, because I want to push back on one thing that you said, Nick, or that you're rooting for Michigan to lose badly tonight. As am I. I'm an Ohio State fan, more of a football fan, but when it comes to basketball,
I will
always root for Michigan to lose in any sport out there. But, Nick, who did you have winning your bracket this year?
I had Michigan.
Well, he wants to root for what he thinks is going to happen.
As an Ohio State fan, you can't pick Michigan to win the national title.
Yes, you can.
I couldn't get myself there when making my bracket.
Yeah, there's a difference between my personal opinion of who's going to win, and by the way, I'm right. Thank you very much. I got very defensive there. And who I want to win.
But you're
if I wanted to win, I would have picked Miami,
wrong?
Akron, or Ohio State.
Well, I picked all three of those teams to win in the first round, and that didn't go very well for me. But I don't know. I just can't bring myself to picking Michigan to win a title.
This sniffs like a Keith Britton take if I've ever heard it.
No, I just don't know how you root for the opposing team to win than what you picked in your bracket.
This sniffs like a Keith Britton take if I've ever heard it.
No.
Be honest with us. Did Keith send you in here?
No, not at all.
You organically came up with this.
Yes, it was the first thing I saw when I looked at our Odyssey pool bracket was the logo M next to Nick Wilson's name, and I was like, ugh. You can't even do that.
Genuinely heated, though. This is. I like this.
In fairness, I didn't know that they were going to put the logo next to my name, and I've hated it every time I've seen it.
There's like six people in this pool that
there's no rooting for Michigan. They just are who I thought was going to win.
Bracket, right?
Well, no, because everybody else that's around me is also picking Michigan.
Well, that's because we're in the final five.
Much like the Cavs, I've secured my specific lot in life, which is to be the second best bracket this year.
You still had to fill out a bracket that had M at the end of it. You still had to fill out a bracket that in your heart of hearts you thought Michigan was going to win.
So wait, you thought this was a bunk take until you realized that Keith isn't behind it, and now you're supporting it?
No, it's a bunk tank either way.
I'm just going to say, I'm an Ohio State fan, and I had Michigan getting bounced in the Sweet 16. I don't care if I was wrong or not, and I hope they get blown out tonight.
Kind of felt like the argument was a good time.
Listen, I'm in a no-lose situation here. Michigan wins, and I get to say, bleep you, Mac. I was right.
Okay, no. You're losing me here. You're losing me here.
Loses,
if you really loved Ohio State, you're just as bad as everybody now. If you really loved Ohio State, you'd be rooting for Michigan to lose over any other interest that you possibly have.
Didn't I just say that I'm rooting for Michigan to lose?
No, you said you're in a win-win situation.
No, I said I'm in a no-lose situation.
What do you think that is?
That's semantics to me.
Okay.
I'm willing to have.
Is that right?
Yeah. And how dare you?
Which means
you're
you're going to end
my
up,
success
you're
in
gonna end
the
up
bracket.
happy one way or another. Which means if Michigan wins, you won't be crying tonight. And Ohio State fans are supposed to be upset with this development.
I will be upset.
Not having win-wins
but
or
I'll
no
also
loses.
still talk a lot of smack to Mac about how right I am and how wrong he was. Who'd you have win in the bracket, by the way, Mac?
Arkansas.
Missed it by that much. Jake, who'd you have win in the bracket?
Duke.
Suck it. I'm the best. I win.
I didn't fill out a bracket.
Yeah, suck it for you too.
I don't have to root against my Michigan
You don't
choices.
care. You don't give a damn.
I don't care.
216-474-0092. All right, Denise in Cleveland Heights. Welcome to the show.
You know what? I don't get this.
Mm-hmm.
I hate everything Michigan.
Yeah.
I hate their dogs. I hate their cats. I mean, I don't want them to win anything ever.
Would you ever put him as your winner in a bracket? Denise, would you ever put him as your winner in a bracket?
I chose them to lose the first game.
Hell yeah, you did, Denise. That's a real fan right there. Hell yeah, Denise.
She said she hated their dogs. You think she was going to pick them in a bracket?
You don't hate them enough.
Most of my family live in Michigan, so Ohio State versus Michigan for us is a family thing. And when we lost 3 or 4 straight to them, I had to live with that. And then when we won last year, don't think I didn't call every last one of them collect.
That's been in your minutes, Denise.
No, exactly. I explained to them how much I hate that team and that, don't cross in front of my car in the crosswalk. It's really like that. It's like that. And if you're an Ohioan and you really love Ohio sports, you cannot ever in your lifetime root for anything Michigan.
All right, Denise, this is a great call. This is a fire call. This is a very, very good.
Yeah, you out Ohio State.
When I heard it, somebody told me the other day, well, we should root for them because they're in the Big Ten. You think I care about that?
No, you don't care about that. You don't care
Nobody
about that
does.
at all. Mm-hmm.
All right, Denise,
No.
we got to run, okay?
Take care.
All right. I'm gonna draw the line. I don't hate their cats or dogs.
I don't know.
I'm too much of an animal. You're not a dog person. You wouldn't know about this.
I'm not.
You're
All
not
I've
a
had is
dog
dog
person.
people my whole entire life.
Don't make me show my work. You're not a dog person. I'm
all
a
I've
dog
owned-
person.
All I've had is dogs my entire life.
And where are they now?
I don't know. One's in Kansas.
You made me show my work. My point is, I draw the line of hating dogs and cats. Some cats are okay to hate, but all dogs, no. They're my dogs. 216-474-0092.
They're your dogs?
Like my dogs.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Okay.
I got that. Jake still thinks you suck.
Well, Jake's bracket sucks. As an Ohio State fan, do you care if Michigan wins the tournament tonight or not? And the Guardians might have a problem on their hand. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here. Guardians game going on, so we'll see. I'm just going to own this right straight up front here.
Yeah.
I've said about 3 times on air today that there's going to be a 6:10 first pitch. I knew it in the pre-show meeting, and I still scheduled Guardians talk to go against Guardians baseball, which is kind of a no-no in the whole radio thing.
It's a good thing you have some real checks and balances over here to make sure you don't do something like that.
Yeah, this is really about you and Jake.
I know, I agree.
Yeah, it's not me.
Well, I'm now 100% honest. I didn't know it was a 6:10 game until you mentioned it for like 3 times already in today's show.
Really?
You're the one that taught me it was a 6:10 game tonight because I just am so used to being like, all right, we'll be done, and then it'll be a 7:10, and then I'll go from there.
Do you know why I remember that it's a 6:10 first pitch more often than not? Because I think 6:10 first pitches are the most consequential thing we've ever done in baseball. I think it makes so much sense, especially in the colder months. But like, I actually get upset once they revert to the 7:10 first pitches because to me 6:10 it's the perfect time to have a first pitch because you get home by like 9:30.
I'm so used to growing up. Everything was a 7 o'clock first start, and so I got used to that. In fact, the White Sox growing up, I grew up obviously watching a lot of Cubs games, but I watch a lot of White Sox baseball too, just because it was on and I like baseball. They had a promotion for the longest time. They'd start their games at 7-Eleven because it was sponsored by 7-Eleven. Mm-hmm. Like back when baseball would just as easily you could buy a start time to a game, and so for years it was a 7-Eleven start time presented by 7-Eleven, and it made it so easy. Because they never did any of this like 6:10 start time, 7:35 start time, 6:40 start time. You knew every night, 7-Eleven first pitch, there we go.
So the only thing, and it annoys me when I hear this anytime I listen to the WFAN, and I always felt annoyed by this as a outside observer to Chicago sports. I absolutely hate that people feel like they have to pick a team when you're not in the same division. Like with the Nets and the Knicks being in the same conference, it made sense you would pick a team and then hate the other team. The Yankees and Mets, I just would have been fans of both teams. The White Sox and Cubs, I just would have been fans of both teams.
So I grew up around all White Sox fans because I'm from the South Side, right? And everyone's a White Sox fan. My uncle, massive White Sox fan. Everyone in my family, but me and my immediate family, Cubs fans, and so it just kind of was what it was. But you have to, you got to choose a side. There is no playing both because the other side is just too ruthless for the one you like.
But why?
It's just how it is.
But you guys, you play each other like once a year now. You didn't for like 100 years. There's never been a Cubs White Sox World Series that I can remember.
The early 1900s, I think like 1906.
Is that what you guys are holding on to?
No, that's not what we're holding on to.
Back in the Terry Turner days?
The Cubs hadn't been since it was 1945 prior to 2016, and that was a Tigers series. But like the point is that
so did the 03 World Series just chap your ass?
You mean the 05 one?
Was it 03?
The White Sox?
That's the Marlins. You're right. It is 05.
05 against the Astros.
I don't know why I'm saying you're right.
No, because I never had the same hatred because I had so many of my friends and so many of my family were all White Sox fans. But they were all very, very mean when it came to Cubs baseball to me, so I got it. They were all very mean. That was like going to school and such was horrendous being a Cubs fan on the south side of Chicago because everyone would just make fun of you for being a Cubs fan.
Like my dream was to have more baseball.
You're like, I'm in Chicago. It's not what's the problem here? But no, there was definitely a deal.
Yeah, when we lived in Dayton, and again, mind you, the Bengals were not good. This is before they first got good with Marv and Carson Palmer. So you're thinking like 99-ish. Bengals fans would just rip me for wearing a Browns jersey, and I'm like, who the hell are you? Mm-hmm. I'm like, what's your team ever done? Now, 26 years later, I would have no room, but at the time,
the
Browns were still thought of as like, the Browns.
So that's kind of how it's treated in a sense, where it's like the Browns, Bengals, even though there's a million hours separated between Cincinnati and Cleveland, there might as well have been a million hours separated between the south side and the north side of Chicago.
I know because my boy Sitton is a White Sox fan. Now, again, since 2016, I can't do it anymore. Like the Cubs and Expos were two NL teams Cubs because of WGN and Harry Carey.
Yeah.
And the Expos because they just had, as like a 5-year-old, I had the Gary Carter Expos.
Well, they were really cool when you were
you
were the right age. That '94 team that had it had Pedro,
and don't
it
forget
had Randy
Vladdy 2 years
Johnson.
later.
It had that early '90s, but particularly that '94 team had a lot of people for you to root on.
But the Cubs have ruined that. I don't hate them. I don't wish them poorly. But 2016 still to this day, like I think I might hate the Cubs more than I hate the Warriors. Because at least with the Warriors, I got one. Whereas there were parts of 2016 in Game 7 that I was like, no, too many things have happened. It's got to go Cleveland's way. This is the only way you're going to win a World Series is if everything goes against you and you still come up. And then it was Michael bleeping Martinez. I cannot get over that all year everyone was like, you're one bat short. And then it literally came back down to Tito's boy, one damn bat. So it might be the Cubs, the Warriors, and then just above the Cubs are Michael Bleep and Martinez.
Yeah, it changed a lot for a lot of people because I the amount of people I've had tell me that they used to like the Cubs used to be one of their favorites, and then the 2016 series just changed all of it. There's so many people that used to look at the Cubs and be happy, and now it just brings them sadness, and that makes me sad.
Yeah, what bums me out about it is like with Michigan, I just have a pure Michigan hate.
Yeah,
I do. Anytime BG's played them, I don't have any conflicting feelings, right? I don't like when a team or an organization, like, again, I will never root for the Thunder because they are the Sonics to me. And they kind of ruthlessly moved the Seattle Supersonics out of Seattle despite no real justification. It was just Clay Bennett wanted a team in OKC, and he got everything he wanted from it. So it was very Modell of what he did. So, like, OKC, when they win, I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I like that's one of the best run organizations in the NBA, but I wish them just endless suffering because they are the Sonics to me and never will not be.
I know. The problem, though, is that at least with like you can make a legitimate argument that if the Warriors didn't exist, LeBron wins 4 championships with the Cavs.
Or if Kevin Durant just doesn't go and
and so
maybe Kelly Olynyk isn't a long-haired hippie freak.
I mean, the sad part is that it's not like that Cubs team was any sort of dynasty or anything. It was just the one year that it happened to match up.
We thought they were going to, by the way.
They were supposed to be.
Actually, we thought both the Guardians and Indians were going to be back.
They wildly underperformed, all things considered.
And then Naquin never became something. Bradley Zimmer never became something.
But the Indians won 102 games the next year.
And little Edwin Encarnacion.
They beefed up the payroll. They spent $160 million. They won 102 games, all to lose in an early series against the Yankees.
And we all had to do that's baseball for you.
I know, that sucked. Because that really was the 2017 team was a much better team than the 2016 team.
Yep.
Like, that was the team. That was the one that should have accomplished everything.
Now, wasn't it 2016 was when Cookie had his leukemia back, right?
You had no pitching by the time you got there.
Yeah.
And so,
I was remembering Cookie was then bad in 2017.
So Kluber had to go games 1, 4, and 7, and game 7 it was on extremely. He was exhausted. He was done. He didn't have anything left in the tank there. But it's like you're not supposed to go 1, 4, and 7 in any sort of series, but he had to because you just. I mean, how Ryan Merritt pitched meaningful games in the ALCS.
The Maniac is a little cowboy.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Josh Tomlin was like legitimately relied upon.
That's Maniac's little cowboy.
Well, I mean,
remember? Because then Josh Tomlin's like, "Why do you have to say I was little?"
I don't remember that.
It's the funniest. Every time somebody said Maniac calls you the little cowboy, and he would just be like,
funny.
"Man, why is he got to call me little?"
It's funny because then he
wasn't, by the way.
He was Tito's guy.
Real ones know.
Is what ended up happening, and that's funny that Acta could be so dismissive and kind of mean, and then he turns into Tito's guy. That was like Tito's like card playing buddy.
I think Manny Acta meant it as a term of endearment.
That's not endearing.
I think. Well, yeah.
Come on.
There's a disconnect.
Call a guy
He's
from
a
Texas.
tiny little guy.
Yeah, call a guy from Texas a little cowboy and see how far is he. How is that not insulting?
But he's a Latin American person. I think it was more of like a term of endearment. It's like Ozzie Guillen and some of the nicknames Ozzie used to give players versus if Tito did
but Ozzie was straight up mean.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no other thing about it.
That's did you see the video of Ozzie getting the
Getting
notice?
the 13 retired?
And then he's like getting upset. And then fans are excited. I'm like, 1, he was a serviceable starting shortstop for 13 years. Okay. And then 2, he's been fired in Chicago like 3 times.
Yeah.
From the network like twice because of things he said.
But he's proof that if you're good on TV, people will think you can do this for longer than you can. Yeah, you have not experienced baseball postgame shows until you've seen Ozzie Guillen postgame shows. He was doing what the Inside the NBA is for so many years. That was Ozzie Guillen nightly for White Sox baseball and White Sox broadcast. Incredible theater. Yelling at everyone, just undressing the entire team every single night. Like basically the things you can't do anymore if you're a part of a team in the broadcast capacity in any like post-game show.
If I own the Guardians,
he was doing them.
I might hire Ozzie Guillen.
He was incredible.
Because you're right.
Incredible television.
You are correct. He still does, by the way.
Yeah,
still does.
I know, but he's kind of lost his fastball a little bit. He just doesn't care as much anymore.
Because he knows he's never going to be a manager again.
Like when he cared, like it was awesome.
They went down to Chicago and it was like, you know, Fidel Castro has some in the most Cuban city in America that isn't on the island of Cuba. We love Ozzie here. What a mensch.
What a guy.
That being said, 216-474-0092.
Really set out to not do baseball in that segment, didn't we?
Yeah. Who is atop your sports hate org chart? I think it's still the Cubs. And Michael Bleepin Martinez. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest, Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns reporter at 3 o'clock today. Good stuff on if the draft was tomorrow, which way would he see the Browns going? Also, great stuff with Chris Fedor at 4:20. Too much business with Fedor, right?
You thought so?
Yeah, we're getting ready for the postseason, and it was very much a postseason radio hit. He was business, we were business. Not enough off the rails for Fedor.
Well, I really feel like he thinks we're taking the seeding thing very seriously.
I think you are.
Well, I am watching tonight for the seeding.
Yeah.
Great sports night ahead of us, though. Absolutely great sports night ahead of us. In the seeding game.
I feel like that's kind of an old man thing to do.
What do you mean? Like get excited for a sports night?
Well, no, like you would like be out on your lawn and like you kind of be poking your belly out like
great sports night.
Now that this lawn is done, we got a great sports night tonight.
Well, we did get enough rain in the past couple of days, so the lawn is taken care of.
Just the last couple days.
Yeah, the lawn is taken care of.
Yeah.
I'm not yet done the weed and feed yet, though. We got to get on this.
I will tell you, Vanessa and I were talking about this weekend because we realized how high our grass was.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, do you just want to?" I'm like, "No, it's a swamp out there."
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm going to get the tractor stuck, and 2, if I don't get the tractor stuck, I'm going to slide down the hill sideways and freak myself out, which I did last year.
I did that at Manakiki on Sunday. I was golfing Saturday. I went golfing Saturday, and it was so wet out there, and I tried taking a shortcut around from one hole to the next. Nick, it was awful. I wiped out. Clubs went flying everywhere, and then this guy, there was a little bit of a backup for hole 9, and there was this solo golfer ahead of us, and this golfer just screams out, "You okay?" I'm like, yeah, I'm okay, thanks.
He didn't give you like "You okay, big chief"? He just gave you, he didn't even give you like a, I feel like you got to give like a.
Didn't even leave his cart.
Wow.
It's got a "You okay?" I slid down the whole entire hill. Just an atrocious display.
Okay, not because you fell. But because it's a funny, I wish I could have seen it.
Yeah, no,
I really wish I could have seen it.
But the funny thing, I went with my father-in-law. I told him afterwards. I said, man, if I was that guy, I would not have stopped laughing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to contain it. I think he genuinely was worried I was hurt, which is very sweet of him. But I would not have been able to stop laughing.
All right, do you still get
wiped
concern
out right
points?
in front of him?
Do you still get concern points if you ask if you're okay while laughing hysterically? Because that's my move. I can't, if I think something's funny.
I would have been pissed if you laughed.
If I think something's funny.
I would have been pissed if I looked over and dude in the cart is just sitting there laughing. I think I would have been pissed.
Yeah, but if he was 6'4", you wouldn't have said anything.
Listen, I would have totally understood it, but I would have been like, this solo golfer out here on his own, backing up the whole entire course because he won't, join a foursome ahead of him, and he's going to sit there and laugh at me? Oh, no.
Let's go ahead
would
and
not
get
have been
to,
pleased.
in case you missed it.
You laugh on the inside.
No, I can't.
You laugh on the inside.
I can't.
In those moments.
No, when people fall, Fatty laughs.
I fell very hard.
Here's the thing. When I fall, I expect to laugh. I'm a gigantic human being. Of course you should laugh when I fall.
I had this big dirt stain like all on my back pants, the back of my pants.
Oh, man.
And so everyone that I passed afterward, you could all just, they knew, they had to have known what happened.
Yeah. You messed your pants.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Brutal.
This isn't your way of hiding the fact that you secretly deuced your pants while golfing.
Actually would be a good roundabout, though. Now, that's
would you own
ingenious of you.
Would you own it?
First off, that's never happened to me. And that doesn't sound like I'm willing to own it. That's never happened to me. I've never.
Sure it hasn't.
Well, wait, we did talk. No, hold on. The one time it has.
Yeah.
The one time it has. But I was sick. There was circumstances there. Yeah, I think I would own it.
By the way, if you're sick, I don't think it counts. You literally cannot help it. If it happens, like you didn't just overtrust one because you got cocky. I think that's when you're like, I messed myself. But if you were just sick, no, you were just sick.
It's an ingenious way to get out of doing that and like trying to cover it up, though. If you just fall down a hill and then just, oh no, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but that's commitment to a bit in a way. I mean, you're making the situation so much worse.
My pants got so dirty, I ordered OxyClean for the first time in my life. It did not come out in the wash. I never ordered OxyClean in my life.
You really are just checking off the Midwest dad things.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Like you're a lawn guy now. You got your OxyClean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're getting there.
I did something this weekend.
Life has come fast.
So one of the springs in my garage broke.
Yeah.
And every couple, because I haven't been able to get somebody out yet, and every time I'm in the garage, I walk over and look at it and go, I don't even know what I'm doing. I just am like observing the fact that this spring is still busted in two, and how disappointed I am at the spring. It's like I'm pressuring the spring to understand how much you've let me down by snapping.
You know how I know that it's getting bad? I watch those Progressive commercials where they're like,
ooh.
But I laugh when the dad in the commercial actually makes the jokes that he's not supposed to make.
Yeah.
And like the one they're trying to prevent him from turning into his dad with. And like the valet commercial where he's like, "Oh, I think you missed out. I actually have the red sports car." I laugh way too hard at that. That's not good.
You're like 5 years away from being that
good.
guy, anyways.
Yeah.
Once your youngest gets to 10, you're really going to lean in hard, not intentionally, but it's just going to happen, and it's okay.
I'm here to embrace it.
My favorite joke, and I know I've told this on air: "Dad, I'm cold." "Nice to meet you, Cold. I'm Nick." And it's not gotten old. Vanessa still laughs at it too, and I'm like, "You're encouraging me. Please don't." I knew you'd like that.
I did like that one.
All right, big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, well done there, Supreme Leader. Well done at a Jake Murren, although he's obnoxious Ohio State football fan. And Jake Volnick, great stuff on all the Jakes, really. JP, it's good to be back, buddy.
Glad to have you back. Enjoy the day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow with more teams to give away, with more reaction on the Gardos and Cavaliers. Enjoy the national championship game in college basketball.
This is an